That's a power move down there.
Power move.
It's like, that's ours.
And sometimes, we have our investigative journalists, and a lot of people don't realize we also have exclusives that are given to us across the globe on a regular basis. We have this leaked phone call of Xi Jinping, which may have been what led to the current scandal.
That sounds very heated.
I'm not intimidated.
Well, that's how you lose an island, right there.
They're not very unified. They can't get along.
They're not very unified.
Don't hang up.
This has been Gerald Milstein. All right, so I want to discuss the Mitch McConnell stroke. Some people are calling it broke, which doesn't really work. It doesn't roll off the tongue of a Jennifer. I don't know. Come on, guys. Hey, everyone, let's be tasteful. Yes. There's nothing funny about any of this. Now, I will say this. This is sad, of course, but it's something that's lost, I think, in a lot of people. It's easy to sort of make fun of Mitch McConnell or former Vice President Joe Biden. But we do have, this is the median demographic, the median age, I should say, of our political leadership. It's the only place where the median age is older than the Fox News viewership. This does matter because they're actually, I mean, it's a marvel, so they're a miracle as far as defying actuary tables. But a lot of these people as well, they're being abused. You do have to ask yourself, if former Vice President Biden doesn't know where he is, well, who's running the show? If you see the handlers and how they handle Mitch McConnell, I'm not nearly as mad with Mitch McConnell. I would have been in his younger days. I'm mad at the handlers popping their head in where it almost looks like a choreographed sketch. It's so embarrassing. So our politicians, our representatives, they're aging out of this job, and by that I mean they already shouldn't have these jobs, and that brings us to our newest segment, the Silver Alert. Now, Seth Meyers and Colbert couldn't do that because that's a gross violation of the FCC to use that warning sound. But we're online.
Okay, so BGP and OSPF are examples of what type of protocol? That would be routing. And I need to, what is that? Literally set for this.
Comment below if that's kind of your
BPT,
Here you go.
so Border Gateway Protocol, and Open Shortest Path First. Which two protocols are Service Discovery, DNS, and DHCP? What is the purpose of a sequencing function in network communication? To uniquely label transmitted segment data for properly reassembling by the receiver, to determine if data is corrupt. Nope, that would be error. That would be error detection. To ensure data flow is at an efficient rate, that would be flow control. To guarantee delivery of data, I think that is TCP. This one. Ooh. Or it should say reliability. That one's reliability. I'm gonna say this one. Yeah. This protocol is responsible for guaranteeing the reliable delivery of information. That would be TCP. Yay. Print screen. There's a reason why I take fucking notes. I swear, there's something that connects with the brain and finger. Like this is one of the reasons why I loved math. I had to do all the questions. I did all the homework, right? All the homework. And putting something, the tactile feeling of putting pen to paper, it then like stays stuck in my mind. 17 years ago and gave up? No. Well, this one, so with this, I'm doing it like, I should say, I've been doing IT for a long time, and it's been over a bunch of domains. I'm taking this one, and it's broken down in 8 weeks per, I guess, section, like the introduction to it, and then like I think the next one is like shit. Let me look at the CCNA breakdown, but it's by 8 weeks. It's literally broken down in 8 weeks, so it'll take me about 6 months to study for it using their coursework here. So there's like intro to networking. I can't remember the next one, but I think it's like intro to switching, which is interesting because you do like the first one here, basic switch and basic switch and end device configuration. I've done a few of this stuff already and inside of Packet Tracer. But I mean, I like networking, and the only reason why I like networking is because I love doing network programming in C++. I've done it in Java too, but there's something about client and server programming I just love. But I guess if I want to kind of keep, I wouldn't say keep my job, I kind of want to get a boost in salary while I'm over here in Kuwait. And unfortunately, with certain jobs working for the government, like certs, they like certs a lot. So I want to do CCNA and then do CCNA security, which is another 8 weeks. So my goal for the remaining of this year is to basically get this done and the CCNA security. And it also will help with, once I get back to the States, I actually started doing a lot of streaming because I wanted to be I wanted to be a infrastructure engineer, and you need to learn a little bit of all about networking, security, cloud stuff, and the first thing I started doing was cloud and Docker. I got a job in that after coming from programming. And I like doing a site. I want to be a site reliability engineer. I like getting things to talk to each other. I don't know why. I think that's like my favorite thing to do. Distributed systems is like one of my favorite things to do. But only obtaining this will only help that, in my opinion. It'll look good on paper, but I study pretty slow because I like to know everything. But I tend to do pretty well with testing a lot because I really do. I study a lot.
Yeah, that's a crazy person. Okay, we got it. By the way,
okay, and you know, it's been such a long time since I've done anything with like the theory behind data, behind networking. I remember the stupid model, the OSI model, but I could never get it. I could never remember it. I only remember some. That's it. Only some. The data layer was the ones I was always concerned about, but I don't remember a lot of this stuff, so I need a refresher. Okay, data encapsulation. Dude, which one is it? 336, not bad. 3. So 336 protocol suites. Alright.
and again, all the references are available at FidoCredit.com. This is not normal. This is well past the age of retirement. Now we have another 80-year-old bit, Frederica Wilson. Let's say Wilkinson. I was thinking Tom Wilson. Great actor.
Okay. Did you, when you studied for it, did you go through like, and that's another thing too. I commend people who get the books and start studying on it. I can't do that. Like, I need books along with like a schedule. And yeah, I'll pay the extra money just so I know I have deadlines because I won't sit down and commit to it. I don't know why, but if it's like a subject that I've already know, like the other day I brought like calculus, like about calculus and linear programming math books that I can work in. And I don't really like doing Sudoku, so I'll do math problems. I just like to do that. That right there, I don't require to have. I know that information. It's just more like a refresher. But I've never done a Cisco course before. Anytime I've done anything with networking, it's literally been like a byproduct of the topic that we just happen to be on at school. But I just, or like with IT stuff, knowing how to assign IP addresses and shit like that. So, like, some of the terminology spills over, but I never had like a class or a course that thoroughly went through everything. And therefore, I like to pay for classes and go through them by schedule and deadlines instead of buying those big, thick-ass books and somehow not getting depressed. Yeah, I'll do the Udemy books. I'll do the Udemy instead, too. That's how I did Docker through Udemy. But I'm like, books? No. It's so depressing. You just look at all those, how thick it is, and it just immediately like, But yo, hello. Okay, so this is the second. So I have 3 more things to do. Protocol suites for today. Protocol suite standard Oh, I do not have to do standard organizations. Oh, that's a repeat. Okay, don't have to do that one. Data encapsulation, data access. Oh, the reference model. Wow. I'm surprised they're not letting us do this. Might use accent trap. Yes, it is. Accent trap. Accent trap. I'm surprised we don't have to do this one. Yeah. Maybe it's not needed now, but I probably should go over the reference model. And then, so we just have to do this one, and the one I'm on right now. And then, even though it's not recommended, even though it's not required to take the module practices, I always do. I like to do it. Alright, so protocol suites. So, sorry if I start writing notes and I barely look up. You're doing this too? I have no idea. Let's see what the syllabus say.
In order to avoid exactly what is happening, John Fetterman.
Hey everybody, it's John. A little bump on the campaign trail.
It was on Friday.
I literally have no idea which CCNA I'm doing, that I'm registered for. None whatsoever. Let's see. I wouldn't know. I don't even know where you can even find that. Right. Yeah. I have no idea where I can even find that here. But once I'm done with this, and I take their final skill exam, then I can register for the second half, the second portion. Then after I take that, there's another portion. And then all those 3 combined, I can sit down for the CCNA then. And take it.
He's a giant man.
Yeah. Well, you have to the weight class.
Okay, let's go. Sorry if I look down and start writing notes and not look up. I really apologize. Okay, so knowing the OSI reference, and I do read slow. Across. It's not simply a physical letter being sent through the mail. Oh, they're on Rumble. It's hilarious. In theory, a single communication such as video or email. Message can be sent across multiple sources. They should have one message. Full, yep. It's a small layers, more manageable pieces. Segmentation is writing, threads in a way. Okay, segment messages. Shouldn't have to put much here. Have two primary benefits. Increasing speed. And increases in efficiency.
STD infections in seniors, particularly old folks' homes, they're up 107%.
Oh! Bro, that was like a random as hell.
Erect.
Bruh. Oh my god, that is so random. I'm sorry, it says, you're writing notes, it's okay. You're learning networking and software. Well, so I am a software developer, but I'm learning networking because I need a stupid cert. I need a cert for my job. And it has more to do with, how can I say this? It depends on certain fields that you go into when you're in the public sector. You can have a degree, you can have years of experience being a developer, but because of certain regulations, they require you to have some sort of, they call it computer cert, or some sort of a security cert. So I should here. Okay, you have your IAT. So you have your baseline cert. So depending on what job you go for, let's say you're a software developer and you're doing something in encryption. 9 times out of 10, they're going to probably ask you to have one of these certs, like a CISSP or Security Plus. Why the fuck you need it? I don't fucking know. But it doesn't even matter if you had a PhD in computer science with your whole thesis being about encryption. They still want you to have this because of regulations. And honestly, it's not really regulations. It's just them making money, making these, how can I say, these agencies that, like the CompTIA and the IAS2, it's just a way for them to generate money. So even though, like right now, I am, so my job that I'm doing over here, I'm a computer analyst. I've been doing a lot of their data science stuff. I've been working in Power BI, and then I'm going, just so it can be a little bit more just so I can manipulate the data a little bit more, I'm going to be writing a website actually for my company to be able to have everything on just a one-page website to have all their data, because Power BI, you're limited to such a small fucking sheet, so you have to have multiple tabs. So instead of doing that, I'm just I've been given the go ahead to write an application where I connect to their database. It's a SQL database. I make my queries, and instead of putting those queries in Power BI, I will put them in a. I'm thinking.
Someone pull it up from Mission Control. The video for
I'm thinking I want to do React. I think I might. I don't really know React. I know a little bit of Angular, but I don't really know React. And I probably could do it all in HTTP and CSS. I probably could. Who knows? But
We'll add some music. We'll add some music. Yes, it's those people.
I feel like with what they want, I need JavaScript too. So I can probably use everything in regular. I probably want to do everything in JavaScript and then go ahead to React.js. But I'm gonna make the website using HTTPS, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then just pull from the database. And I think I can actually incorporate some of the Power BI components inside of my application. I'm pretty sure I can. Or I could work on my HTML skills, because oh my god, ooh, I could work on my all HTML skills and make actual divs and components, and then do that. I've been thinking about that, but I've been given the okay to do that, and I'll probably start doing that. I'll probably start making a mock of it here, just with my own database and with my own layout, and then just transfer that over to my job, because it's on separate networks. But at least it'll have I can practice that here. So I'll probably split that up with doing my CCNA. I'll probably have to do half the week, and I need to really start coming back here and streaming after work. But yeah, I work 12 hours a day. Like, that shit's fucking like, when I get home, I just want to go to sleep. Like, and then the times that I go to work, I work from like 3, or I work from 4 in the morning, so I have to be up at 3:30. So I work from literally 4 in the morning to like 4. And when I'm done, I'm tired. Like, I'll go to the gym, and then I don't want to fucking see a computer. But if I at least want to, I find that streaming actually helps me stay focused. So, I mean, technically, I can stay up until like 8, because I get home around like 5, and I can stream from like 5, but then I'm like, no, I want to go to the gym, so I'll get my gym workout in. I mean, I probably could come back and do maybe like an hour, maybe an hour and a half before I have to be in the bed by 9, or else I'm not going to have a very good day the next day. And then I've been also doing, like, my last job, you guys, I really liked setting up the whole, my last job, I got to set up their whole infrastructure for their DevOps, and I really want to do that here, because I think this would be very beneficial to individuals who want to do like a hybrid system. And I did all the legwork, and I kind of want to make a website of how I did all of that shit. And I did it all on Windows. Well, it had to have a server, but I actually kind of want to do a little bit of that today to get started. So I'm going to be using Hyper-V to do it, and Windows Server 2020, and then I actually have the Windows operating system. And I just want to show you guys how you can set up your own. You could use the cloud. You could use Azure DevOps Cloud. You could, or you could do it all locally here. And it was like, let me tell you, the one thing I liked about doing that whole setup infrastructure, the one thing I had been trying to avoid, even with the Security Plus exam, you need to learn about certificates, right? The certificate agency and all this, the certificate or authority, the servers, and how to make things HTTPS. When you're doing this infrastructure for Azure DevOps, it has to be on a secure server. So everything has to be HTTPS. what I mean to tell you guys, and I'm probably gonna have a hard time doing it now. I'll still remember it, but there's like so many. There was a lot of referencing back to Microsoft's. There's a lot of referencing back to Microsoft websites to help with this, and I want to be able to do that and set it up here and then make a website of how to set everything up just in case someone in the future wants to do this stuff. And I felt so much excitement out of it. But I want to set that up because I still want to keep up with my my DevOps, my infrastructure stuff. I had to even set up IP addresses. Like I made a whole inside of the DHS, inside of DNS server on the Windows server. Had to literally set that up, make a block of addresses, so when they connect, they would be assigned. And this is another reason why I wanted to do this networking of the CCNA, because I think it will, in the grand scheme of trying to be a site reliability engineer, I most definitely think it's necessary to have. So yeah, I'll probably start that at 5 today. But then I'm thinking about going to the gym at like 7, because the gym closed here at 10. Yeah, it's not 24 hours. But yeah, this is the reason why I have to take these stupid certs, because it's sort of like a requirement in certain government jobs where you have to have something. And most people go for like the Security Plus. I don't want to take the Security Plus. I want to take the CCNA Security. And the CCNA Security overrides the Security Plus. And because like the CCNA Security is equivalent to like the Security Plus plus the continuing education. That's what the CE stands for. So let's see.
Okay, Mr.
But
yeah, it's been a while. Thomas, what do you have for us?
yeah.
Well, it's been an unusually hot summer. And
You know the one thing I really actually wanted, I wanted to take the GAIAC, like the reverse engineering. I would have taken that one, the reverse engineering of malware, but as you see,
So, what are you doing there, and why are you holding the flag?
it's not listed,
well, I figured since I'm out here
which sucks balls, because I took reverse engineering and malware analysis. That's one of my favorite things to do in security. But unfortunately, even if I were to take it, it means absolutely nothing. And that's why I'm studying for this shit. But you can't take the CCNA Security without having the CCNA.
Above acknowledging when I've
But whatever. Okay, back to this. So let's watch the segmenting. Oh, broke it down in little pieces.
he's a good
Ah.
negotiator, Stephen.
Ah, multiplexing. Both of them? Oh.
But in September, by the way, we're discussing that. We will have
Okay.
the Hodge twins. Of course, their show is going to be starting here on Mug Club. Brian Callen is going to be starting the Brian Callen show on Mug Club.
Tomorrow.
That starts tomorrow?
Yeah, September 1, dude.
The challenge to using segmentation and multiplexing to transmit messages across the network is a level of complexity that is adjust to the process. Imagine we had
Yeah, Brian Callen. Of course, you get Nick
But
DiPaolo
yeah.
already Monday through Friday. And
C#
just to
Blazer.
be clear,
Yeah.
If you're not a member of Mug Club, Nick DiPaolo's show is also all of their
I mean, no. The last, okay, so I did think about C# because, you know, it is Microsoft too. But
the stuff that we could never say on any platform.
my last job when I was setting up,
But even then, it should
my last job I was working for Boeing before I came out here. Their whole infrastructure was around C# and Microsoft SQL. So,
you can go and watch their free
and I honestly, no, I just don't want to do C#. I just don't.
September 23rd is going to be in Melbourne, Florida.
That's right, my friend.
I probably should, but I just don't.
You just made that up
So-
right now. It is not labeled that yet.
But each, okay.
Like, well, fine, you don't have the graphic
The challenge to use.
no,
Okay,
It is going to be
Nadia.
Chat Thursday. You can click right there as you just saw that graphic to join Mug Club. We're about to take a bunch of your chats.
Therefore.
And you know what? That's always a lot of fun. And of course, we'll see you tomorrow. Alex Jones tomorrow. Rumble, thank you very much. You too.
Consequently, the information in the would need to include a sequence number to ensure that the receiver. Okay.
Two notepads. Sorry. Hey, just want to let you guys know. Sometimes you're asking, hey, well, what is Mug Club? Well, first off, it's the big middle finger to big tech. That's the most important thing. But we also are launching all kinds of new shows, and Monday is Labor Day. It's a poor excuse for picking a business owner's pocket every first Monday of September. But we're not going dark. We'll be introducing a new series this Monday, so you can tune in.
Oh, too bad I'm not gonna have Labor Day off.
Nick DiPaolo, Jim Brewer, at one time, Monday, September 4th. Here's a teaser. Especially when I pulled the Chelsea handler, but I had you do it in fourth, and then I took it and made it mine.
You know what Chelsea was?
Yeah, makes sense.
There's been a shift in the landscape of comedy.
First, I was told to shut up because I would never understand. Then I was told that silence was violence.
The fuck?
You want to call me right wing? You want to call me a conservative? I'm a proud.
Oh my god, I was in the wrong section. The shit.
Something comes up and he goes, you're politically incorrect. And I go, you don't fucking read Johnson.
Where was I then? I'll just put it here. It's fine. Fuck. We'll just go back.
Right wing fanatic, but there are certain things I'm willing to fight.
Data encapsulation.
10 a.m. Eastern for the very first time.
I see everyone, the person I know. Protocol data units.
Glad to be with you. That's Monday. Going to be Murderers Row. Going to be a lot of fun. We have hilarious a portion of Murderers Row here today. Look, let me give you a rundown. Maybe we should start adding a graphic. You know, guys, comment below or hit like if you'd like us to add a graphic breakdown of the show, the topics that we'll be hitting.
I like it.
Because sometimes people are like, I know you say it, but I'm a visual guy. I need visual aids, which by the way, we'll be talking about the
Application,
LGBTQ community today. Canada
And your membership in it.
visual HIV. Canada has issued some travel warnings for the LGBTQ plus community traveling to the United States. It's very silly, you know, it's like government propaganda. Rachel Maddow, I know you usually don't care about him, but has predicted that Donald Trump would be a dictatorship who would never relinquish power. So we're going to get into how former Vice President Joe Biden actually acts quite a bit more like a dictator than President Donald Trump. Some people say former president, some people say sitting president. I say sitting president, okay? And then the Gadsden flag kid that's been making the rounds.
Yeah.
This kid deserves. I mean, I don't know what you give this age appropriate, but liquor and whores.
Fight like hell shirt?
Yes,
There we go. That's
yes,
better.
as well.
Split the
And an old bottle of the wild turkey.
No.
So we're going to be talking about that in more today. And here's something else with the Gadsden flag we want to get into. Are you aware of the history behind the Gadsden flag? Because you can comment below. You'd only accept their premise that it's hateful and this child needs to be reprimanded if you believe that it represents slavery. Spoiler alert.
Or if you're an idiot, I think is a better way.
to Gerald Morgan, CEO. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Had a busy morning. I don't know if this is normal. I think I have the smartest children in the world. A to Z, the entire ABCs, including Now I Know My ABCs. Next time, will you sing with me? Barely 2.
By 5 years old, that's good. Yes.
No, 2.
That's pretty good.
2. Do you need some visual aids?
I do.
With those Coke bottle glasses, Mr. Banjo
How many
Kazooie Mole.
fingers?
Oh, right. And in third chair, when you hear this,
Hey, you did it.
you know who it is. Friday and Saturday, September 1st, 2nd, he's going to be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, Utah, wearing his holy undergarments. And you can check out his other dates at BrianCallen.com. Brian, how are you, sir?
I'm just a man, and when it comes to this music, I want a fan in my face. And that's something I'm not going to compromise on.
Well, it's
I want my hair blown back the way it looks when I'm running a horse, a steed, a stallion.
You're an uncompromising man.
Appreciate that.
That was a
Good to be
mouthful,
here.
and I don't understand it.
I have a question, Brian. In Utah, are these people sober at your comedy shows?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
What I'm saying is, can they even?
They're drunk on God.
Come on, Mormons are good.
Rip-roaring
But there's a 2 seer stone minimum. Now, what'd he say? I was busy looking in my hat. Huh?
The tablets.
Oh, come on, look.
No.
It's of all of my languages.
Okay.
All right. So before we do that, here's a video of a guy who claims that conservatives are hypocrites for treading. That's the key word for me. Hold on a second. No. Yakuza. By the way, Yakuza, this is a rite of passage. Admonish yourself.
Yeah. You do have.
He's learning how to operate TriCaster because Toolman is always here. He never takes a sick day. And Toolman, by the way, he's going, look, this has been on the schedule for like 6 months. I have to be on it. I'm like, of course, Toolman. That's fine. He's like, I don't have anyone who can do the
Strange
TriCaster.
animal.
He's like, I can't give up control.
Yakuza.
That's exactly what.
That's exactly
okay.
So we appreciate the valiant effort, Yakuza, but don't go into a phrase. This guy claims that conservatives are hypocrites for treading, that's the word of the day, on people of color and the LGBTQ piece.
The government has no right to take my rights away. That's why I fly this flag that says don't tread.
Snatching your nose ring.
Yeah, I get it. I see where you're coming from. In that case, don't tread on me. Yeah, don't tread on me either. The thing is, we can still tread on you. You just can't tread on us. Yeah, I think that's where the confusion lies.
Ah, Down syndrome Charlie Hunnam does the old reverse psychology. You almost got us there for a second. Oh, wait, so you're saying, hold on a second, you're saying that we're treading on you.
Yes.
That sounds like more of an invite.
Any hole will do. This is not true at all. We've been over this. I really dislike this guy because I didn't read the setup to this, and at first I'm like, oh, okay, it makes sense. And I'm like, oh, he's trying to make fun of us.
Yeah.
He looks like a stylish troop.
Yes.
What? I didn't know warlocks were that good looking.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
They're going to just show up at Stonehenge and be like,
Why must you have that bull ring in your nose? Or my brew?
because I hate my father.
And he hates you back.
Let's play it one more time. I just want to see if I understand the logic here. And again, this is the argument they'll try and use, right? Well, you're for limited government until it comes to a woman's body. Oh, so the woman has 20 fingers, 20 toes. Well, no, I'm for limited government. You don't believe that I should choose what car I drive. You don't believe that I should choose what size of convenience beverage I pick up at 7-Eleven. You don't believe that I should have a choice as it relates to school. So they always say, oh, you're for choice until, or they'll say, oh, well, you don't want to be treaded on until, but you have a problem with these people, what, burning down stores? What happened to the First Amendment? Oh, it's hard to argue with that logic. Let's go back.
The government has no right to take my rights away. That's why I fly this flag that says don't tread. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I see where you're coming from. In that case, don't tread on me. Yeah, don't tread on me either. The thing is, we can still tread on you. You just can't tread on us. Yeah, I think that's where the confusion lies.
Okay, so I know you had something there, Gerald. I want to go to you. Please comment below. And again, we're still trying to check out the algorithm on YouTube, so also hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Usually we tell you to head on over to Rumble, but right now we want to see what's going on with the likes. Here's a challenge, though. One right, which is being tread upon. One in the LGBT to be many dimensional. Bathroom. It's not a right for people both ways. It's not a right for a biological man to go to. Yeah, taking a dump at Target. Well, you already have that one, but that's not necessarily a right. They can refuse service for whatever. Children getting. Well, no, hold on a second. That's not a right. We're talking about parental rights. You're infringing upon parental rights. They have the right to determine what medication goes into their child's body.
Unless you're in Canada.
Right, unless you're in Canada. Name me one right. Can anyone out there, you know what, even just play devil's advocate, one right that is afforded to heterosexual, heteronormative, let's go with normal people that you don't enjoy?
I'm gonna try this true
I can list a
nuts.
bunch of special rights that you do.
Where's
that
the
aren't
damn
enjoyed. For example, the ability
spoon?
for many people, depending on the state you go into, whatever sport you do. For example, to be able to speak without criticism when gross violation of appropriate laws regarding language with children. Again, freedom of speech, but you don't have the right to display child pornography or pornography to children. But a lot of people get away with that from the LGBTQ. That's why people are upset. You think that people being upset that you are behaving poorly is a violation of your rights? It's amazing how they think that this kind of logic works. Don't let it work.
You can also claim you're a woman, join a sorority, and walk around with a
Raging
massive
erection.
boner.
Yes.
Giant
I
guy,
mean,
by the way.
this is a boner, but I'm a gal, so I got a girl boner, and that's not the same.
He's
It's a
6'2",
guy boner.
260.
Yeah, that's not threatening at all. That's super safe.
Yes.
I'm not kidding. I think I'm like within 5 or 10 pounds.
It's a girl boner.
Yeah, how's college going, honey?
Yeah.
I'm running away from a giant man with a boner, but he's a girl.
See what
Chaos!
this tastes like.
Chaos. Well, he has a boner, but was it that time of month? Was he having his period at the same time? Maybe he was messing with his head.
How do you know he's a man? Well, when a man chases me out of the woman's locker room with a raging erection and butcher's knife, I figure he's not being cool.
I never should have joined Captain.
He's not collecting for the Red Cross.
If you're about to say something, Gerald, we have so much to talk
I was
about.
going to say exactly. I'm not kidding. Exactly.
Boners?
No. No, not boners.
Were you going to say 6'4", 260?
I was going to say what rights have been taken away. Like name one. Yeah. So you completely stole my thunder. My shirt.
Yep, sorry, I apologize. By the way, it's a live show Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, because notifications don't work, and it's on Rumble, anywhere podcasts exist, Apple, I don't want to say iTunes, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher. You can go there and make sure that it's uploaded properly. Just bookmark it, check in Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Actually, 10 a.m. on Friday is only on Monday. If you're not a member of Monday. Right. All right, let's go on to this story. It's everywhere right now. This 12-year-old Colorado Springs student. Gadsden flag. I guess Gadsden flag. If I miss, it's really hard to say. Gadsden flag. But I'll sometimes say Gadsden, sometimes I'll say Gadsden, but I know it's Gadsden flag. You can admonish me in advance. It's a tough one for me.
Otherwise pronounced America.
Yes. And Gerald actually is going to be giving us a brief history lesson here today.
Okay.
You guys are passing notes, I guess.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't. It's my.
You're always passing the notes,
I'm not
Gerald.
sharing
You're always
the
passing
class.
the notes.
I'm checking notes.
Okay.
So you know.
12-year-old Colorado Springs student who was removed from class for displaying his flag,
Yeah.
right, on his backpack. Now, you've heard the story.
Ugh.
The reason he was removed from class, because some of you, again, maybe too close, right? Maybe close to the forest, that little thing. They go, well, hold on, because they have a flag, just because she's a liberal? No. Because she's a liberal, no, that too. It's because the left now wants you to believe that this flag, it's completely incorrect, at the end of the history, represents slavery. Wrong. What's your origin story? Dad never hugged you enough?
See the kid looking like what?
Tastes like peanuts.
He's a
Or
real
water.
expert on origin stories.
Yeah.
Big X-Men fan.
Okay.
Real educated for an educator.
She was part of the weapons bitch program. Now, okay, so the assistant principal, let me make sure I get this right.
The UDP
Juma.
PDU is a datagram. IP packets are sometimes referred to as
I'm refraining.
IP
The
datagrams.
assistant principal, obviously. Well, the mom, let me be clear. A hero here is the mom. Didn't let this assistant principal off the hook. And this is what you need to do. We talk about fighting like hell.
Okay.
Right? When you send us your comments in your chat, we've talked about it this week.
Yep.
You need to make your voices heard for the same reason that we're now allowed to discuss election interference on YouTube. because we did it nonstop, and at a certain point they can't ban us all. YouTube said there are so many people who have questions about the elections. We're not talking about Amy Klobuchar, Hillary Clinton, or Jimmy Carter, but we can't just remove all conservatives. They cannot ban all of you from PTA meetings. They cannot ban all of you from the public school district. This mom didn't let her off the hook. Hats off to her.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with slavery. That's like the revolutionary revolution. Basically, when they were fighting the British.
Okay.
That's the revolution. Maybe you're thinking that like Confederate or Confederate. Okay. So I am here to enforce the policy that was provided by the district. And definitely you have every right to not agree with it. Yeah, and I mean, we teach him to always stand up for your beliefs, and I mean, you're going over the revolution for 7th grade. I mean, the founding fathers stood up for what they believed in.
Can't say father patriarchy. Oops.
This is unjust. Like I said, we're holding a policy that was provided to us, which we have to obey.
Yeah, we've never seen that with every villain lackey. And it's I was just doing my job.
You know who else? Yes, I'm pretty sure that's what the Nazis said too. I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, that's why I did the hand.
I know, I saw it.
By the way,
I saw it's double barrel though. Got thick fingers.
More of a Derringer.
Is that what it is? All right.
absolutely.
Big palms these
This
days.
is-
Small fingers, big palms.
Yes, true.
We call them long palms.
Yes, I hate you, Brian.
Sorry, Mike. He needs a big handle for his gun. Keep going.
I absolutely love you. No,
I love you.
So look, parents, when we talked about this yesterday, I think behind Mug Club, right? So we were talking about Mug Club saying, hey, if you have any tips on this, you have to go do the work first, though. This is
Yes.
what you should do. This is the exact thing that we want to see. So if you have something like this, lwctips at protonmail.com. See if you can bring that up, guys.
LWC tips at protonmail.com. Think about the distillery that did the, I think, Roanoke, the drag show. You may not know this.
Absolutely.
Shut down. It's a local story, but hey, there was enough going on there that they're done. They're not doing drag shows anymore. You can make a difference, and we want to help you. We will go to jail to protect our sources if you want to know.
Exactly, but this is what you have to do. You have to go and start the fight.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You have to go and stand up for yourself. If you send us a video or an email or something after that and you've been stonewalled, we will absolutely jump in that fight with you, but we want to make sure that we are training people who are going out and fighting, not people who are depending on others to fight for them. That's what most people do with the federal government. We don't want that.
Right.
You have to fight for yourself.
So educating yourself as well. That snake in the Don't Tread on Me has 13 rattles for 13 colonies, and just a very simple Google search would have shown that district and that teacher.
Well, yeah.
Had nothing to do with slavery. And I'll tell you something else. I wasn't gonna get a full back tattoo, but now I have to.
Do you? Yeah.
Okay, and it's gonna be the Gadsden flag.
Yeah.
Gadsden.
I was gonna Gadsden. Darn it.
Yeah, I know.
I was gonna
Gads darn
I was
it.
gonna get your back tattooed to my back, but I don't have the room.
Yeah, I know. It'd be like a gay mad fold-in.
You know what? That's just not. That's uncalled for. It's
I
all
think
right.
By the way, I hate both of you. Now, the patches
That's fair.
were reviewed, okay, just to be clear, by the school district and the charter school Vanguard. Not a great name for voting. Yeah, but they have a sister school in Tokyo. It's Black Rock High. Now, the charter school is told to have the
Yeah.
parents remove it.
Catching up on
The
politics.
principal
Catching up on
Colorado
politics. Just
Springs Gazette.
write self-harm
Vanguard has
would
zero
do
tolerance on
the
racial
same
issues
sentence.
and takes these concerns very seriously, like my straight bangs. There's a lot of different circumstances that our code of conduct handles nicely.
The form that a
Then we
visitor
decide upon a
takes
consequence.
at
We
any
always,
layer is
always
called
try
a
to make our
protocol
consequence,
data
the learning
unit.
experience, beneficial for the students, which makes you wonder what the school's reaction was when they first laid eyes on the flag to create such a policy. The children were screaming. There was a different flag. The children were screaming. That film line.
I've seen that 3 times and it's still hilarious.
I have a question for you. Do you think the teacher has a point? Do you think the flag is actually associated with slavery? You know what's more damaging than a lie? It's a half-truth.
Stupidity.
No, a half-truth. Let me stick that landing there. A half-truth is the most
Yeah.
damaging thing that actually exists as far as the press out there. Hold on a second. It's associated, in this case, it's largely a lie, but I can understand some context if they want to say that at one point it was adopted. Okay, fine. It was co-opted, sure. But the history of this flag, no, it's not meant in any way to be supportive slavery. But the half-truth is I want to say, well, people who were involved, at that point in time, slaves existed. Half-truth is what's so dangerous out there because people feel like they have the information and then they hold that opinion steadfast for the rest of their life, despite the fact that they're an absolute moron. So let's go through the claims versus the truth here because a lot of people were saying, hey, can we maybe kind of dive into this? Historically, this matters. The child was right, that mom's a hero, but that's only the case if you know the history of the flag and why that assistant principal is a dummy. And you already knew that by the banks. By the way, here's another question. Does any man out there like straight bangs? It's purely a woman thing. No man is like, I really like a woman in straight bangs.
I think it's like an 80s thing, right?
Well, Betty Page has straight bangs.
Yeah, I know, but that's the whole thing. Not everyone is Betty Page.
Okay, guys, I'm just a real aficionado of ladies in the 50s, you know what I'm saying?
It's like, I look like Bombshell Betty. No. You look like a retiree from Hot Top. It's just, no one likes it. I'm sorry.
It's a dominatrix thing, I think, actually. If you
Data.
like to be dominated. Yakuza.
Well, great. If you want to be an understudy
Data
for
segment
billions.
packet
Now,
frame bits.
I exposed Yakuza.
Here
Data
is
segment
the
packet
claim.
frame
Okay, the
bits.
claim is that this flag is intrinsically tied to the Confederacy, Southern slave states. Let me just give you some examples of these headlines. All the references are available at louderwithcrowder.com, so you can read them for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Washington Post. The disgraced Confederate history of the Don't Tread on Me flag. The Gadsden flag was not the official flag of the Confederacy, as the Alabama Beacon called it, but several newspapers described it in those terms. Yeah, what? You did! You! It was you who described it in those terms! You just destroyed
His
your own
voice,
flag.
man, it's like a little squeaking child. You know!
Several of us said that.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, I know some of you are new here. When people say, "Oh, Occupy Wall Street was the first," no, the Tea Party existed as soon as Barack Obama became president, and this was the emblem. This was the symbol of the Tea Party, by the way.
Yeah.
And you know who rose up during it? A lot of black conservative activists. Alfonso Rachel. I owe a huge debt of gratitude for my career. It was just a stand-up comic and actor until he brought me into a place called PJTV at that point. I believe Tim Scott came up with some support from the Tea Party at one point, or was active. Michelle
Okay,
Malkin was
so
back in the day.
when messages are
Herman
being
Cain. So
sent,
these guys were out there, I guess, waving the slavery flag. That's the claim they want you to believe. Here's the truth. And Gerald, you're a history buff.
I am a little bit of a history buff. It's actually tied to civil liberty.
okay, so when messages are being sent on a network, the encapsulation process works from top to bottom. Each layer, the upper layer information, is considered data within the encapsulation protocol. For example, TCP segment is considered data within the IP packet. Okay, we saw this animated previously in this model. This time, click play and focus on the encapsulation process of the web server sending a web page to message. Okay.
They said okay. Then they came back and started shipping prisoners back over, and they were starting to commit crimes at a really high rate. Sanctuary cities as well. This seems like a very familiar pattern to history.
Oh, the TCP segment. TCP segment.
Basically just to piss off the colonies.
IP
And they said, you know
packet.
what we have a lot of here? Rattlesnakes. They don't have those in Great Britain. Maybe we should
Ethernet
send those over to
frame.
Great Britain and put them in the gardens where the Prime Minister and all the lords and everybody else walks, and they'll learn to kind of tread lightly in those areas. And so that's where the Don't Tread on Me thing actually came from. So rattlesnakes began to
Benjamin
symbolize-
Franklin.
Right. It began to symbolize Great Britain and oppression.
Yep.
That's what it was. It was basically saying you're taking our civil liberties from us. So in 1751, Franklin wrote an article suggesting, like I said, sending those rattlesnakes to Great Britain because they were sending prisoners. 1754.
Which, by the way, I just love that he won.
I know.
You think about how proper
Isn't
these
he
guys were.
betrayed?
He's basically
Okay.
out there discovering electricity.
Then
We're
earbuds.
gonna do things. We should fight back against taxation without representation with my
The
own
process
trick
of
bag those
reversing
snakes.
the
Oh, it's a bag of snakes. I've never heard this sound coming out of a reptile before. It's like a baby rattle, only it kills its poisonous. Imagine seeing a
Oh.
rattlesnake and hearing it for the first time.
This is so gross. No wonder it was cheap. I mean, it's not nasty. It's just
Sounds like fun.
so. This has a lot of protein as compared to the whey. It's just.
It had been going on for almost 30
It's
years.
literally just peanuts grounded up,
Reinstituted that policy. But
and
in
it tastes like it needs some cream to it. Actually, I have cream,
showing a snake depicted
but this cream is kind of weird.
pieces, right? And they were saying, look,
Let me
we're
add a little bit of
separate
cream in
colonies.
here.
We're trying to unite the colonies to find where this was the
Put
French
some
and the English that they were
said liquefied nuts.
So this all had big specific
Oh,
meanings,
shit.
unifying against tyrannical
Liquefied
government,
nuts.
unifying the
Oh,
colonies. Right? So
yummy.
they actually had no idea what they were talking about when
Now, hold on a second. You're saying they. You're now talking about the school.
talking about the school.
Yeah, so say Great Britain,
Said-
say school.
I apologize. I do this often.
Well, because we've all been screwed up in the head with pronouns and stuff.
I know.
Every time I read an article about Ezra Miller, it says there. I'm like, well, is there a brood? Is he in a posse? Oh, it's the pronouns.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going along with it.
The
yes,
school didn't know what they were talking
Vanguard, the school,
Right.
not the corporation trying to destroy the country. Yes.
which is what she was saying, or I mean, it
Oh,
says
man.
right.
After a
This is
brief
like
history
yogurt.
I said, oh,
This stuff.
yeah.
It's kind of.
That's what it takes sometimes. Education.
And by the way, the Colorado governor, right? Is it Jared Polis?
Yep.
He's a Democrat. I have it in front of me. It's just
If y'all ever want to know what liquefied yogurt tastes like,
symbol of the American Revolution. And is this
they call it
iconic? Did you write that?
Le
Did you
Bon.
say N or A?
A.
Gosh.
It's made in Saudi Arabia.
And,
Tastes just like yogurt without any flavor, but it's liquefied.
And in
Let's
this
see.
case, it's a great teaching moment for dumb teachers and principals. Remember I've told you experts are advisors.
That's a little better.
And this is the challenge
bit.
with children going into school, right? When they're spending 8, 9, sometimes 10 hours a day away from their parents.
I need to just find regular milk.
Teachers, you want your children to respect authority to some degree, of course, but
Just regular milk. That's all I want. Regular milk.
it's so important to supersede that. Unfortunately, you don't have enough time with you, so your children will believe that they're
Ugh.
right. In other words, unless you had a mom like this mom, who's a hero, by the way, the kid
Okay.
would go through life and, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know that this was a slavery flag. I'm sorry, I'll take the punishment and I'll move on. If I didn't have my dad go into school with us, we have a zero tolerance policy.
This
Hold on a
process.
second. My son was being punched in the face, and so he punched back. They say, well, we have a zero tolerance policy. He said, okay, son, that's stupid. Are we done here?
Let's go get ice cream.
If I didn't have a dad and a
Reverse
mom like that,
process.
and they said, oh, zero tolerance? All violence is equivalent. Thank you, principal. I appreciate it. This is why you need to be involved. You need to be involved in your children's lives.
process
It's
of
okay.
reversing-
Educate the educators.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's also, by the way, you were using the expression half-truth. Things like this are actually anti-truths. And what I mean by anti-truths is they are
Protocol
trying to
headers.
erase what's true about history and doing it in under because either they're ignorant or they're ideologues. And that to me is that's actually more dangerous and more
It
destructive.
is, but she is unwilling to do any research as well.
Exactly.
And so this parents, this is what you're facing.
Yes.
So you have somebody who comes in and says, "Hey, that's not what this means." Somebody who's in a school, a teaching
I've dealt
and
with it
learning
myself.
environment,
Yeah.
is unwilling to do any research, which is exactly what they're trying to teach kids to do.
Right.
So here's what you can do: if the school came back and said something about that, have him do an epic book report on what the Gadsden flag is and submit it to the school district so that they can be educated on it. All they had to do was go, okay, you're saying it means something else. I didn't know that. This person said slavery. I thought slavery because I'm
The
an
only
idiot.
reason, sorry,
You did, but that's okay. Slavery because I associated it with the Vietnam War. I didn't
When you
know
were
the
little?
whole history of it. No, now. Like when we talked about it, I'm like, I'd seen that flag more with people protesting the government
'cause you see it next to
involvement
the
in Vietnam.
POW,
Right?
yeah.
Right, exactly. So that I didn't even think slavery when it came up. So I was like, all you have to do is look online and go, oh,
we have a Gadsden flag lighter here somewhere.
But isn't it a Texas thing on your license plates?
not in Texas, no.
I don't know.
South Carolina.
So now Brian can't be bothered.
I don't know nothing. I don't know anything.
Why do you do an accent?
But because
Okay, vodka.
that's my defense mechanism. I become Italian. I don't know nothing.
I don't know that.
First language is
It might be, there might be an option to get one on the Texas license plate. But I don't think.
Okay, there might be an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, see? I told you, Steve.
But it's not associated typically with our
Right.
Look,
that's
the only
fine.
reason
I
that
was
this
gonna say
woman
that.
recanted, just to be clear, is because there were enough eyeballs on it.
Yeah.
That's why you send in your tips. That's why we highlight these stories. It's more important than the top marginal tax rate. Think about this for a second. They want your child to spend 9 hours a day in a place where men and women, male, female, is a figment of their imagination, but the Gadsden flag represents slavery. The only reason this teacher, or assistant principal, I guess was the one who laid down the law finally, the only reason they changed it was because there was some kind of visibility and accountability. That's what they fear, is sunlight. You don't think the teachers have the right to abuse their authority and they do it? For crying out loud, I had a teacher at my Centennial Regional High School. He demanded that you call him doctor. I called him Mr. May. I won't say his name because he'll probably sue me. Mr. whatever. Anyone out there from Centennial, I know that And the guy did that just because he could. Otherwise, I get an after-school detention, which I bore with pride. Right, that shit. Now, this governor,
But then does it say football had a better sex life than the teacher?
There's a show in Mexico. Sorry, guys, not here, not for this show. This is a family show. Sorry.
so this governor, by the way, also later compared the gas
Yeah,
tax
right, that
because
shit.
it had no reason, to the LGBTQ plus AAIP flag. Other kids have LGBT flags on their
Hold on,
backpack.
what's AAIP? What is that?
There's asexual, I don't know what the other A1, then there's intersex and pansexual. Wow.
Because in Canada, it's
I think it's AIIP. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Other kids have LGBT flags on their backpacks. Others have flags of major political parties or flags that support whatever causes they do. And that's part of learning.
Okay, check your understanding. What is the process of dividing a large data stream into smaller pieces prior to transmission? That would be segmentation. What is the PDU associated with the transport layer? That wasn't mentioned.
Then chicks with dicks.
Transport layer. See, this is the reason why I'm gonna go over the reference model. Okay,
She does look like a god.
think about it.
If at any point, by the way, I don't know if it already hit this. YouTube, we have the YouTube dump button, so we don't self-censor anything.
TCP segment,
Let's see.
IP packet,
Wow, that was
transport control layer.
Is there anything else
I'm gonna go with segment.
you guys? Maybe we should let's
Which
send that to,
protocol
send that to
layer?
Ron,
It's
send
either
that to Ron.
this one or this one.
Anybody can let us
What?
know if they know. I don't wanna
Which
talk
protocol
about it.
stair?
No, then send it to
Oh,
us
sorry,
offline
crap.
and we'll
Which
make sure
protocol
we get
stack layer encapsulate data into the frame?
Seven Springs shooting. Remember, his whole family reached out. This is the first show that he did.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I have an update for everybody that you're going to love. And we have to take, it's not just on Mug Club. I want everybody to be able to hear this. Of somebody with leukemia about a year ago that reached out to us. We sent a merch kit to them and everything. Very happy story. So,
Oh, that's
I
this
think
one?
we've got somebody in control.
Is that a
room to
trick
send
question?
over.
So send it to us before
What
we
is the name of the process of adding protocol information to its data as it moves down the protocol stack?
I don't either.
I remember the story. Yeah.
Ah! Damn it!
Please don't
Okay,
tell, don't,
it's
don't
the
tell
network
him if
layer.
they switch. And it's a shallow
Okay,
grade.
It was a success.
reset.
No, it doesn't have leukemia. It turns out it's
Segmentation,
progeria.
this
That's not
one.
what's happening.
I wouldn't do that to you, trust me.
Progeria.
It's just such
It's an aging disease, you guys.
Yeah, well,
Apparently, Steven thinks it's funny to make fun of kids with advanced age.
What? Okay, try again.
we all turned a blind eye to Charlie Brown. Come on, this was
Nobody asked
I didn't know Charlie Brown was a
the
progeria.
frame. Okay, so the frame is here.
Now,
So that's before this, for this, for this.
you're already in it. Rachel Maddow.
Okay.
She might have balls, Your Honor.
Let's say application.
Who said that?
And if you can believe it, Murderers Row on Monday is way worse. way worse. So on Tuesday, MSNBC host
What's the network?
this person picked Trump.
Oh, so it's
But I
this
guess we're
one.
going to play the full thing and pause and play because it's pretty long, but a lot of you saw this.
Capsulation.
Not that many people watch Maddow, just to be clear. I mean, there are far more of you in Mug Club if you were to actually compare apples to apples.
Okay.
But this is something that has been echoed, I've seen by a lot of people on the left, right? They're trying
Print
to
screen.
scare you into the idea that if Donald Trump is elected, he's going to become a Putin or going to become a Kim Jong-il or whichever one you prefer. I don't like either. Here's Rachel Maddow talking about this yesterday.
The election means one of two things, if this is the way he's going to approach it. Either he loses the election and he goes to prison, or he wins the election, he doesn't go to prison, and is that for life? That he gets to be president? Will we keep having more elections?
Okay, pause. Hey, there's
She's an
option number
idiot.
3.
She's a fucking idiot.
Let's say he doesn't win the election and also doesn't go to prison. See the half turn? Assuming guilt.
Yeah.
Assuming guilt. This is someone who doesn't believe in due process. You're innocent until proven guilty. And if the past is any accurate or reliable indicator of the future, they call him Teflon Don for a reason. So her binary choice, that's the one area where she accepts the binary, is also computer coded 00110. But it's option number 1, he wins and he doesn't go to prison. Or option number 2, he loses and he goes to prison. That's not an assumed fact. You're trying to say the only way he gets out of being convicted is if he somehow steals an election. That's what you're trying to imply. It's just, it's not accurate.
Well, and she's also assuming that he's going to So he was already.
She's trying to scare you.
No, but he was already. He had that opportunity. He was in power. He thought an election was stolen, and we did have a peaceful transition of power. I don't understand where this is
If you
coming from.
listen to what she says, if you watch how she finishes this, because what she's equating Trump voters to are terrorists.
Well, let's let her, and then let's continue watching.
Now, if every election is a new opportunity for him to go to prison, do you think he allows us to have new elections? I mean, if those are the stakes, if winning the election is his plan.
Hold on a second,
to stay
pause.
over-
Hold on a second. If the stakes are every single time someone you don't like wins the presidency, and once they're out of office, you indict them, the rules have changed. Just to be clear, this is unprecedented, certainly for the kind of bullshit that's been going on. And I don't know if you know this, but what Barack Obama did to the Donald Trump campaign makes Watergate look like child's play. I'm talking about the analogy here, not the. That's terrifying.
Okay.
He killed a teacher with a ruler. Continue.
What happens in that election if and when he does not win it? Does that kind of an election end with a graceful concession to a fair and square re-elected President Biden?
Already has.
Pause. Does it end with you spying on your opponent's campaign as Barack Obama did? Let's do a whole segment, by the way, on Barack. I feel like people gloss over that. It's not a conspiracy. Barack Obama was spying. I'm not talking about Russia collusion, just to be clear. I'm talking about Barack Obama. They were spying on the incoming president, Donald Trump, on his campaign. Nixon didn't even know what happened with Watergate. It's the fact that afterwards he tried to cover it up for political reasons because he didn't want to be. You know what Nixon said when he found out about Watergate being bugged? You can listen to the phone call because he was also silly enough to record himself because he thought full transparency. I want this for the historical record. I believe his exact words are when he's told about they bugged the Watergate. He goes, "Who's the jackass who cleared that?" Whereas it came directly from Obama. So let's talk about leaving gracefully. Or do you mean like the Clintons, who literally removed the W's from every keyboard in the White House when George W. Bush came in? It is kind of funny, but the idea that it's graceful? All right, let's continue.
I mean, if Trump and his supporters see the stakes as losing and going to prison,
Trump
or
stakes.
winning and being president and probably president for life, how should we expect that he and the Republican Party and Republican officials in swing states are going to handle the conduct of that election that Trump may very well lose? And because we are prone to forget, we have to say out loud
Biden.
that we would be remiss, we would be willfully naive to ask that question as if our politics exists in a vacuum, somewhere outside the rest of our news.
Watch your words.
As if the politics pages are totally different than the crime pages, right? As if we are not in a moment where far-right politics is coinciding with far-right violence, with regular shows of force from paramilitary extreme right groups, and with acts of violence by people who are explicitly and admittedly motivated by far-right eliminationist.
All right, hold on a second. Pause this really quickly.
So there you go.
Well, was that the end of it, I guess? Yes. Okay, that's the end. Well, hold on a second. Let's go through this, what you talk about. And I'm going by rote here. Again, you guys can't see it. It's like I don't really have a prompter. What I have is a map that tells me which clips we're about to run. Going by rote, Black Lives Matter protests. Last count we saw was $2 billion, but that was within the year of damages done. Thousands of casualties between officers and people, not to mention how many deaths, and entire towns and economies destroyed, right? Now, we know you're saying, hold on a second, I don't know if Black Lives Matter, Inc. would count as an organization, considering that actual organization funds, which by the way was a 501c3 registered publicly, just to be clear, use those funds to buy multi-million-dollar houses. I think that would qualify as an organization. Let's combine that with Antifa. You're looking at thousands of casualties and net billions of dollars in damages. Name me one right-wing paramilitary group that has inflicted that kind of damage on the American public. You know what? On the black community itself. One. Your turn. Go. I'm not gonna give you your cheat sheet because I already know the answer.
And
Zero.
if you listen to what she's not saying at the end of that, when you say that, what you're really saying is that, hey, anybody who votes for Donald Trump, whether they're a Republican official or they're a voter, is an extreme far-right terrorist. So what does that imply? What that implies is it is prudent and it would be advisable to actually arrest, shoot, and silence all of those people. So she's
extremist. No, it is not. It is not an extremist point of view to respond with, I don't want my son on. I don't want a teacher to be able to report me to CPS and take my children away if I don't put them on puberty blockers. Well, why is that? Are you an extremist? Because he's 6.
How about partial birth abortion?
Yep. Any one of you want to stand out and put a limit on abortion? We're not even getting to. Hey, how many war crimes has Donald? Where's Code Pink? Donald Trump been drafted up for?
0?
Yeah. We're talking about violence. In that very same speech, here's the funny thing, which is he won't relinquish power. Let's go back to January 6th. He said, march on Washington, make your voices heard peacefully and patriotically. If he's a dictator, you think we'd be having a debate about whether Mike Pence had the authority to certify the election? It would be irrelevant because he'd just ride in a Panzer. By the way, Rachel Maddow went on to explain more about this, or try and sort of, I guess, reconcile her position with her inconsistencies, but unfortunately she was kidnapped and used as bait for Batman. So she has a full schedule.
She makes a good Robin.
She does.
I like that you used a Panzer. That's a World
It
War
is.
II,
Yeah,
a
it's
German
good.
World War II tank reference.
Well, look,
Well done.
President Trump's a Renaissance man.
I did not know.
They don't make them like they used to.
Is this a half track?
And by the way, this is not the first time that the left has tried to insinuate that Donald Trump would be a dictator.
One of the best ways to visualize how the protocol within Sweetly interacts is to view the interaction
I love
as
how that
a
actually
stab.
supposes that Donald Trump will never age and live forever. And by the way, I was assured that we would not be on this planet anymore because climate change would have taken us out far before we would ever get to 21 anything.
How
right?
dare you?
So this is the stupidity of her argument right now. Brian, you made a great point.
I
because
double dog dare you.
How dare you?
I hate all of you.
Okay.
Go on. He's talking about my great point.
Well, hold on a second. Let me set this up first. We're going no, hold on, because I want you to finish. But so you guys and girls and Z's watching, we are going to compare that.
I do the right thing.
Former Vice President Joe Biden to Donald Trump. But continue.
Exactly. But Brian, you made an okay point.
Great. It's been downgraded.
It has been
Thanks.
Your point has made landfall. So basically, he is saying that you're othering somebody, and you're basically saying that they are the threat to democracy. They're going to steal this country. Let's look at the policies that we are actually trying to get put into place. Make sure that the elections are secure. We think that something fishy happened last time. We didn't overthrow them. We tried to use every legal means possible to address the situation. We even did a fully peaceful transfer of power, even after we thought that the elections were stolen and you guys didn't do anything about it. And now all we're saying, I'm trying to give them a little bit here, right?
Absentee ballots,
All we're saying is, hey, for us to have a functioning democratic process of electing a president, you have to make sure that the elections are secure. That's all we're asking for. Okay, but that is seen as violent and far right to make sure.
Well, first thing you're asking for voter ID. Next thing you're demanding your citizens clank pots and pans so they kill all the sparrows who are destroying their crops.
Well, that's not a bad idea sometimes. The grackle.
But the architecture, Rachel Maddow is providing the architecture for tyranny.
Yes.
When she says something like that, the next step is, if she's saying that people are trying, that will use violence to keep Donald Trump in for life. So what do you do about that? Well, you've got to get the army.
Well, remember the old philosophy, the exercise we would have, and I know this, I took community in college, whereas, would you go back in time and kill baby Hitler? Well, that's not even an issue now because they're saying Hitler is there now. Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is Hitler. That's right. Don't go back in time and kill baby Hitler. You're telling people kill currently existing Hitler. But
That's true.
let's compare this with what I would argue, and you guys can add to this as you want. It's an interactive experience. That's what we need is get some dictator moments. Dictator moment number 1 from former Vice President Joe Biden. Completely ignoring the Constitution. And let me give you some examples. I'll reference available at loudoutcutter.com. The rent moratorium, remember that? In August in 2021, the Supreme Court ended that CDC federal eviction moratorium. But the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. What did Biden do? Former Vice President Biden? He just said, I'm going to do it. Here's a clip.
By the time it gets litigated, we'll probably give some additional time while we're getting that $45 million out to people who are, in fact, behind in the rent.
Now, here's the thing. That would still be pretty bad if it was the end of it. But the Supreme Court in November of that year said, absolutely not. Your extension is completely unconstitutional. They made sure to say, no, we really want people to know that you are violating the Constitution here.
He knew it 100%.
He knew it. He
Not
just
a
said
doubt.
so.
Exactly. The CDC's thing expired. They said you can't do this in the federal government. Joe Biden said, you know what, we're going to do it. I know that this is unconstitutional, but between now and when the court can actually hear the case, we'll give away a bunch of free money, huh?
Yeah.
How is that not authoritarian?
Well, here's the thing. If it was the only example we had,
Then maybe it was just a
senile, old,
one-off.
demented circus
But
monkeys.
as long as it's not your money, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's our
exactly.
money.
And I need it now. So, student loan forgiveness, very similar example, but this was in 2023, I believe. So you have June 2023, the Supreme Court ruled that Biden could not just unilaterally forgive student loans. And by the way, unilaterally forgive student loans, just to be clear, that means take your money and give it to someone getting a master's in gender studies. Just to be clear, it's, by the way, the single biggest government-mandated transfer of wealth that would ever exist in this country. Why? Because the people who have been receiving these loans are largely upper-middle-class white. There's a whole segment on it. You can just search through our archive. So, the Supreme Court said, absolutely not. You can't do that. What did former Vice President Biden say? Yeah, I can do it.
The Biden administration says more than 800,000 student loan borrowers will have their remaining federal student loans forgiven over the next several weeks. Today's announcement will impact $39 billion in student debt, according to the Department of Education. This will be automatic forgiveness, and borrowers will be notified. It kicks off the president's new student debt relief program called SAVE, which will lower monthly federal debt payments based on factors of income, family size, in some cases reducing monthly payments to zero.
Yeah, just reduce them.
Well, no, that's not loan forgiveness. It's just reducing your payments to zero.
Yeah.
What?
Boy, I'd love to do that when I go into
That's wrapping a bad idea in a pretty package.
It really is.
go
I
into your
like
bank
zero.
for a mortgage. Well, look, we think we can do this as a percent on financing. Yeah, okay, but let's talk about the payments. How do you feel here at Chase about?
Yeah, I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need this loan on the house.
Yeah, yeah. I know you're saying, 24 ago. I'm a zero guy myself.
More of a zero guy.
I want you to take that check, add a bunch of zeros, and take off anything else.
Free money.
So here's another dictator moment from former Vice President Joe Biden. This is a big one. Hey, my body, my choice. What about the vaccine mandates? You know what? That's giving it too much credit. The mRNA injection.
Experimental.
Yes, the mRNA experimental injection mandates. August 2021, right? The military mandated COVID vaccine for any of the service members. Okay, now I know you're saying military, that's government, but hold on a second. Really, they don't have the right to tell you what you can do. What you can put into your body in every other facet. They can bar you, for example, from service or certain you're taking drugs. This is not something that's typical to say you have to take an experimental mRNA injection. Not the same as a standard vaccine. That's why I don't want to use the term vaccine. So the military mandated it. Then in January 19, 2023, the mandate was rescinded.
Oh.
Because over 17,000 service members refused the vaccine. The good news is at that point, the people who stayed for the LGBTQ soldiers, or as we call them, super soldiers, there were 83 those at the front hole. 8,300 were discharged. Then in November 2021, the Biden administration mandated a bunch of COVID regulations. Any firms with 100 employees all had to be vaccinated, I believe, by January 1st, 2022. Was that the policy?
January 4th, 2022. Yep.
January 4th, 2022.
The holidays.
Yeah. All healthcare workers at facilities receiving government payment had to have their workers vaccinated. So now we've gone beyond, okay, you work for the government, right? This is what people do with freedom of speech. Well, if freedom of speech just means that the government can't tell you what you can and can't do. They go, well, the mandate doesn't apply. That just means if you want to work for the government. And they go, well, it just means it applies if you want to work for any company that receives any money from the government. And then it goes, well, it really only applies if you work for any company who receives any kind of tax break that every single company would need to be competitive, including mom and pop businesses. And then it's, well, look, everyone else has been mandated at this point. Why are you special? That's how it happens. So all of the healthcare workers at these facilities, right, receiving any type of government aid, subsidies,
Okay.
which of course at that point in time, I think a lot of people were because they had been shut down.
Pretty much everyone. Sorry, this is pretty much everybody being involved.
Yeah. And then you're saying, well, thousands of healthcare workers quit or were
Yeah.
fired. Thousands and thousands and thousands.
I wonder how that affected care. By the way, I just want to make sure you understand the timeline here. So August 2021 is 16 months after the outbreak of the pandemic. We knew a heck of a lot by then. January 4th, 2020, almost a year, a little bit over a year and a half, a year and 8 months after. And you're telling me that people still had to be vaccinated, even though we understood that the vaccine, by that time, we understood that
Vaccine did have some. They were kind of, yeah, like
The
people
United
were
States
told.
From former Vice President Biden, while they're talking about Donald Trump weaponizing, right, the government, this guy, former Vice President Biden, and by the way, so did Barack Obama, just to be clear. Barack Obama, current president, weaponized the Justice Department against all political rivals, right? So let's just go through Trump, obviously. The DOJ filed a bunch of federal charges against Donald Trump. 4 indictments, right? He's facing 91 charges. That's what we're up to now. 712 years.
And the 6 months.
In prison, and the theoretic, the 6 months, and the theoretic death penalty. Just to be clear, it's that's kind of existing out there. Yeah, for treason. I mean, Carla Homolka got less. At the same time, again, is the law treated equally? Well, Hunter Biden was treated, of course, with kid gloves. This is a guy who not only evaded taxes. This is a guy who obviously violated firearms laws. This is a guy who committed, as long of a list of drug felonies as you can think of, and then some that you wouldn't even imagine. You can tack that on the list anyway, not to mention the kind of money laundering and deal. That's why, of course, he was...
But at least he gave his 4-year-old 2 of his original paintings.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
So you got to be a little bit fair.
And he gave his niece 2 of his original nude photographs.
Yes, but they're tasteful nudes. He was posing on a log.
Yes, exactly.
With good shadow.
Unfortunately, it was a cheese log, so I don't know. It's just sanitary.
It's called cholesterol.
January 6th. Let's look at the January 6th protesters, right?
Yeah.
Prisoners.
Yeah.
Put in those conditions. Think about this. The QAnon shaman. I know you guys like to laugh, like, oh, it's silly. He painted his face. Yeah. So does everyone who goes to every super fan of a college football team. To be clear.
Yeah.
The guy said, "Let's be peaceful." This guy was put in prison for a long time. The ACLU said prolonged solitary confinement is torture and certainly should not be used as a punitive tool to intimidate or extract cooperation. That's the ACLU. And do you know who agrees that weaponizing the DOJ is bad? Mr. Rachel Maddow.
I don't know what I expected to hear from outgoing Obama administration officials, but the answer that I got surprised me. The answer that I got was that the worst case scenario they could imagine was that the president, the incoming president, Donald Trump, would use the Justice Department as a weapon. That is the single most dangerous thing that a president could do to the country on his own say-so. The awesome power of federal criminal prosecution and federal criminal investigation should be seen as essentially a domestic nuclear bomb from an ill-intentioned president.
Hey, you know what else I would toss in with the DOJ or our intelligence community? Let's wrap it all up into one shitty sack.
Okay.
So with Giuliani, they raided his apartment and took everything but the Hunter Biden laptop.
Right. Which they already had in their possession at the time. Another one of them.
Yes.
They knew about it.
So I'd love for you to comment below. Think if you could give me some other examples. I know sometimes we just don't have enough time in the day. We probably won't be able to get to the CBC story today.
Let's do that one tomorrow.
Yeah, because we want to do the update with the Mug Club members. Smash the Rumble button. It helps with the algorithm there on Rumble. And of course, it's a live show Monday through Thursday.
Man, that was good.
Jill, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, man. I didn't eat breakfast, but I just needed a quick bite of pudding. I was getting kind of hungry.
Pudding?
Going later. Yeah.
Really, Jill? You're eating pudding?
Yeah, it's the pudding from My Patriot Supply.
You're eating the pudding from the 3-month bucket of the My Patriot Supply. Wow,
Oh my God, this is so good.
I know, right?
So creamy.
Please don't tell me that it is pudding as well, Brian.
I'm tired. It's just very good and very creamy.
Just don't eat the pudding, okay, guys? You're always eating. I don't care if you tip into broccoli cheddar soup is good also.
Again, I'm on carnivore.
And so the way to solve that is through pudding.
Yeah.
Brian, this is why I have like 4 3-month emergency food buckets back there from Patriot Supply, none of which have pudding.
Yeah, but you can just get more because Patriot Supply is doing the $200 free delivery for the 3
Well, that doesn't help me if I keep ordering them and I don't have any pudding. You see, the problem is that the rate limiting factor here is not the kits, which are great kits. Don't get me wrong.
So wait, you want me to eat only the pudding?
No, I want you to stop eating the pudding.
No. See, I thought you. No. He's right. I thought you wanted to just eat only the pudding.
That's what I thought. Only the pudding.
Why would I want you to only eat the pudding?
I don't know that. I thought it was weird, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought too.
God, it smells good in my mouth.
Was that?
I love
You
it.
got pudding on your.
You don't even need teeth.
Oh,
You don't even need teeth for this.
Oh, sorry. Madam.
Oh, so chocolatey.
stop eating. Fine, we'll deal with the pudding later. All right. 3-month food kit from Patriot Supply is $200 off for free delivery. You can head over to Prep. Oh, I don't have the logo here. PrepWithCrowder.com. They have the balls to sponsor the show. I think it's the first sponsor on the show here in months.
Yeah.
We don't do a whole lot because it's usually viewers like you. But get your food kit, emergency food kit, Patriot Supply. And by the way, Patriot Supply, if you're watching, can you send me a kit with just the pudding wrapped in a spiked chastity belt so that I can keep it away from these absolute animals?
It's delicious.
Yeah.
I think you should improve your communication skills. Not very good at this.
It goes down so smooth.
Yeah, I know you gave me.
Yeah, but you got to read.
You can go to PrepWithCrowder.com. I can read. Can you read the label that says pudding?
I can read the.
And just to be clear, by the way, when you guys are out there, you don't. Hey, you used to think you needed to be a crazy prepper. Have you had to deal with an earthquake? Think of what's going on in Hawaii right now. A lot of people don't have access to food. I lived through the ice storms. Everyone should have at least 3 months of food, dried food, some water, and some way to heat the food. I also recommend stocking up on Everclear. You can use it as fuel. You can use it as a disinfectant, or you can use it to trade with the drunks.
That's right.
With the marauding drunks.
Or hurricane right
Rotting
now.
drunks.
Hurricane in Florida right now. So
People
same
think that if a disaster hits, that somebody's going to land a helicopter in your backyard. It's not true.
Right. Get you.
You got to be ready.
Yeah, especially not if you're waiting on Kobe. What's the story you were telling me?
I need 2 sticks and I can make fire.
All right, so let's go to a moving story. I'll eat
No,
pudding
you
later.
said you had an update.
I do. I have an update. So we had one of our people. Go ahead and bring up the I guess the comment or tweet or not tweet. It was somebody in Mug Club.
Yeah.
Go
And
ahead.
we'll issue the we'll address the issue of the LGBT travel warning for Canada to the United States tomorrow because it is funny and there's a lot going on there. It's entirely government-funded news, but we just don't have time today.
Right. So Mug Club, we want to thank you guys for support like this. Right. So this is a praise report coming. My son is officially in remission from the leukemia. Praise God, he's walking again. That is fantastic. Thank you all for the prayers and advice Stephen and the crew you gave me a year ago. I took it to heart. Now we're in a better place. Thought I'd give you some good news in these dark times. Mug Club fan for life. That's from Mac 5743.
Awesome.
I think there might be a second screen to that or something like that. But he got merch from us. We sent him a merch kit, because the son, liked the show, and it was just a dark time for them. I remember this story.
Yeah, because that
They were
cures
really hurting.
cancer.
No, exactly right. It was just something. It was a small thing.
We do what we can.
Yeah. But I'm really excited about that. I really am because we care about people. Like we can't cure cancer, like you said. Right. But when somebody's going through a tough time, sometimes just a little ray of joy or hope or something is what can get you through. Maybe just that day, maybe that hour, right? So
Give
thank
them
you
the
guys
pudding.
for allowing us.
No.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Mutagenic cells, they feed on sugar.
I know, but I forget everything.
I heard Huberman say it once.
I know, but
Is it true?
I forget about all the bad stuff.
But did you say we have another screen grab from it? Or is
No,
it-
I thought we would, but we don't. I think it's just basically saying that he got a bunch of merch
Thank you
stuff
guys.
as well.
I mean, thank you for sending us that.
Yeah.
We really do appreciate. And you know what? Hey, let's talk about the Canada, the LG. We'll talk about it on Mug Club in just a moment here. We can do that. Yeah, we still have time to do that. I will say this: when I retire, I am going to be at a shopping mall in Santa. There's nothing that I enjoy more throughout the year, than doing the.
You just want to say,
Crowder Gets Big. No. Let's come on, stay in your lane. Now, no, we always get to pick charities, and this year we got to really bless a lot of people, but also just sitting there and you just get to actually improve someone's life with a kid. Listen, the kids just want to be listened to a lot of the time. It's one of those things. I really enjoy it. I will do it. I think when I retire, I will be a full-time Santa. If that's a shopping mall Santa, if it's a cat burglar. The point is, as long as I get to wear the suit.
I cannot wait to sit on your lap.
And you know what? Let me say this, and Brian Callen, where are you going to be?
I'm glad you asked. I'll be at Wise Guys, Salt Lake City, and then September 23rd at the Genesee Theater in Melbourne, Florida.
I'm saying Utah has no alcohol.
Before we go to Mother just want to take a minute to actually it brings up a thought. I'll tell you this too. It's also a little bit selfish. I'm someone, I've discussed this, someone who struggled with depression. I've talked about this quite a bit on the show. And if you struggle with that, or if you're in a funk, the best thing you can do is two things. First off is be grateful for things that you have. List them out as gratitude. esteem others first. And Gerald knows this. I'm one of those people who I'm very grateful, but sometimes happiness is difficult for me to come by, and it's because I'm being ushered from the next thing that day. Where it's not something, and this is a genetic component, by the way. There've been studies on this. Some people are just have a more natural proclivity toward being happy. And I don't mean being friendly or polite. There's never an excuse for not being polite. But I'm talking about joy, to being joyous. And for me, as someone who struggled with that, I do find that living vicariously through other people, meaning getting to bring joy to others, is really the way that I experience joy the most. And that's why, you've heard me talk about this for years. I love doing the Santa Claus thing just because you get to experience it. It's not a big deal, a Nerf gun, right, to you, but that's that kid's world. And so even if I'm an extreme example, and maybe you're a naturally happy person, but you're going through a rough spell, that's not a bad idea to try and experience joy vicariously through someone else. If right now you're saying, hey, it's tough for me to come by, I can't get out of this funk, I just can't find a way to put myself in a good mood, see if there's a way that you can make someone else experience joy, and see if that actually brings you some happiness. And I get it, it's a little bit selfish, but they'll get to benefit from that too. And then if you make that a way of life, it really does change your outlook. And so I really am glad that this person is doing better, and I will also, be full transparency, selfishly, that's a little dopamine hit for me that I don't often get through just living through natural methods. I mean, I get it absolutely with when I just do a boatload of fentanyl. I don't know if that works in this.
The next time you have a craving for fentanyl, just look in my face. I'll give you. That should be your screensaver. My face produces endorphins.
Well, I thought you were going to say it's sort of like the harm reduction trade. Like the next time you want a boatload of fentanyl, just take Vicodin. Like the methadone. I step back. Like instead of eating a pint of ice cream, eat a popsicle, and then you move to like a Fuji apple. I just never find myself getting there. So
Fuji. They are the sweetest in the apple family.
No, that would be Honeycrisp.
Ah, damn it.
You guys can comment your favorite apple. I like apples. It's like God's candy because you don't have to worry about it being bad. If it's bad, you know it. With a raspberry, you're too far gone and it just ruins your whole day. All right, we're going to continue discussing right now. Canada just issued a travel warning for LGBTQ+ members. This will be, if you're watching on Rumble, hit that button. You get to join Mug Club, $89 annually. And you get this show, another full hour of show, a Friday show, Alex Jones on Friday, Nick DiPaolo, every Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. We're going to be bringing on new shows here in the next month. Brian Callen, Hodge Twins. Of course, we have Mr. Guns and Gears, a consultant. We have the investigative unit, and you get this hand-etched mug. You're a part of something. It's the biggest screw you that exists to big tech. We thank you, and I live vicariously through you because everyone serves a master, and I'd much rather it be you than corporate front hole overlords. Thank you, Rumble. You two piss off. Some of the algorithms have changed, and this is just an experiment. If you can't hit the like button, if you're watching Rumble, go to YouTube, hit like, so we can see how that affects the algorithm. And if you're listening on audio, if it's Apple or if it's Spotify, Google, Stitcher, some people have been complaining that all of a sudden nothing uploads and then 3 episodes in one day. The only way we can find out is if you leave a review and let us know how it's working for you. We're just trying to troubleshoot this, and you are the population study. So hit like on YouTube, leave a review if it's working or if it's not working. That way we can fix it. On with the show.
When you gonna be done watching that louder with Crowder? I done put the bed together.
Indian on screen. We don't have the budget for an Indian.
No.
Okay, so we have DNS. Pop 3. Then Mac FTP, SFTP, and then TFTP. I don't know what that one stands for. This other one.
All right, I
Rest.
apologize for that. We fixed it. It's exactly like extreme ownership. It's my fault.
No, it's not. No.
No. I was the one who I screwed with YouTube. Look at me. Look at me. I wish you could do it, Robin. I wish I could. All those YouTube ticks.
Well, why don't you cry about it?
You don't know anything. You're just some big tech kid. All right, so we have a lot to get to today. I'm trying to remember where I left off because I just took a minute and a half break. But hit the like button, all that stuff right now to help with the algorithm because I apologize. I want to talk about something today. Alex Jones was on a couple of weeks ago, and that was after he called me beforehand. It looks like mask mandates are coming back in a lot of different places across the globe, and it looks like they're going to try and institute them in the United States. Some schools already are. So we are going to, at this point, the science is in the definitive mask segment. If they work, if they don't, who fared better, who fared worse, how they work. Spoiler alert, no. So if you see this, because I don't know how much we're allowed to discuss this on YouTube, if you see this YouTube dump button, head on over to Rumble. Okay, we're talking about that. We'll also be talking about Flying V, Vivek, people. He's been getting into it versus Eminem. Also be talking about the black vote going overwhelmingly toward Trump because he is a rap deity. I don't know if you're familiar with this. Again, I grew up with hip-hop. In third chair, we'll discuss this. He has been an icon in rap for a very long time, and I think the left ignores that at their own peril. like shiny things. Who else would share that in common? Comment below if you can guess.
It's actually pretty funny.
All right. That
And he also likes shiny things. Who else do you think?
It popped out.
Yeah, I thought that.
That's crazy. It didn't wake you up immediately. You just dreamt
I
that you were in
dreamt
pain.
that I
Ooh.
heard it.
Okay.
I woke up and I went, "Ah!" Just like that.
Out of anger, mostly.
Oh my gosh, I was so frustrated. It's because they have those jersey sheets and they're comfortable. There's no, it's the friction. It grabs the kneecap and it pops it out. This is a great one. Sure, everyone is enthralled. And then a third chair. When you hear this, that means you know them, you love them, or if you don't hear it, that's okay too.
I don't know. We got new people and all.
All right, Saturday, September 23rd at the Roslyn Theater in Roslyn, Washington. You can follow him on Instagram at Josh_Firestein because he's a Gentile. Josh, how are you, sir?
Good, good. Yeah, let's.
We're using that term loosely today.
Can I change the song to Sound of Silence?
Yes. Yes.
We already did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Like the jersey sheet?
Did I what?
Do you guys want to switch back? Do you guys want to, are you good? Are we, okay.
Is that the problem? The switch room?
Well, because we want to cross-train people in case Toolman has to not be here, but it just seems like, we could have thought this through. Now, we'll be discussing this and more. Do you have anything else you want to talk about there, Drew? I feel like I'm missing something because we take that break. Okay.
I think we're fine. Don't worry.
Here is,
I mean, worry, but
right off the bat, a woman saying the quiet part. Look, there are a lot of men who are dejected from the dating game. I understand. Especially a lot of young men, by the way, feel like they have something to offer and they feel as though they are being ignored. Now, you will often dismiss these people as incels, but the truth is it applies to a lot of young executive men as well. And the reason for that may be because of broads like this who say the quiet part out loud.
I'm not joking. I have asked the last 3 dudes I dated for their bank account info on the first date.
I don't judge people's actions. I look at the intention behind it. So, like, why do you ask for that?
So it's a gold digger talking to a gay guy.
That's your point.
I think, I have a job. I'm very successful.
Sure.
So I think I have every right to be like, hi, are we on the same level? Or am I wasting my time?
Probably wasting your time. Every would be my guess.
I don't know if Starbucks is successful.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes. Barista.
But, hey, you got a job.
I don't, is this one of those OnlyFans people?
I know. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, define very successful.
An accountant.
Yes, exactly.
Accountant.
Yeah, she's part of the cleanup crew. Here's the problem with this is she's saying what a lot of women think. Look, a lot of women want a man who is successful. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. The issue is then, unfortunately, laws that use that against the man. And that's why men, just so you know, this is how relationships will never be solved in this country because those men are going, well, I don't know if I want to sign on the dotted line because you can leave in 2 weeks and take half. Well, not to mention, it's kind of creepy that you're asking for his bank, like, are you asking for his routing number, social security, list of childhood pets?
You got to know how much half is,
Yeah, exactly.
How much do you have in savings?
Yeah.
I don't think it's terrible. You can ask that, but I get to
On
ask
the
other
first
questions,
date?
right?
Yes, exactly.
I get to ask your body count. I get to,
I was about to say, no, don't say that. Just say, how many men have you whored around with? Check, please.
Now, hold on a second. That's not all women, okay? It's just women who sleep with men depending on the financial gain involved in the scenario.
Well, that's why I was saying.
Yeah.
Specific.
It's the oldest profession known to man.
It is.
I mean, OnlyFans is just an extension of that.
And she's successful.
Is she? Do we know what she does? Do we know what this woman does?
Both of them, bitch. Tim hasn't lost it.
Look,
He
this is
hasn't
a
lost
problem.
it.
This is a problem. The foundation of society will grumble if this is how people are approaching relationships. If it is a transactional relationship, as it is for not all women, just to be clear, but women like that, there are more women like that out there than required for it to be significant in impacting the male dating. Let me put it that way. There are enough women out there like that men are saying, I'm not getting married ever.
Right.
And then women say, well, there's no one to marry. Well, maybe it's because you asked him for his routing number. You let me know. Ladies, men, comment below. What's it like out there? What's it like out there in the dating pool these days? It's got to be a pride-swallowing siege.
I love how Ginger Snap got angry.
It's like, women are the worst. And then Nancy was like, easy.
We're like, not all women, and just his generation.
She goes, easy.
I like the idea of her being on a date with a guy, and he's proud to show his bank statement. It's just terrible. It's just,
Like,
it's in the
I love that. It still doesn't work.
Yeah. It never works out. So Eminem, the rapper, not the kid.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh,
And I'm from Canada, where Eminem used to sell burgers. It was a store that would sell meat. Yeah, Eminem. Yeah, I know it's a big thing. Common here in Canada. You remember that?
Meat and meat.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what it was. Probably a French thing. But Eminem's not happy.
He's never happy. I don't think how he's ever been happy.
I've never heard him issue a happy rap. Then again, it's an angry medium when you think about it. He's not happy with Vivek having performed rap on tour at the Iowa State Fair. I think we have a clip of the rap, and I will say, Eminem's a dick, but I'm not a big fan of it either.
Did he let the lyrics on?
He didn't even get a karaoke track. Can someone get a Korean as an advisor on his campaign?
need an Asian somewhere.
No. Sing with lyrics. Look very stupid.
Eminem better.
So, Vivek was issued a cease and desist letter from Eminem. And this is not new. They did it with Barracuda and Sarah Palin at one point. You can get into the law, and technically he's allowed to do it at rallies, depending on who you ask. But the issue is it's just kind of embarrassing, so I think he just agreed that, all right, he's not going to do it.
Yeah, but I look, everybody was up in arms about this when it came out. I was like, it didn't bother me. Of course, he's not a good rapper. I didn't mind it, though. I was just like, whatever. I wouldn't ask this guy to come rap for me.
Yeah.
But he's a young guy, and he's trying to seem young on the campaign. I got it.
Yeah, I minded it.
Why?
Yeah, I minded it.
Why?
I minded it. Just because it was really bad.
It was so
was
bad.
It was really bad.
It
And
was
by the way, I think
embarrassing.
I like Vivek.
Karaoke night at the fair.
Can you guys? Is it okay? Can we do this? Is it okay if you say, "Hey, I like this guy. I certainly vote for him over I was about to say Obama, over former Vice President Joe Biden."
Yes.
But probably leave the rapping at home. It doesn't work. It's don't give your opposition a layup. It isn't good.
Well, he would just say, hey, we saw that you couldn't rap. He's like, yes, I can't rap. I'm running for president, not rapper.
Yeah. Well, it'd be like a rapper going in for an audition with a record and then start spouting policy.
But not
Stan. Yes, it would.
No,
Yes, it would.
it's not the
Like
same.
walk in. All right, come on, lay down this track. It's gonna be hot. Yeah, but first, let me talk to you about late-term abortion. No, that's not. What about Ukraine?
It doesn't even rhyme with
Insane in
anything.
the Ukraine.
Insane in the Ukraine.
Do you have the admonish button for Gerald? Yeah, I know you
He can't find it. He can't find it.
Insane in the
He just has to move on. Dang it.
Watch your mouth. He gets in the TriCaster. He thinks he can type. No. Here's the thing, though. You can't blame the Flying Bee. Look, he's a lover of good music. There's something lost in translation culturally. He grew up listening to this. By the way, the rest of the top 40 sounds the exact same.
It's a solo career. He's with a group called the Basmati Boys. Basmati and Curry.
That was a street gang. We're going to you up.
Oh man.
I need this in my life.
Smash the Rumble button right now if you're watching. I don't really know how much the Rumble button does on Rumble, but it's fun. On YouTube, the likes, we want to see what happens there with their algorithm because they obviously don't like it. So anyway, Vivek agreed to stop using the song, and he posted this tweet. He said, "Will the real Slim Shady please stand up?" He didn't just say what I think he did he?
That's good. That's good.
Another rap.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He's not the first guy, by the way. He's not the first politician to fail at a rap career.
We already have it in your mayor. We don't need any more your big shot.
Wow. Stuck the R.
Yeah, I know. Someone didn't give him sort of the rule book.
Already did that one.
Is operative.
Play it again.
Post office protocol.
We have it in your mayor. We don't need any more your big shot.
It's kind of good beat.
Stateless, that's what it is. I always forget it. Stateless address auto configuration, a method that allows the device to obtain its, oh yes, that's what it's for, IPv6 information without using DHCP v6 server. Representational state transfer.
He was quoting someone else. Not all the times he dropped the N-bomb, but one more time.
User datagram protocol. Damn, bruh. I don't see how anyone cannot sit here and say that fucking Joe Biden isn't a racist. He used the hard ER too, man. The hard ER. Like, fuck that dude. So, enhanced interior gateway routing protocol. Oh, developed by Cisco. Nice.
Did everyone just decide we're gonna have a miserable day today? Come on, it's it. Everyone's like, fucking Gerald, what are we doing? Come on. Let's get this straight. You guys are offended at that? No, I'm not. He showered with his daughter, and it was in her diary, which they raided James O'Keefe's house, took it, claimed it was stolen. They never said that it wasn't true, and then he confirmed, like, oh yeah, it's really her diary, and she didn't talk about how her dad showered with her long after it was appropriate, as well as her being molested by other people. And no one in the media wants to ask this guy about it. You want to talk about living in crazy world? You want to know how crazy this world is? Not only that diary, but they are going after every single any celebrity who manages to say something that might be slightly offensive, or really, let's just say, out of touch, or maybe not with the times. Meanwhile, the guy who they want to run in the next election did run it again. And here's the thing, I don't think he's a racist. I think he's an idiot.
He's a racist.
We want to play by your rules.
Crowder, he's a racist.
Don't forget. Don't that he did this again.
Is there a member?
It's okay. That's what we call a remix. He remixed.
Rap? No, thank you.
Absolutely not.
Megan Rap, no.
Were you about to say something there, Jim?
I was going to say about that. My offense was not at you saying it; it was at him doing it.
Yes, at him rearing his
Animation.
children's shower. Maybe we need to hit the YouTube dump button. I don't care. You think this is bad? Tune into Nick DiPaolo tonight at 5 p.m. on Monday. Okay? We're crying out loud. He'll probably watch this show like, those cowards. And he'll go on. So this is something that is interesting. We talked about this yesterday. People said, you know what, I'd like to see a segment on that. Donald Trump, a lot of people don't realize this. Not only is he more popular in the black community than the media wants you to think, and we're doing these new segments, black and white and gray issues. You can comment on what you'd like to hear us discuss. It's just go out to a black area of town and discuss issues, and you'd be surprised as to how much common ground we find. But he's actually been an icon, specifically in the hip-hop community, for a very long time. Anyone who has listened to hip-hop growing up, certainly in the 90s and early 2000s, would know that. But the media, again, I didn't fully understand what gaslighting meant. Now I do. So, let me first give you some stats as far as the voting book. In 2020, he won the most black voters for anyone in the GOP since 1984. Wow. And here's something pretty significant. Donald Trump gained in urban areas overall, right, between his elections. So like Milwaukee, plus 3,000, Detroit, plus 5, Philadelphia, plus 21,000, New York City, plus 76,000. Yeah, he was gaining significantly in urban areas, and that's why it was so weird when there was the voting anomaly. The safest and most secure election of all time in Detroit, where he was winning in Wayne County by a bigger margin than before, had made these improvements until the votes switched. Now, here's the thing. When people gaslight you, and I don't want to go into a rant on election interference, but we're allowed to say it on YouTube right now. I guess now, forevermore, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. Most of you guys can join up because we said we're going to do it anyway, and they can't suspend you all. They even said so. They can't suspend
network
all
access, plugging wirelessly. Okay, all right.
Free, fair, secure of all time. For it to work, in other words, when someone says you are crazy, you have to look at where Donald Trump was performing, how he was performing in these areas, particularly areas where he was expected to lose, in tandem with the areas that he already won. Okay. For the Detroit flip to work at the same time as the red wagons came in with votes and the Bristol boards went up, you would have to believe that all mail-in voting would be over 96% for Joe Biden. That's the only way the numbers make sense in that vote flip. There is no other way.
I don't think they sent a confirmation.
I don't. You comment
Oh,
below as to what you
shit.
think is a more reasonable opinion. We covered it live. All right. Back to hip hop. Back to rappers. Not Vivek. We moved on from him.
Which I listened to in the 90s. I feel like
You listen to Vivek in the 90s?
weird.
That's like listening to Tupac in the 70s. I listened to Tupac, a lot of Biggie in high school. What? When Mayor Willie Brown rattled your brain. So,
Well endowed.
that headboard has dents. It shouldn't be a surprise. Rappers have been not only praising but using Trump as an icon since going back to the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Machiavelli returns as God forgives and I don't. Resurrection of the real time to get richer than Trump.
Shit.
Stop.
So white. That's my point. It's terrible.
You're doing the same thing expecting different results. It's always going to be a bad result.
It's a definition.
This just
Shit.
I get that you played football with black guys.
There were some white guys.
Some. Just picture him walking up to the O
Shit, I
line.
don't know.
I'm like,
We'll move on. A device receives the data link frame from
You don't even know what you're
what
talking
data
So here's some numbers. All references are available
and
at
most of these
lighterreportcredit.com.
information.
We have the link there in the description. Since 1989,
Okay.
Donald Trump
A device receives a data link frame
and by the way,
with
just
data
before his presidency,
processes and
60
removes
more
the Ethernet
songs after
information.
elected, so
What
well over 300
information
songs.
will be
And
the
of course, this isn't an
next to
extensive
be
list. I wanted to
processed by the
significantly higher
receiving
frequency
data,
music out there.
receiving
I mean,
device?
they particularly love Trump.
It would
Rappers
be the
especially
IP.
love Trump. He
Okay.
is the wealthy guy who they've
Let's double
consistently
check.
pointed to. So let's just go back to like 89. You had three rappers, or rappers, by the way, who mentioned DJ Boys, Fat Boys. You had Donald D. You have some other rappers who mentioned him many times, like Rick Ross, 9 songs. Nas, you guys can count. Arguably the GOAT. Some people will claim that.
that's what it
7
is.
songs. Or you have Young Thug 6 songs, Lil Wayne 5 songs, Raekwon 5 songs. So it's a repeated theme that has been going on. And this is why
Okay.
some of the new shifts shouldn't be all that surprising to you, and I do think it's unique to
Okay.
Donald Trump. This is something that you
Which
can't just take for
service
granted. There have also
are
been, by the way,
which
hilarious
services
viral
are
memes
provided by
remixes.
internet layer
One as recent as
of the
this week, actually,
protocol
about the
suite?
Georgia indictment. I like it.
Okay.
Dude.
Wait.
The dance moves are great.
I don't think you could do that with any other president.
Nah, it would be as fun.
No, it wouldn't be as fun. Like it's kind of tongue in cheek, but it
What?
Georgia indictment. Mixes, one is recent take for granted. There have also been, by the way, hilarious viral memes remixes. One as recent as this week, actually, about the Georgia indictment.
Now why you say she a folk figure? Laddie only make my lead bigger. Why you say she a folk figure? Laddie only make my lead bigger.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
The dance moves are great.
I don't think you could do that with any other president.
Nah, it would be as fun.
No, it wouldn't be as fun. Like it's tongue in cheek, but it also kind of works. Like I could picture him showing up. Hey, guy, for crying out loud, he Vince McMahon with a folding chair. This is a guy who loved being in the spotlight. He likes bling. Is it any surprise that a lot of people in the rap community like Donald Trump?
I think it's kind of funny though that you were
Okay,
saying that can't do that
choose
rap when Donald
3.
Trump can do the chicken rap on SNL and he can do stuff like this.
Think about it. Internet
Yes,
provided
because he's
by
self-
the
he's
internet layer
self-aware
of the
now.
Maybe that's true.
TCP
Maybe that's the
protocol.
problem.
Vivek was doing it seriously.
So the internet layer.
Vivek, just to be clear, just stop. Just stop with failing everything. And Trump, by the way, also got support from a bunch of
Address.
famous rappers up to the 2020 election. You have Ice Cube, you have Lil Wayne, you have Lil
Routing
Pump. There's always
protocol.
Lil.
Hey, sorry, Steve, I have to use the restroom.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know, we got
I know it's a
started
weird day. I know. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, Josh.
Damn it. I know this one's right.
By the way, he still has support from some.
Internet protocol.
Yeah, you can know it's fine. People know it's like. There's DaBaby, there's Benny the Butcher, there's Kodak Black.
Oh, shit.
And a big
I don't know, man. What's the last one?
He's right. A rising tide, raises all ships. Just to be clear, lifts all boats. Sorry. Yeah, you can admonish me. I messed up that expression right there. It sounded like my mom.
Okay, it works.
A rising tide is make a boat go up.
Shit.
They're killing the Great Barrier Reef, as so. No wonder they love him, not just because of the fact that all Black Americans benefited under the presidency of Donald Trump.
I actually got it right. Okay.
But his
What? I didn't choose that one. What you said? Did I?
freed rappers from prison, like
I chose that
A$AP
one.
Rocky.
I spoke to Trump or just the White House in general. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
Pardon rappers, Lil Wayne, Kodak Black. Just to be clear, and again, this does matter. It may seem like, okay, these are just sort of isolated incidents, but the simple act of reaching out to a community that has been written off, and I'm not saying that you're going to change the demographic of black votership, but having spent a lot of time, again, in these communities, and again, coming up from the stand-up community where you have a very high percentage of performers who are black, you'd be surprised as to where you can find some common ground. Today, in the United States of America, I'm not talking about Black Lives Matter, Inc., the average black American is the moderate wing of the Democrat Party, just to be clear. So even if they're voting Democrat, they're not on board with all of the crazy woke policies.
I don't hold grudges against anybody.
Okay.
I guess I did.
What? That's wrong? Okay.
And Donald Trump, by the way, even reaches out and gives top-shelf financial advice to some of these hip-hop artists.
Stop putting everything in your name, create a business, an LLC, put everything in your LLC. And open up a C Corp if you don't know what it is, you figure these out. I'm telling you the names. You get a C Corp to run an LLC, you're going to make it even deeper.
Which of the following are protocol that provides feedback from the destination host to the source host regarding error in packet delivery? Okay, this would have to be. I don't know what I see. Okay, let's look at what I see.
But this is also something that's important too. Sometimes people don't fully understand, like the hip hop community.
That's what it is.
About this before, I had a guy who would come to my house. He'd come to your house to work on your car. Guy didn't have
Okay.
anything, and I mean that. He had no.
Internet control message protocol. Let's write that down.
Almost worse.
And you could barely understand him, but I found out he was a genius. He was a genius, and some people look. There's a cultural disconnect where you may hear people speak in a certain way and think, "Oh, that person's an idiot." Where you have a lot of people in the hip hop community who are close to being billionaires, or certainly multi-hundred millionaires. Now, some of you may disagree with how they've made their money, but here's the thing: they're not dumb people just because they speak a different lingo, and that's something that Donald Trump has not only understood, but he's willing to engage.
Yeah.
I have no idea how much advice he's given to hip hop artists, but I bet you.
It was enough.
Tell him you were shot in the face. 50. You need a backstory. Everyone needs a backstory. Face shooting.
You know he would sit down in a room and be just as comfortable with a rapper as a politician or a businessman that he would normally run into. So, but I think you're right. He did reach out to the community, and it doesn't take much to go, hey, I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, I know the rest of these people, like the Al Sharptons of the world and the Barack Obamas of the world, will say all of these wonderful things about what they're going to do for your community, raise a bunch of money and then leave, but I'm actually doing something for your community by taking care of
Okay, let's look at
That's
this.
what he was good at. Yeah. And it didn't take a whole lot.
I'm sure he'll pander a little bit.
Of course, he's a politician.
Like that time he
I
spoke
get
in
it.
Phoenix, he said, "Let me tell you, Wu-Tang ain't nothing to f with."
Whoa!
What? They're not even from here.
That's what.
Old Dirty Bastard, he's my favorite. I don't know, maybe I like the RZA, Jizza, Method Man. I don't know, who's your favorite? They're my favorite too.
Shit.
Is Josh, by the way, still in the bathroom?
Oh my god, dumbass. Read the question. Which two protocols belong in the TCP/IP model application layer? That would be DNS, DHCP. Dumbass. Write notes for a reason. I was like, why am I not seeing that anywhere? Okay, it's in the wrong area. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, great, man. A little spicy for my taste, but I ate it all, yeah.
I wanted to ask you, my people, they came from Klesk. Where are your people?
Protocol suites.
Where are your people from?
And then data access.
Tepsk, Eretz Israel?
Seattle.
Oh, they're so long.
Damn, I'm not Jewish.
Okay. Oh, just gotta change clothes.
Get out.
You really started.
Get out.
Whoa. Damn, whoa, really cool. No, it really is. You're right. You should have known. You know what, Tim? Close on your hands. Remember that.
Okay, elders, get out. And your children's hands.
All of them. You tweed wearer.
Get out, Hudson.
I'm sorry, Josh. You should don't allow him to pull you in there.
No, what? I didn't know he was going to do that.
Don't allow him to suck you into a Semitic vortex.
I didn't know there was a gift.
What? He stayed around.
Oh, there's probably something like a yarmulke or a menorah.
All right.
It's cheap.
So here, I want to do a segment on this because I feel like there's a lot of information, and sometimes you're too close to the forest. But I'm not going to mess up that expression. But you lose the bird's eye view. Masks, we've gone back and forth so much, and now we're talking about whether there will be new mask mandates.
Yeah.
Where the good news is we have a very large set of data now to work with. I know it's not a clinical trial, but again, you're not going to have the gold standard trial with them. What would be the placebo with a mask? Just a mask with holes in it, like it was Chris Cuomo that he pinned up against his artboard? My point is, we have to kind of go by population studies, and we have the definitive answer. So as we face new mask mandates or potential lockdowns, and by the way, comment below, not if you'll do it, but if you think that we're at a point in this country where a majority of people won't, do you think most people will go along with it? Or I tend to think we're at a point where there won't be enough people who will go along. I agree. Which I think is a silver lining. People have learned. So how many times, though, with that being said, have you heard over the past few years, and we will go through the myths, the claims, all of it, references are available. You've heard them say that masks save lives. And in case you haven't heard it recently, because the science, or really just science, right? Not the science copyright. Science says that it's not correct. Here's a reminder of what it sounded like then.
The CDC is now recommending that people, including those vaccinated, go back to wearing masks indoors in regions of the country that are seeing substantial or high rates of COVID-19 spread.
The World Health Organization is urging fully vaccinated people to continue wearing masks as the Delta variant spreads worldwide.
Masks matter. These masks, they matter. It matters, it saves lives. It prevents the spread of the disease.
So if you have a physical covering with one layer, you put another layer on, it just makes common sense that it likely would be more effective. And that's the reason why you see people either double masking or doing a version of an N95.
Wear a mask.
I love the science, right? Mr. Fauci there. Just immediately making a logical leap. If the science shows that one condom helps, then two would just make sense. Never mind the friction would cause them to create micro tears.
I always wear two pair of underwear.
Yeah, it's better. Two is more than one.
Yeah.
And I prefer more than one, which is two.
Yeah, but if you wear 5, you'll suffocate and die. Problem solved.
Well, that's why you gotta wear 6, because it's more than 5. And if 5 is good, then 6 is better.
Where does it stop?
Obviously, if 1 works, then 2 will work better. There is no evidence at that point for him to say it. None. And you dummies went along with it. Not you watching right now. What a good portion of this country. I hope you feel stupid. I really do. I get it. Like, we want to extend an olive branch, but you also sometimes have to rub their face in their piss. I really hope you feel dumb that you followed that guy, knowing what we know now.
You can rub their face in it all they want. They got 5 masks on.
I know. They're going to mask.
6 is the magic number. We're past 5.
Look, hey, as we go into this, just really quickly, currently, right now, Lionsgate has a mask mandate that they just put back into effect for, I believe, their Santa Monica offices. Anybody that goes into the office has to have a mask. And a university in Atlanta basically said, we're going to mask for the next 2 weeks. There's no parties yet. Yeah, that's going to work on a college campus. No parties or large gatherings. And everybody has to go back to wearing a mask. So we're not talking, like, this is, again, Alex Jones.
It's happening with private companies, but again, that's just, they're testing it.
Yeah.
They're testing it. And of course, what happens there happens with private companies. Then it would affect employees if they can get away with it. And they want to see what they can do with the population. They don't want to overreach if they think that you'll push back enough, which is why you have to be as vocal as possible and fight like hell. Okay, what's the science? What science do we have on masks now? Well, let me just rapid fire this for you and the reference survey. Okay. Key fact here, number 1. Masks, we now know, can actually, and by can, mean are actually poisonous. So here's a new study that came out here in the last couple of weeks. Researchers at Junebuk University, their K94, which by the way are very similar to the N95 masks, they were found to release high levels of volatile organic compounds. You've heard the term TVOC, right? So 8 times the recommended safety limit.
We think that sounds bad.
8 times is more than 7. But in this case, it's bad. So can we just round that down to 0? No, Fauci, you can't just manipulate it anymore. Wah!
But I'm also the man.
So these compounds, by the way, what kind of symptoms? Difficulty breathing, nervous system damage, organ damage, potentially cancer, just to be clear.
What?
All that being true, masks maybe should be appropriate for some folks. I need my hair done! Now, so think about this. 8 times the recommended safety limit. Now, here's the deal. This is the hypocrisy that you see. Or you know what? Not the hypocrisy. Everyone's a hypocrite. The mental loop-de-loops that people on the left would make. These are people, by the way, who will buy organic fruits because they don't want to ingest pesticides. I don't know if you know this, but by the way, organic foods that you buy at the grocery store, they can use pesticides. These are people who refuse to drink from plastic bottles because of the infinitesimal chance that they might consume some xenoestrogens or through the BPA, which could somehow disrupt their endocrine system. When inhaling directly 2 inches away, 8 times the recommended safety limit of volatile organic compounds, however, it's time to trust Dr. Fauci, commonly referred to as the science, also ASAP Pricky. Now, and by the way, we lived it. This might actually explain. We had one employee. One. Remember, who was terrified. The one employee who refused to ever take off his mask. I thought he was on paternity leave.
Me too. He's up in that loft.
Living life on his own terms. I like it.
You know what it smells.
Doesn't play by anyone's rules.
Oh, I mean, Fauci's.
Yeah. Here's key fact number 2. Okay, masks, we now know. Remember we did this in schools, but they hurt children in a multitude of ways, measurable ways, quantifiable ways.
One of the ones that pisses me off the most.
Remember they would always say, "Hey, what harm is it?" Well, if we lock everything down, look, it's just a safety measure. At this point, err on the side of safety, as though there were no consequences, as though fundamentally altering our economy was not a consequence. Hey, look, err on the side of safety, right? So kids do their class by Zoom a little bit. How did masks hurt them? Well, lockdowns hurt them mentally, by the way. We've now seen record numbers of inhibited emotional development.
Yeah.
We've seen slower language development. Also, if kids wear the mask too long, they could end up looking like this. That's a problem that we deal with. Psychologically, we've seen increased anxiety. We've seen increased stress. We've also seen, by the way, children from these lockdown periods and masks, as they go into adulthood and into university, we've seen higher substance abuse. We've seen higher rates of mood disorders. By the way, to a statistical degree that couldn't be explained any other way. And when you add all of these together that follow the same trend, that's where you see a very clear causation. We also have very physical manifestations. Breathing discomfort that kids went through, skin disorders, headaches. These increased dramatically. These were reported. And now we have studies, not just self-reporting, but we have studies looking at the entire population. We've collected the data. There's a trend across the board everywhere that masks were implemented. So when people say, "Oh, well, how does it hurt you?" It hurts a lot of people in a lot of ways. It is not consequence-free.
Exactly. And so one of the videos that actually made me the most frustrated about this entire thing, because we knew that this was BS, right? And adults get to make an informed decision. You can go along with it. Wearing a mask wasn't the worst thing in the world, you thought, until we had some of this data come out, right, as an adult. But as a child, there were videos of kids who, you know this, like, don't want to wear a mask, and they're too young to understand what you're trying to do, and so they just cry and cry and cry and try to rip it off and try to rip, like, instinctively they're like, no, this is wrong. Yeah. And there's kids crying, and we knew as adults, they're at statistically 0 risk from COVID. Statistically 0 chance of them dying from COVID, and yet we're masking them and forcing them to do this, and they're crying through the entire process. That really pissed me off, because if you're an adult and you want to make this decision, fine, but the kids, the innocent people, like, we're supposed to fight for them and protect them and say, no, this is not happening. Yeah. You can't do this because this kid is not.
You know what else it highlights? You know, first off, I'm going to get to another fact that they don't even work. In case you think that all of this is worth it, it's not because they don't even work.
I never knew how
annoying. You know who was fighting against the children? You know who was fighting against children?
Teachers union.
Yep. The real heroes. The real heroes. Yes. The teachers saying, if it were up to the teachers unions, they wouldn't be back today. they'd still be wearing masks, at least. I'm risking my life. I'm risking my life going in with a bunch of preschoolers if they're not double masking. Meanwhile, the kids don't learn how to read body language, facial expressions. They don't learn how to interact with you. That's a huge component, right? Seeing a smile, seeing how someone is interacting with you. These are known facts, or at least they were up until the pandemic, where we said, what's the word? Come on, it's consequence-free. It's just a mask. It's not just a mask, and it's about the control that the mask represents. And it's compounded by the fact that they don't even work, because here is key fact number 3. According to the Cochrane report,
the what?
I get it. I know. We are all children.
Cochrane, not ring. So
10 studies took place in the community, 2 studies in healthcare workers. Compared with wearing no mask in the community studies only, wearing a mask may make a little to no difference in how many people caught a flu-like illness or COVID-like illness. We've had many studies too. This is another key point, according to Oxford epidemiologist Tom Jefferson, not the guy who,
Wait a second.
Not Thomas.
I know,
Tom.
it's confusing.
He's an Oxford man?
Yeah, Tom Jefferson. There is just no evidence that they, meaning masks, make any difference, full stop, just to be clear.
Boom. Go read that article, by the way.
And here's something else, just to be clear. There was no difference between masking and not masking school districts. There was no statistical difference. The best that you can find is maybe, just to be clear, and you know what else didn't work? Social distancing like this. This is something we actually did, in case you've forgotten how stupid.
My helicopter's here.
Become.
That's unbelievable.
And what the left is trying to say to you, right? They'll try and say, well, all these studies are population studies. You can tell people that they should wear a mask, but you don't know if these districts are wearing masks. So, example, I think I'm going by rote here, there was a study in Peru where they would say, yeah, but we did see that the no masking districts either had better results or the differences were negligible, but we don't know if they were wearing masks or they weren't. Well, guess what? That also means that you don't know if the pro-mask community was wearing it or not. So all you know is when you study the population at large is, at best, it is inconclusive data. But everything that we seem to know when we collect all of the data, right, when you have this preponderance of evidence, is that at best there is no difference. And we absolutely know the negative side effects that come with mask wearing, particularly with children, not to mention what they do to society as a whole. Now, the argument that they will try and make is, well, hold on a second, these are population studies, but in a lab setting, and I want you to watch this and then see if you can catch the stupid, because they think that this is a strong counter-argument. In a lab in these perfect conditions, actually, a mask works. So you can't say that masks don't work in the population at large if everyone did this. Okay. So it shows there, and by the way, early on in the, I think it was Jocko was selling some like basic cotton masks where we said, hey, look, the one thing that a mask may do is if you are sick, you wear it, it might help prevent you spreading. And that still is true if you wear a mask. Now, as far as you being protected by a mask. So let's watch that again, and I want you to think of this as in a lab, right? It has been put on the face, absolutely sealed. I know this is showing how it's stopping particles from being propelled, but they also want you to believe, or at least still to this day, most people believe it also prevents you from inhaling particles. Right. So let's assume if this were in reverse that was the case, and then I'm going to change one variable. Watch it again.
God bless you.
Finally, somebody did.
By the way, some particles still go out, and it only takes one. It's like AIDS in the cereal box. Remember that, Fauci? So it's going out. Now, they're starting with a mask. Okay, let me change one thing. You're in a room where other people have COVID and particles are out there. The mask has not been on your face the entire day without ever having been touched or removed. So let's say if at any point during that day, assuming, by the way, this is still a brand new mask, right? You're not reusing one. There are particles around. Oh, hold on. Let me scratch my nose. Particles are now on the inside of your mask, and you're inhaling them along with 8 times the legally permissible limit of volatile organic compounds. Just one, pull it down. Guess what? Those particles are now on the mask.
Yeah.
Touch it. Oh, wait, now that's on the mask. Did you ever take it off? Did you ever reuse a mask? Let's be honest, Lou.
I know.
You had your mask stuffed into your glove compartment next to whatever other crap you put in there.
My pocket.
Yeah.
It looks like you ate a cheese enchilada through your mask.
Yes.
Sometimes. Listen, this is the point, and recently I had a conversation with my wife about this, but this is how I found out about it. She's a nurse. Obviously, we talked about this. She said nurses around the country, this is not what she said, but based on her information, nurses around the country should have stood up and said, whoa, hold on. That's not right.
Right.
We train specifically to make sure that we either use a mask properly or do not use a mask at all, because if you use a mask improperly, it's actually more dangerous than not having any protection at all.
Of course.
Right? Every single nurse in America should have been going, whoa, time out. We're telling people the wrong things. This is going to actually lead them to more harm because they're going to wear masks improperly and think they're safe, and they're not.
Well, those shitty TikToks weren't going to make themselves, Gerald.
With the dancing bodies, and I get it.
Oh my gosh, the true heroes. Yeah, go tell that to the guy who still has black lung because he was working at Ground Zero months after the towers fell.
Yeah. By the way, did you see that the CDC sent out like an alert saying, hey, masks won't work for smoke particles because they're too small? And they'll get through the masks when I think the COVID molecule particle is like 200 times smaller.
Well, I split the difference. I cut a hole in my mask for my cigar.
Perfect. I got one in my mask too, but it's a little bigger.
Unbelievable. Whoa!
It's for cheeseburgers.
That's the wall to your den. Now, and by the way, if you're watching, comment, did you ever buy this, the mask thing? And hit the like button because this will probably be clipped into a bit. This is as definitive as we can get. We want to go through, okay, is there harm? Yes. Do masks work? No. And now let's get to key fact here number 4. The studies that they tried to use to show that they worked were flawed.
Yeah.
Right. They were flawed from the get-go. So what they'll say is, hey, population studies don't really count. Let's look at masks in a lab. Well, we just went through that, right? Because that does not apply when we look at it across the board with population studies. However, when to make their argument, and by that I mean leftist communist bastards, they point yet again to another population study. Bangladesh. Okay? And this is you read this in Washington Post, by the way.
Trustworthy.
It says, villages where surgical masks were distributed appeared to be especially protected, an effect concentrated in the most vulnerable populations. We found that surgical masks averted 1 in 3 symptomatic infections among those aged 60 and older. Okay, so that went on in Washington Post. Problem, a reanalysis showed that the study had flaws. Here you go. Here's a reanalysis. It says, it would not be reasonable to conclude from this trial that there's a direct causal link between mask wearing and any causal claims. It is critical to consider that all of the outcomes in the study are based on self-reporting of symptoms. Meaning that doesn't even necessarily need to include a COVID test, which was also faulty. There's no point of entry here where you can make a definitive claim. You absolutely can if you study what is being inhaled from these masks.
That's
8
true.
times the permissible limit. But as far as any entry, okay, were the COVID tests accurate? No, they were not. Was the death reporting accurate? Well, considering that one guy was listed as a COVID death who shot himself in the head with a shotgun, no, they were not. And then we have to say, okay, was the mask data accurate? No, we now know that they were not, especially in this case, one study in Bangladesh, which they point to, was based on self-reporting. Why would you do that, and why would you point to that as your study while ignoring the other ones unless you were intentionally trying to be dishonest? Washington Post, I know I'm asking a question I already know the answer to. Here's another quote. Our analysis of the population size shows that behavioral biases can produce a highly significant, a 9% difference between the control and intervention arm in the absence of any causal link with the intervention. In other words, you can't use population studies except for Bangladesh, which, by the way, is entirely self-reported. We didn't even effectively administer COVID tests, which also don't work. Tell me you're lying without telling me you're lying.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. The entire world, because of this, the entire world shuts down and makes everybody wear masks and go through the problem. We just discussed all of the problems that has caused societally.
Yeah.
And they're doing it again.
They want to do it again.
Well, no. Doing it.
Well, they're doing it within
again.
their companies, but they would like to do it on a national scale again.
I know, but for me, that is doing it again because it's like, oh, well, they're doing it in their companies. I get it, but what are you going to do? Quit your job and go find another job? Yes, but that takes time. And so essentially, you don't have to do it through the government. You just have to do it through
the reason I say is because the left is going to say, oh, okay, they're not doing any lockdowns again. The only reason why is because of people like us. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
If you had your way completely unfettered, we would be locked down. It would happen again. It would happen every single time there's a new epidemic. Just to be clear, it's not what the left does with their power. It's what would they do if left completely unfettered. The closest thing that we have as an example is Prime Minister Blackface himself, Trudeau. Look at what he did. Yep. And that's what the left would at least do if there were no checks and balances in our system. And by the way, this one's just for the people who still say, "Well, still, I don't really care if our kids are, if they're cancer stricken and retarded." It still seems to me like the juice is worth the squeeze, especially if I ignore the science. All right, well then this one is for you. Key fact number 5. I don't really care about this. Here, you can hit that Yakuza. Key fact number 5. Masks are a major pollutant. I don't know if you know this. Again, masks cannot be reused.
No?
Yeah, I mean, you think you can reuse them, but remember, everyone mocked Donald Trump when he said there's a way to sanitize so we could actually reuse these masks.
Got the finest liquids.
Yeah.
Thinking about the planet.
Which, by the way, we actually have that here now. We have a steam closet. It saves us money on dry cleaning, and it actually has like a sanitization cycle. Nice. I've never used it because I don't trust it. But...
Let me hop in there.
Masks, sorry, it's not big enough.
It's not for human use.
No, I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not
in general.
I mean, we tried. My point is, we've tried. I've tried. Trust me.
Squeeze it in.
No. That's not an indictment on you. It's like even a midget wouldn't be able to fit in there.
Ooh.
Yeah,
we tried.
So
yeah, we did try.
For people who care about, there are no. Okay, 2020 alone, 1.6 billion masks entered the world's oceans, and by 2022, the world was throwing away about 3 million masks per minute. I don't know if that even seems right. That's from Business Insider. That's what they say, but it sounds extreme.
It's got to be right.
Yeah. It's Business Insider, so you know it's good.
Like 5 or 6 billion people using masks every day and throwing them away.
Right. Now, here's
multiple times a day. That sounds right.
Well, there's also Mr. Masky McThrowerson, who that's what he does. He just does it nonstop. Yeah. I don't know why. It's like a tick. It's a nervous tick.
McThrowerson.
He's just a guy who throws masks all the time.
Oh, I ran into that guy.
Yeah, exactly. All he's doing, just throwing masks all the time.
Big in Sheboygan.
Yeah, very big in Sheboygan.
Very big in Sheboygan.
Mask. So here's something again. It's not you don't measure a man by what he believes or what he applies as far as ethics is, whether they are ever applied equally. Everyone's a hypocrite, but is this person at least attempting to apply their logic or their moral filter equally? Okay, so 450 years is a number as far as how long it takes for these masks to decompose.
Wow, that's a long
I know
time.
Some of you say, who cares? Screw the turtles. I agree.
They're going to think we're so stupid.
Well, the fish will never get COVID. But
considering that plastic straws take allegedly 200 years, I'm not a mathematician, that's less than half the time of a mask to decompose, and because of the fact that people are so up in arms about plastic straws taking 200 years to decompose, everything tastes like a number 2 pencil when I have to drink through one of these stupid wooden straws. But you're throwing out 3 million masks per minute? So let me just recap this for you whenever someone thinks that you're stupid enough to buy the mask bullshit. In conclusion, and I'm getting very near the end of this now, what do we know? Masks are poisonous. That's irrefutable. All these references are at louderwithcreditor.com. They harm children, mentally, emotionally, and physically. They do not work according to all the conclusive data that we have. The data that would say they work is supported by bad research and has been fact-checked, and it is worse for the environment than anything else you can possibly do. You would be less of a dick to the environment if you were driving a diesel truck while spraying an aerosol can out the window like it's your job.
They're hiring in Oregon, actually.
For that? Really?
There's a specific business.
What is it, air freshener? Because that place smells.
Oh, no. It's a whole environmental thing. It's kind of secret, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not that secret now because you just talked about it.
I don't really think it is, Josh. I'm calling you on this.
Okay.
We can move on. I will get you in the steam closet.
Give me the details.
We'll do the reverse steam. It has a moisture suck. It's a dehumidifier too. You'll come out looking like a podling after Pelosi's been through with you.
Like a little raisin, a little prune.
Just think about this though, where we are as a country at this point. They want you to not eat steak for the environment. What? And 3 million masks being 450 years to decompose. None of this is real. Look, you're not being a conspiracy theorist when you notice the trend that, hold on a second, when they're doing something for the environment, you lose more freedoms. And then when they're disregarding the environment, it's because for the greater good, you need to lose more freedoms.
Yeah.
On no side of this equation, tell me this, outside of the ability to kill your baby, which I would argue removes the freedoms from the baby. You can comment below when we're talking about particularly late-term abortion if you disagree with that. Outside of that, where does the left ever... Oh, and the ability to do drugs, of course. The ability to do drugs because they can tax it. Okay.
Right.
Outside of things that harm your body or other bodies like abortion, murder, outside of that, when does the left ever end up with a policy that gives you more freedom accidentally?
Yeah.
What you choose to eat? No. What you choose to drive? No. What school you can go to? No. How you can raise your own kids? No. Whether you can wear a mask or not? No. And even though it's worse for the environment, no, we're still going to remove that freedom. It's like that is. It's not as though it's a consequence. It's not as though it's a side effect. It's as though it's the starting point. And that's why you don't go along with the masks. You don't go along because there's no science behind it. You don't go along because it's bullshit. But you also don't go along because we've seen what happens. The minute they get a little bit of control, the next moment you know, you're choking a turtle with 3 million masks per minute being tossed into the ocean while you eat cricket burgers, convincing yourself that it's just as good as ground round. It's horse shit, and you don't need to be ashamed to not go along with it. All right, we're going to continue this. You're going to do a segment, I guess, on Spaniards kissing.
Sports.
And if you have not joined Mug Club yet, you get Nick DiPaolo tonight, 5 p.m. You get Alex Jones on Friday. You get a full additional hour of show. You're going to have Brian Callen's show. You have Hodgkin show. You have our investigative unit. New comedy specials to be coming. You can go follow Josh Firestein on the Instagram, Josh_Firestein. Thank you, Rumble. Well, hold on. Before that, if you're on Rumble, click the button right there. Click the button right there. You join Mug Club. It's $89 annually. You get this mug. And then, okay. Rumble, thank you. YouTube, piss off. Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you are. Oh man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you are. Oh man, take a look at my life. 54 years of crack and whores, stumbling around the house, cutting business deals with you. I'm lost on the sauce, really got my wires crossed, like when you get completely lost, as you often do.
Why can't I hear? Pants are brown, spending days in such a haze and totally confused, living life completely gassed. Look at all the time that's passed. Often I'll also fill my pants with the number 2.
Remember, none of this is possible without you. Join the fight and sign up for Mug Club today at louderwithkreider.com/Mug Club. Gain access to an unrivaled catalog of unapologetic and entertaining creators, including the Hodge Twins, Nick DiPaolo, Brian Callen, and of course, Alex Jones. All that and everything you see today is entirely funded by viewers like you. For $89 annually, join the fight at louderwithkreider.com/Mug Club today. Ooh, I got all of that one. That one was a good sip.
Yummy.
Good sip. But my headphones are a little bit foggy here today. It's my fault. It's my headphones. I tend to do this. I don't know why. This is what I trained for. Glad to be with you. It's a little bit more of a regular schedule here this week. Last week we did a 4.5-hour live stream of the debates, if you're going to call it that. A lot to talk about today, not to be deterred by their $5 trillion market cap loss. Target is continuing to indoctrinate your kids.
Jake. You know what?
Over to Rumble, and hey, people hit the YouTube dump button. Be sure to hit it because
you know what? With actually being out here, I am not contributing to the revenue of Target because, well, there is no Target out here.
I will use the term tranny today.
Dump it.
Just dump it really quickly. Yeah, I told them to dump it. I want to make sure they're on their toes. We're talking about that. Donald Trump can't stop losing with the merchandise.
All right.
Like to really get to today. You know, obviously it's a tragedy what happened in Jacksonville. Okay? People will say, oh, thoughts and prayers, it's stupid, you need to ban guns. Shut up. But I do think it's interesting to look at the dynamic between Nashville, what happened, where we had a radical gender theorist, and what's happened in Jacksonville, based on the information we have, someone who probably is a disturbed, a mentally deranged racist. You don't live in a free country if you have laws, but if the laws are applied equally. And the same thing with the standards of media, right? We kind of have trials, but we also have trial by public opinion right now. Yeah. And that's what we're seeing with President Trump. Which, the question of the day, what would President Donald Trump, some people call him former president, some people call him sitting president, I call him sitting president, what would he have to do for you to not vote for him at this point? What would he need to do for you to not vote for him? And I don't just mean in the primary. You can vote for whoever, I mean in the general.
You read my mind.
Yeah. I'll be talking about that and more. Gerald A., number 2, how are you, sir?
I am doing well. I'm happy to be back, and this is a normal week. Last week was a little crazy, but it was fun.
And I was trying to bring the energy up because it's Monday morning, and you went straight to NPR News Update.
I'm doing fine, Stephen. How are you? Did you have a good weekend?
We're going today to the Poughkeepsie Playhouse to hear this jazz funk afro duo.
That's a thing?
I don't know. I listen to NPR because, I love state-run media.
There you go. So you're doing well.
I'm doing fine.
Prickly?
Yeah. No, I'm doing fine. Okay. It was a very, very... So do you guys ever do this? I had a really, really boring weekend where because plans were kind of, mixed up.
Right.
So I made sure that I just sat around the house doing nothing. So by the end, I was like a caged animal going, I want to go back to work. Yeah, and now I don't. And in third chair, when you hear this, you know who it is. You love him. He's going to be this Saturday, September 23rd at the Roslyn Theater in Roslyn, Washington. Roslyn? I don't know. You can follow him at Josh_Firestein on the Instagram to see all of his dates. Josh, how are you, sir?
I'm good. It's Monday morning, Gerald. Get excited.
Look at you. Look at him all color coordinated like he's the Fatigue 3-6 Mafia.
Yeah, 360-pound Mafia, mate. I look like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I realized I'm dressed like...
Zoinks! You can't find me in a bush!
Can't find Target's profits.
Yes. He's disappearing like a ghost!
You'd think a Target would help, but...
Velma's pregnant! Well...
And black now.
I guess it's the disappearing rubber. I don't know. I never watched. We didn't have it when I was a kid. We didn't have Scooby-Doo in Canada. No. And our Oreos are different, so are our Corn Pops. Canadians, comment below. Our Corn Pops are basically spherical Captain Crunches. I don't know why. It's a silly place. And I hope that someday we nuke it. Okay.
Whoa. You don't want to waste the bombs.
They used to get all their weed from Canada, though.
Yeah, now they just get it from anywhere.
Yeah, the mystery van is...
Unless you're in a weed legal state, I don't know if you know this, so they ban THC from hemp.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't know if you know, big weed is always looking out for you. It hasn't evolved into another big pharma. No, it's true. There's like 11 states where the THC from hemp is illegal. It's legal from cannabis, legal from marijuana, and those states are states where marijuana is legal because they can't tax it and regulate it. Comment if you guys know that. And you know what? Right now, this is one of the few times I'll ask if you're on Rumble. Go and hit like on YouTube. This week we're going to be doing an experiment because of the shadow banning. So hit like on YouTube. We want to see how that affects the algorithm. Just as many of you, boom, go hit like, then go back to Rumble because we're going to be using that dump button a lot. Because you might need to hit this for YouTube. They are coming for your children. Remember when everyone said that was a slippery slope? Well, it's really more of a lubed slope.
Ew.
It's an astroglided slope. Because, and if you have kids, they shouldn't be here watching this, right? We want you to see the evil that is out there in the world so that you can protect your family from it. This is not a G-rated show. Not a trigger warning, just age appropriate. Here are some Philly bike riders who get naked and, they say from the mouths of babes. I want you to watch this until the end and hear what the little child asks. And you know what? They're more reasonable than the queer party friends on the bikes.
You guys riding without a seat.
Utah, give me 2.
They're all gross.
I have a question. Why is this?
The only sane one of the group.
Finish the question below. Hit your comment. Why is this person gross? And that person? And why are they all gross?
Ew.
And why is this man holding a saxophone, which is clearly a two-handed instrument, while trying to ride a bicycle? It's almost as though this is disingenuous and they're all just a bunch of illogical degenerates. Right, Mom?
That's fair. I didn't even think about that. Two-handed.
Yeah.
Blew my mind.
You're not going to see Kenny G on a bicycle. I mean, unless it's a tandem. Sitting there, you can see the moment where he's like, and then he has a decision to make. Do I want to ride or do I want to play this thing? I don't know. I'm just really gay and talentless.
I've always got a flute on me.
Yes. Well, there was a lot of skin flute playing there, too.
Yeah.
That man is also master of the organ.
I guess it's not always sunny in Philadelphia.
No,
sometimes it's gloomy and full of dicks.
You assume they're too fat to actually see them, so.
Yeah. I guess because they're ugly and naked, it's art. If they were attractive, it would be pornography.
That's fair. That's true.
Hey, there you go. No, that's appropriate. Hey, just take your kids to a strip club.
No.
I don't know. All right. No, of course, don't take your children to a strip. I'm just saying, it's just really you know who else is this way? Ezra Miller. That guy should be. That guy should have to face the wall, considering what he's done. And I was reading up on him because I was forced to watch this stupid Flash film, and I don't know how he's ever convinced anybody that he can portray a straight man. Shut up! It was on HBO. It's
forced.
The last
Thank you,
remaining.
Tim. That was a word I was going to hone in on. Forced.
It's the whole thing. You're just thinking, I'm running really fast and I'm getting hungry. That's the whole movie. And then I'm reading up on this guy who has kidnapped people, who has, of course, groomed children who are underage, who has committed violent assault, breaking and entering. And I'm reading it's Rolling Stone and Vanity Fair and New York Post, Variety, right, all of these magazines. And it keeps saying, like, and they were arrested. I'm going, well, he must have, like, a really loyal accomplice. No, it's because he's queer and uses they, them pronouns. Well, lead with that.
Need to carve up for his role.
Grammatically, it makes no sense.
By the way, these guys, they're pushing body positivity and making sure that nudity is just a way of life. But here's an interesting thing. They canceled their after party, and what they said was, well, because everybody's naked and they're drinking, it creates a lot of problems. And I'm like, your whole thing goes away at that point. You can't have nudity be part of life. By the way, don't ride in downtown Philadelphia around all of the city landmarks where kids are naked.
Well, that's the point.
That's what they did. This was not out in the country. This was up, the rocky steps that they go up. They ride right past there, and there's kids there with families, and they don't get a choice to say, hey, I don't want to see that.
They don't care when they're out in the street because it doesn't affect them. But then when they hit a bunch of poppers and shots, they don't want to shit their thong at the local gay bar.
It's hard to have a party and getting drunk with those with those kids there and all those dicks, you know.
I mean, it just ruins the vibe.
They should ride through the hood.
Yeah, exactly. See how that goes.
That's fair. If they make it out, I'd let them do it.
Yeah.
By the way, it's a live
Yeah, right
show.
by Meek Mill's house. See how it goes.
It's a live show Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, where you can watch it on Rumble. And of course, for those of you listening on audio, you can listen to it on Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Pod, Amazon, wherever those things are, and you can leave a rating there. Is it working now, Toolman? Is it because for a while it was only uploading like every 3 days?
Yes,
it is
working now.
You don't sound confident. All right.
Yeah. I'll get back to you.
So this weekend, climate protesters, because that's a thing, they tried to block traffic into Burning Man, and they found out really quickly that Nevada sheriffs don't play that game, and so this brings us to a segment that we haven't done in a while, and it's just protester fails.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are.
All right, here they're pulling up. They found out really quickly that Nevada sheriffs don't play that game, and so this brings us to a segment that we haven't done in a while, and it's just protester fails.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are.
All right, here they are pulling up. It's the good old chain ourselves to something we think is immovable.
What?
Yeah.
Did you get that? Yes, we all got that.
It's coming back around. Round 2.
Hit it again.
They said you better move.
Watch this. Watch.
Good.
Yeah.
What?
Woo!
I'm not violent. We're just sitting in the road.
Look at the guy behind him.
Assholes.
Look at the guy. He's like, the ridge line's clear. Oh, hell. Carl's pissed.
I didn't think of whether or not someone might need to get to the ICU or someone was delivering a baby because I'm a selfish wench.
Makes no difference who you are.
And by the way, I love because that cop might have been, some people might argue was a little rough. I think it was completely appropriate.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
comment below. But let's take a look again at the cop right there. He's like, I'll keep watch, and looks out into the
behind
desert.
him. Yeah.
Here it is.
Look at the guy in the background.
He's like,
okay,
yeah, I'll make sure this is just safe out there.
He has full confidence that the other guy has it handled.
Yeah, I'll look out here. I bet you can see him turning. He's like,
You got this.
I love this because it's climate protesters, and I'm pretty sure that's tribal police.
Is it?
I'm quite certain that the Nevada Rangers are like a tribal police.
I think they are,
I
too,
watched
yeah.
a documentary about aliens. Don't worry about it. There's a documentary about aliens. It's called
And the Nevada
Skinwalker Ranch.
tribal police came up?
Yeah, the Nevada
Okay.
Rangers, they had to investigate it, and those guys don't fuck around. And I love, sorry about the cursing, but I love the fact that some of these people are protesting, and they're gonna be mad about the cops, and then as soon as they find out that they're tribal and native, they're gonna be like, oh well, I mean,
I don't know
they're
what
Oh,
just
to do now.
doing their job, you know.
shows up. He's like, I'm all jacked up on Windex. Give me a reason.
Yeah, it was tribal police.
I'm sorry, Seven Moon Bear.
Yeah, they don't mess around, dude.
I love it.
It was 6 protesters from Extinction Rebellion in 7 circles. They were arrested.
What the hell, 7
And they wanted Burning Man organizers to ban private jets and single-use plastics at the festival. So they're going to hate those zip ties.
That's the hill they're going to die on.
Can't recycle
Please put
that.
real handcuffs on me.
I don't use
At least you want the recyclable steel? Let me put it in perpendicular. I was wrong.
Wait till they find out about all the gasoline they burned to burn that man.
Just wrap my
Right.
brittle anemic wrists in plastic straws. I don't care about the turtles. Remember what happened? Remember when the protests were happening and people were mad that the cops were shooting? Well, one man had his wife and his son were in a burning building. I believe it was Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It
I
might have
remember
been in Milwaukee at that point in time. And there are unintended. People need to use that road. You are a danger to people who are in an emergency needing to use the road. Not to mention, you are. Hey, these are the same people, by the way, who talk about socialism. They always use those arguments like, "Well, do you like your roads?" Not when you're on them, bitch. Do you like your roads? But you feel as though you can simply block them. By the way, of course, we're talking about something that's non-rivalrous, this is an issue with socialism. Roads are something that's a valid form of government, depending how it's done. The military. It's a silly, lazy argument. Yet these are the people who always act as though the roads are their own.
Hit the road, Jack.
Yes.
That's what I say.
Yes.
Jack and Jill.
Yeah, exactly. It's not so Mad Max.
These guys make their entire campaign is pissing people off. We're going to go block roads for people who are just trying to get to work in most cases, and we're going to go destroy priceless works of art to make a point. Could you imagine doing anything to piss the entire world off at you more to try to make a point?
I wonder how
I don't care what their point is anymore. I just care that they don't get, I just get to rip the hand off of the pavement that's been glued down. Remember that guy with the chisel and he accidentally got nicked with it? He's like, it's fine, that's fine. What? The guy, the Extinction Rebellion guy, glued his hand to the asphalt or cemented it.
He cemented it.
Right, yeah.
I'm like, no, just keep pulling till it comes out, guys. He chose that.
To answer your question, I think they rode there on a tandem bicycle in thongs.
Okay, good. Thank God, because I was afraid they used fossil fuels to
Then
get
they realized that the sun is actually pretty big influence of CO2 in the atmosphere. Like, we have to put on some sunblock.
I know how they got out, though. They got out in that truck. They left in the back of that truck.
They were dragged.
I heard they scalped them, too. Crazy, dude. Don't mess around in Nevada.
Yeah, it just ended like The Revenant. Okay. Target. All right. So this is, we've talked about this. Your boycotts work when combined with boycotts. And it works especially when it's a company where there's an easy alternative. So Target is one of them. But not to be deterred, again, the theme today is they are coming for your children very aggressively. I was wrong. 15 billion. I think I said 19 trillion, but it's a rounding error.
That was close.
$15 billion market cap loss. Target, they're back, of course, to their evil ways. This time selling a board book called Bye Bye Binary.
Oh, my gosh.
That's the new book, and it's going to be at stores nationwide. It's what they call a board book, which was new to me. I know what you're all thinking.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
So remember, by the way, this is why this is so important. Remember on YouTube, we were suspended at one point. They made us change our title, even though they're a platform, not a publisher. Regarding a podcast that said they are coming for your children, I said, you can't say that. Well, what about when they write books that are marketed toward your children, just to be clear?
Babies, it seems.
Yeah, babies. So the synopsis on Target's website, I didn't even know they still had a website.
I know.
It says, I thought they went brick and mortar. They bet wrong. It says, our little bundle of joy has arrived to dismantle gender norms. So doesn't that violate child labor laws? I mean, you're already tasking an infant. I don't know.
Yeah, can they get fired from that job?
Yeah, I have no idea. Are there overtime? I mean, this is the thing. Like, what conditions? So to dismantle gender norms, a joyful baby refuses to conform to the gender binary and instead chooses toys, colors, and clothes that make him happy. You mean like all babies?
It's science.
This tongue-in-cheek, well, yes, but enough about yourself. Board book is a perfect tool to encourage children to love what they love and is also a great baby shower gift for all soon-to-be parents. By the way, encourage, what they mean is indoctrinate. Yes. What they mean is essentially groom. What they mean is to propagandize. And by the way, this obviously shouldn't be a surprise considering it's released on the heels of the horribly received Moby's Dick that Target also used, and that didn't go very well.
No.
It's a good book. They're very different the way that they develop. You see this happen. And often they will fight over, for example, the pink rocking. There's a pink, it's kind of like a hippo. The gray one is a rhinoceros, but it's just dull. It's taupe like your shirt. It's not bright. And so both the boy and the girl fight over the one that has the kind of rhinoceros horn, and it's pink. It's not big. And I don't for a second go, oh, that must mean they're gay. No, they like bright. They don't know anything. You're the one who is copy pasting your stupid values if your child happens to like if your son likes Lucky Charms, you think that he should be out there in the gay pride parade with a tandem bicycle without a seat?
He will if I say he will.
Yes, that's right. Think about this, applying sexual norms to babies.
I've got kids. I got 2 kids. Big differences, Stephen. One, my son loves playing with his penis.
Yes.
My daughter never did that.
No.
That is neat.
A pretty easy way to figure it out.
Yeah. He goes, no.
No.
Come on, that's not yours. Stop. That's where it's okay to lightly swat a kid. You go, stop touching that. Well, actually, with twin boy and girls, I will say, they will do that.
Yeah.
Like, what's that? They're very curious. They're very, very curious, and it doesn't mean they want it. They what's that? That's something that looks fun. That's what a girl will say. That looks fun. Great. It doesn't mean that we're going to surgically attach one. By the way, this was written by Eric Garon.
That's hilarious. Oh, man. Okay.
In children's rooms.
I'm sorry, but that the second to last photo, he looked like a circumcised you-know-what.
Yes.
What? No, tell me.
Go ahead. Say it.
Women could be one, too.
Yeah, Gerald.
He looks like It, the clown, if It didn't put it in any effort. Everything kind of floats down here. I don't know. Read my book.
Kind of low.
And by the way, smash the Rumble button if you're watching this right now on Rumble. Let them know that you love them because they don't ban us. And of course, Mug Club will be going on. We'll be doing. They don't make them like they used to today. By the way, here's some other books by this lovely contributor. It includes Poultrygeist, where the chicken who crosses.
That's the worst.
It's not the worst.
Poultrygeist.
Poultrygeist. The chicken who crosses the road is killed and wakes up in the afterlife because you shouldn't eat meat. YouTube dump, obviously.
Dump that one.
I thought the chicken walked into an old graveyard that the house was built on. It's going with Poultrygeist. I'm like, at least go that direction.
Poultrygeist.
Go to the afterlife, you jerks.
I thought the book was about somebody going to Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
And walking in and hearing, they're here. Oh, no.
They're caught in the deep fryer. He also wrote A Tale of Two Princes about two long-lost brothers who are gay, of course.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, that book is recommended for 7th graders and up. And just in case, again, this is the person writing this for Target. $15 billion market cap loss. Marketing it towards baby infants. Here he is promoting The Tale of Two Homo Princes on Twitter.
Hey, if you liked Red, White, and Royal Blue and want more, then I guarantee you'll like my young adult novel, A Tale of Two Princes, out now.
I don't think I will.
I don't want any more.
Again, writes for Disney. This is the unholy alliance that you're up against with, I used to write for Disney.
Right.
So went from Disney to Target. That's what we call a lateral homo move.
Yes, and he's writing children's. It's interesting. He's writing books for kids. That's strange.
Also,
I don't understand.
That story's already been told by the spin doctors.
Yes.
And if you want to call me him, you better not now.
I wasn't sure of the conclusion, but you laid it out for me. I was lost. When you by the way, when you try and buy this buy binary book at Target, you also are given these other choices, including the pronoun book. Should be 2 pages. The hips on the drag queen go swish, swish, swish.
That pissed me off.
Actually, due to the estrogen replacement therapy in the masculine endocrine system, it goes crack, crack, snap. And 'twas the night before Pride, which, by the way, is pretty much the same as every night for people who are attending Pride events. It involves group sex.
Oh.
Ooh. I mean, ew.
Every creature was stirring. and dressed like a mouse.
It's a furry fest. Not even the mouse. It's a guy in a mouse costume.
But this is how they do it, right? They say no, that's not. No one's coming for your kids. As a matter of fact, that's bannable. That's bannable. They're not coming for your kids. We've done the age restricted or not.
Oh yeah, you don't want to do
on
that.
YouTube. Weren't we going to do another segment based on that at some point here in the future?
I think we were. But so look, I looked and I saw the people bought these books as well, kind of other suggestions, and I thought, okay, like this book is bad enough, but maybe it's a one-off. It's not a one-off. Like every single one of those books that we showed in that overlay are targeted towards children to confuse the hell out of them, right? The hips on the transgender, or sorry, not transgender. I'm sorry, I said it the right way. The hips on the drag queen go swish. That's Wheels on the Bus.
Yeah.
Like that's before you're 3 years old. Think about that. We have kids right now. They kind of get out of the Wheels on the Bus stage pretty quickly, and they go on to other things. And that's so super, super young kids. Here's the worst part. Guess who they're banking on doing this? Parents, because the kids can't read these books yet. It's the parents.
They're banking on white suburban mothers. Let's be clear.
Yes.
Read to the kids.
Yes.
But if that's not child abuse, I don't know what is.
The hips on the drag queen go swish, 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 and the teacher goes shh, 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 don't tell.
Exactly.
It's like your kids are almost better off not reading the book, not even reading a book.
I know.
Ever.
I never thought that I would say, you better close that book and go watch Death Wish.
Yeah. God.
Last thing I want is your face in one of those school books. Go lift up a few Barbie doll skirts. See what happens.
Nothing there.
My son plays with Barbies.
Yeah, he
plays. I'm so sorry. He plays with the little boobies on it.
All do.
And my friend's like, "Are you worried about your son playing with Barbies?" I was like, "I don't think he's doing it wrong.
No,
to be honest with you, I think he's nailing it."
Scissor me timbers.
And ruin his life as a future Casanova? What kind of parenting do you do in your household?
Her outfits don't match. I'm like, he's nailing it, dude.
He doesn't care.
For his third birthday, I got him a poster of Selma Hayek.
Ooh, from Dusk Till Dawn style.
Selma Hayek.
Stop
She's
it.
a pretty lady.
Sorry,
No, we're not going to
Gerald.
stop it. She's a beautiful woman. Shut up.
Gerald's not a boob guy.
Speaking of beautiful, the new mugshot. Donald Trump, of course, you know this has happened last week, but he was arrested in Fulton County. And here's the thing. It's like the left. People talk about 11D chess. You don't need to play 11D chess. You just need to think one or two moves ahead.
Yeah.
Because the left was in glee. At no point considering that maybe this mugshot might backfire. Here's them celebrating.
It's an image never before seen in American history. A mugshot of former President Donald Trump, released overnight by the sheriff's office in Fulton County, Georgia.
So as a teenager living in New York, I've said it before, this is the reason I never watched The Apprentice. I despised Donald Trump because he, to me, signified the rich white guy in Manhattan that absolutely hated and despised
You signified
me.
the Burt Ward wig.
I did see it on television.
What'd you think?
Handsome guy. Wonderful guy.
And look, right now, I mean, you can just hit the like button or comment again because we're trying to test the YouTube algorithms if you're there right now. I honestly think the mugshot is pretty badass.
Yeah. It is.
I mean, think Johnny Cash, right? How badass he was made out to be, just giving the finger, right? You have all these. I mean, Mel Gibson's mugshot is out there. There are some that are okay, not great, and then there are some you kind of go, man, I want to party with that guy. So Donald Trump turned the tables, tweeted out the mugshot himself.
Yeah.
And he tweeted out, or X'd out, sorry, election interference, never surrender. He doesn't even look bad in his mugshot.
No, he nailed it. That was a fantastic job. By the way, the interactions on that were through the roof.
Yeah. Yes.
Look at this guy.
And he immediately, by the way, turned it into merchandise, including shirts, mugs, decals, koozies, which Pop Strider must be thrilled with. I don't know why he has a koozie everywhere.
Really?
He has like 5 in his car, and
He
he
doesn't
also
even
has them in his
drink
kitchen. He just puts them on cups. He puts them on tumblers that don't even need a koozie. Does your dad do that? I don't know why. I love my dad. Pop Strider, I love you. But it's like, I know for sure if he's going to be like, hey, today we are offering a complimentary koozie. Say no more.
Sign me up.
I am filling out the survey in the back of this receipt. You can never have enough.
He likes the softness of it. It's like shocks.
Yes,
you know?
like your son with the Barbie.
Yes. It's the feel of it.
$7 million is what he's raised since the mugshot. I guarantee you it's tens of millions if you're looking at the cottage industries out there that are selling his mugshot on merchandise.
Oh, yeah. Well, just the kind of support he's getting from it. mean, everybody sees it for what it is, but they see fight in his eyes. They see fire in his eyes.
And here's the thing. I would like for you to guess. Where do you think this is going to backfire the biggest for Democrats? Take a guess. You guys know, but don't lead the...
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know this, but a lot of black Americans like people who aren't going in as snitches. They like people who share some of that experience. And it's backfired so bigly that the hood is now going all in for Trump.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood. I'm the man of green, come to do no good. Left in the hood, come to do no good.
Sorry, that was the wrong clip. And by the way, I'll give you that one. That film is intensely racist.
Lep in the hood.
Yeah. That's the wrong clip, but here's a montage of course, people in the black American. Some people say African American. I don't. Here's a montage. Donald Trump's gaining ground.
So black people, if you really want to these racist demons and devils off, vote for Donald Trump. Say up.
Black people forgave him. I'm like, damn, so y'all back with Trump just like that, huh? niggas like, hell yeah, niggas passing out money. I'm like, damn, it crazy.
Trump is a brother now. I'm sorry. You go to jail in Zone 6 Atlanta, you a brother. Straight up.
Shit, said Van Jones. Prediction, and you guys can comment here below. I think Donald Trump, if he is the Republican nominee, will get more a higher percentage of black votes to the Republican Party than any Republican in the last 40 years. Just to be clear. I think he did, by the way. He improved by 4 from 2016 to 2020. We don't really have the context, but in some areas, he won a significant portion of the black vote. Now, I know that doesn't really win elections because black Americans only make up 12, 13% of the population, but it's important to see the cultural shift. Black Democrats, and they do largely vote Democrat, are the moderate wing of the Democratic Party today. And this is a way to turn them off really quickly. Yeah. You act like you side with them in defunding police, which, by the way, a lot of them have more positive views of their local police in their neighborhood. That's an important component here to take into the equation. But they have a negative view of the federal police. They have a negative view of the militarization of police. So it's not so much that they hate the Darren Wilsons of the world, even though he was ostracized in the media by largely white liberals. It's that they hate people who would, for example, be involved with this mugshot in Donald Trump.
Yeah. Wrongful prosecution, stuff like that. By the way, Donald Trump gained support in the black community because he didn't just talk to the black community or talk at them. He actually did things that helped the black community. Yeah. The things that all of these other people, these shills out there, will talk about but never actually do anything for because they want to constantly have that for elections. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all he did. It was simple.
Oh, right now, here, really quickly, let's go to CNN, where they're saying Donald Trump campaign says it raised 7.1 after Georgia booking. Let's see what they have to say.
$1 million since Trump surrendered at the Fulton County Jail. The day after his arrest was the highest grossing day for his campaign ever.
What happened to all your celebrations?
Republican strategist and former chief strategist for the Romney presidential campaign, Stuart Stevens. He is also the author of The Conspiracy to End America, 5 Ways My Old Party is Driving Our
The Waste of Space strategist.
Stuart, welcome and good morning. You know, part of that big fundraising pull is the mugshot merchandise that his team has put out, that Trump's team has put out. Is there, from your perspective, a tipping point where the mounting legal problems start to negatively impact?
Ooh, that's wishful thinking. Think of that. Is there a point where we're going to make it stick?
We have to look at it in 2 different universes, a universe of Republican primary voters and a universe of the rest of us.
I think so you're not a Republican anymore. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. These Republican primary voters.
See the smug emanating off this guy.
They have been told that there is a conspiracy against them, that there is a deep state, that their votes were stolen.
Okay, so hold on a second. This is the kind of Republican they bring on CNN, just to be clear. It's like it's a human walking straw man, just to be clear. I mean, that... have now, of course, admittedly not been nearly as effective as we thought, and certainly come with more complications. They believe that their votes may have been stolen. Oh, I wonder why that would be, considering that some people showed up to vote. Let's just use Arizona, for example, and they couldn't vote for 4 or 5 hours. Let's just use that as an example. Or the fact that they had ballots sent to places where they didn't live, or their state violated the Constitution. And they believe that there is a deep state. I wonder why they might believe that there was a deep state, considering for 3 years of their lives, they heard you talk about, as the Republican that you are, and Anna Navarro, they heard you talk about Russia, 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 collusion, which we now know beyond any shadow of a doubt is verifiably false and was planted by political oppositions, people like Hillary Clinton, Fusion GPS, the Steele dossier. For crying out loud, his campaign was actually spied on. You have Americans, by the way, let's go back to Barack Obama, where the IRS was weaponized specifically against people who were members of the Tea Party group. So why would Americans believe that the deck is stacked against them, that maybe their vote doesn't count as much as they thought it would, or that the government has a deep state? Yeah, let's just gaslight you and hope that that continues to work. By the way, do you like those ratings, CNN? And Fox News. Let's toss you in it, too. The demo numbers on Fox News, people are tuning out because you suck.
Well, no,
nothing you say is honest. You can't keep pissing on people's forehead. Tell them it's not raining. Tell them it is raining. I don't know the expression. I don't care.
That angered you.
Tell them it's raining.
Yeah. There you go. It's peeing.
It's not raining. It's your piss, is my point. I'm pissed now.
I love that this guy's the former chief strategist for the Romney presidential campaign. Now, look, I understand. Like, you win some, you lose some. That was a disaster.
No, you just lose some.
No. And this guy,
lost.
This guy always loses some. I'm just saying, with the presidential campaign, fine. If you're the chief strategist, sometimes it's not you. It's the guy that you're working for. It was you. He was doing very, very well until you got in his ear and said, "Hey, don't go after Barack Obama so much in the next debate because you just killed him." Everybody loved it.
She's begging. She's like, "Is there a tipping point? Is there a tipping point where all of this will finally stick?"
No.
It just keeps, he's like Michael Myers. He just keeps coming. How do we stop this? Well, I don't know. It might help if we all stopped being such bitches, but then again, I'm not a political strategist anymore.
I tell you what, the black vote's going to have a huge, huge impact.
Yeah.
Especially in these cities that were like Fulton or like Fulton County or Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta.
Detroit was a big one.
Well, that's the odd thing about Detroit. Detroit actually, he was winning. Donald Trump was winning Wayne County, by the way, by the same margin that he was actually outperforming himself in other urban areas. Meaning, like if you go to Philadelphia, meaning if you go to Portland, meaning if you go to Los Angeles. I shouldn't say winning, but he was receiving a huge portion of the vote in Wayne County with urban voters, by the way, in the same proportion that Donald Trump was receiving them in all other urban areas, until there was a vote switch at 3 a.m. when some red wagons came in, and 99% of the votes were for Biden. This is one thing too when you're talking about, and someone can bring this there from Mission Control. We have this in one of our older episodes that may have been removed from YouTube. Again, here's what matters: is you look at major cities across the country, and Donald Trump was outperforming the polls, and he was outperforming his previous performance, meaning he was gaining ground, like we saw with black voters, like we saw with a lot of inner city voters, except for cities. Which cities? Places like Phoenix, places like Detroit, places like Atlanta. In other words, Portland overperformed, right? Seattle overperformed. Los Angeles, San Diego, Tampa, Miami, Chicago. Not saying he was winning it, but he was performing by a significantly higher margin. Some of these areas he was winning until, in these key swing states, it's a statistical anomaly. Now, that could be the case. That's not necessarily proof. But we lived it. You can go back and watch the 12-hour stream that night in election. We went to bed thinking, well, I guess Donald Trump wins Michigan. And the reason why was because we were looking at how he won Wayne County, we were looking at how he performed in Wayne County, comparing it with Kent County in Michigan, a place where I was living at that point in time during that first election, and said, well, look, if we're just looking at this is the county that he has to worry about, and he's doing far better here and comparable in a lot of the counties that he won. So there's really no way. And we went to bed. 1 hour later, we had to start streaming again because the votes flipped. But hey, why would Americans think that their vote doesn't count, CNN? When will our lies start working?
A lot of these people already feel marginalized, too. Then this happens?
Yeah.
By the president who told them, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah.
The president who, when he was a senator, made a bunch of laws that put a bunch of black people in prison. By the vice president who did the putting in prison as a DA.
You know what's changed with Donald Trump and black people? We're doing this black and white on the gray issues. We'll have another one coming out this week or later this week. They always used to think that the system was unjust. And by the way, the justice system is. It's screwed up. I'm going to tell you. We are not in a country right now where justice is often served, especially in the court of public opinion. But black Americans used to view it as white-black, and Donald Trump opened their eyes to it's really about the corrupt and the people who they don't want to be involved. It's about the people pulling the strings. It's about the haves and the have-nots as far as power, not just money. And so now they've transitioned from the system is corrupt from against black people by white, but they're seeing one of the most powerful white men in the world go through the same kind of shit that their buddy did or their cousin who was selling weed on the corner, and they go, maybe it's not a black-white thing. Maybe we can link arms with other white people, Asian people who've been gamed by the system. Yeah. Those are the kinds of inroads that are being made, and that's why you can come back and I think that if Donald Trump is a nominee, he is going to receive a record number of black votes. Because again, being around in comedy, we have the luxury of being around, generally speaking, far more black people than most white people do, right? You're in a green room, if you're doing a showcase set, it's like 40% black. Comedy has a lot of, and they're usually better than white comics. It's like boxing. If I have to pick one and I don't even know them, the black guy's probably better. If it's comedy, I'm like, he's probably going to be better.
As an audience, sorry, white people. As an audience, I prefer the black people.
Oh, yeah.
They're more fun. They take a joke. They don't get offended.
They write your jokes for you.
Well,
they just say it out loud.
That's because I'm a hack.
They're like, quack, quack. Hamburger!
Ah, come on, don't do hamburger like that. I love hamburger.
Okay. So this brings us to the main segment today. And sorry, I went off on a little bit of a rant there. I like it. I hate the media so much.
Yes.
Jacksonville, the shootings. We want to do a segment here comparing Jacksonville to Nashville. Both tragedies. You can comment below. Pause it. Don't cheat it if you're not watching this live. What you think the contrasts are. Mm-hmm. So to set this up, of course, a man killed 3 people. A tragedy of unbelievable proportions. It's always said. Jacksonville yesterday. And just to be clear, we already know a lot. But for those of you who maybe haven't been recapped, here you go.
This afternoon, a little after 1 p.m., an individual we have not yet officially identified entered a Dollar Tree in the Newtown area of Jacksonville, outfitted with a tactical vest, armed with an AR-style rifle, and a handgun. Then the shooter killed 3 people before turning the gun on himself, taking his own life. Other than the 3 individuals killed and the shooter himself, there are no additional people who suffered gunshot wounds. We are not identifying the deceased victims at this time, but I can tell you that there are 2 male victims and 1 female victim. All of the deceased victims are black. The Clay County Sheriff's Office, who has been assisting our agency with this investigation, received information after the shooting that the shooter had authored several manifestos, one to his parents, one to the media, and one to federal agents. Portions of these manifestos detailed the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated, and he hated black people. He wanted to kill.
This isn't the first public statement.
That's the one and only time I'll use that word. The weapons that the shooter used today are a Glock and an AR-15 style rifle.
All right, so you guys can go and watch the whole clip. And by the way, all references are available at louderwithcrowder.com. And again, is the rule of law, or I guess I should also say, are the ethical standards of media? Mm-hmm. Because it's never been more applicable than this. How often have you heard them say, well, we don't want to create copycats, so we're not even going to address the manifesto? Right there, the very first statement. So are the ethics of journalism applied equally? Well, let's compare this to the Nashville shooting from March, and we actually still don't know things there that some would argue could be pivotal, which brings us to this week's installment of Then and Now. Okay, so it happened last March, so some of you may have forgotten, so let's kind of make sure that we refresh your memory. Let's go back to then. You have that there?
Yeah, I'm looking for the next clip. They added that late and didn't tell me.
Oh, do you have the clip?
No.
Nice.
I got to grab it real quick.
Okay, can someone grab it really quickly or just...
Dan!
All right, we're going to try this as though we're not live. Okay. The Nashville shooting, which brings us back to then.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to punk you.
I got the clip.
Okay. The shooter's motive, ideology, were completely obfuscated, if you remember, in the early reports.
I've seen interviews with you where you say that you think the motive here was resentment. What do you mean by resentment? What does that mean? Resentment about what?
So the investigation is still ongoing into this whole incident. Mm-hmm. But what detectives have said so far is there's possibly some resentment for having to go to that school. There's a connection with that family. Right now, I can't go deeply into that, but because it's unconfirmed.
Yeah, here's the very clear answer, which, by the way, we were able to confirm, and we don't even have an investigative unit. This was someone who was a radical gender ideologist who was targeting specifically what they viewed as a Christian school and Christian victims.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a pretty damn clear answer.
And you had a manifesto that laid all of that out.
Yes, which we have never had access
Still
to, by
don't,
the way.
right? Still?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a woman-festo?
Well, it was a Z-festo. It was a your guess is as good as mine. More of a fisto, depending on the book at
Oh,
Target.
that's my favorite comedian from the vaudeville days. Yes. Old Fisto. Fisto the Clown.
So, and the blame was then back in the media immediately deflected towards what? Towards what? Trans hate, right? So here's NBC on March 28th. Fear pervades Tennessee's trans community amid focus on Nashville shooter's gender identity. I don't know. Fear should maybe permeate the community from crazy transgender.
Jeez.
Sang it while I was going in bye, binary.
You got an advanced
shop
copy.
at Target now. It was Audrey Hale, for those of you who've forgotten. And by the way, we would have to go around, we'd have to avoid on YouTube covering anything from the manifesto or from this person's social media. Or, by the way, people would be suspended on social media, in case you don't remember, for misgendering the mass shooter. Here's overlay D5, in case you've forgotten. It was Audrey Hale used he, him pronouns.
She did, huh?
Yeah, she did. I don't care. Not fooling anybody. YouTube dump button. Whoever's hitting the YouTube dump button today, their finger's sore.
Yeah, just keep.
It's like Morse code.
It's like that Benedict Cumberbatch film. Which brings us to now with Jacksonville. Within 24 hours, we know almost everything there is to know about the shooter, including romantic preferences and favorite meals.
Early 20s.
Early 20s, white suspect?
White male. No, he targeted a certain group of people, and that's black people. That's what he said he wanted to kill. And that's very clear.
Just to be clear, it is equally disgusting to me for an individual to shoot black people because they're black, as it is for a crazy transgender individual to shoot Christians because they believe in biology. And by the way, the FBI...
a federal civil rights investigation, and we will pursue this incident as a hate crime. Hate crimes are always and will always remain a top priority for the FBI because they are not only attack on a victim, they are also meant to threaten and intimidate an entire community.
Well, that's not hate crime, that's terrorism. What were you about to say there, Gerald?
The guy's dead.
Yeah, that's what are they investigating?
Yeah. What in the hell are you doing?
Are they investigating what balloons for the celebration party?
If that was my family that was shot in a Dollar General, I wouldn't be worried about what kind of crime it's being classified.
Yes, you shot
I'd be
someone,
worried that
it's
my
murder.
my brother or my sister's dead. That's
Yes,
what I'd
exactly.
be worried about.
Thank you, FBI, for coming in and doing this as a hate crime. The perp is over there with half his head gone. He should have done that before he went into the Dollar General, but hey, didn't happen. What are you going to do?
Yeah, isn't your job to, aren't you supposed to help prevent criminals from shooting people, not afterwards go, oh, that guy's dead?
Cuff him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, cuff him? What purpose do you serve? Yeah.
No zip ties for this guy. He's getting the real metal cuffs.
Real metal cuffs. The mainstream headlines less than 24 hours after the shooting. Multiple people killed, this is from ABC, in racially motivated shooting at Dollar General in Florida. This is from The Atlantic. The Jacksonville killer wanted everyone to know his message of hate. Hey, this is all true, by the way. Same thing with the transgender shooter in Nashville.
Yep.
Sheriff provides the first details of how a white man fatally shot 3 black people at a Florida store. And that headline, by the way, from AP was then changed to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis booed at vigil as hundreds mourn more racist killing.
Oh, they were just trying to fit racist and Governor DeSantis into the same headline.
Think about it. Someone sat there and said, okay, hold on a second. I'm going to headline here is going to be Sheriff provides the first details of how a white man fatally shot 3 black people at a Florida store. Wow, that's great. Then his boss, as Jameson, came in and said, that title sucks. He's like, oh, I got better. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis booed at vigil as hundreds more and more racist killings. Love it. That's good for our country, right? Then, hey, next, we'll do a segment bitching about division and how algorithms on social media push people to radical ideologies. I'm a piece of shit.
That's an inner monologue. That's good.
Comment below if you see the inconsistency. They want you to believe that our response is what's dividing America. And unlike AP, hey, guess what? We make all the references available. I highly encourage that you go and watch, that you go and read them. By the way, watch this show and then tune out. Tune out. You don't need to be scrolling on social media every single day. This is the problem with algorithm culture. So this brings us back to then, with Nashville, the manifesto was not released.
Oh.
Right? The Nashville parents specifically requested not to release the manifesto.
Hold on. Why do we give a damn what they requested?
Were these the parents of the victims or the parents of the
if
shooter?
It's the parents of the
Can
victims.
someone clarify? I want to make sure that I have this right. It says there's no compelling state interest in giving voice to a horrendous criminal, the parents' attorney wrote in these documents.
Parents of the victims. Probably parents of the victims. Now, listen, I care about what they say, but I'm sorry it does. It does. I'm sorry it does matter to us. We need to understand this because right now what you're seeing is white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. And this guy was a white supremacist by every account that we have, and that should be absolutely be abhorrent
The
to anybody.
Jacksonville person.
This Jacksonville
Right now we're
person,
talking
right?
about Nashville.
But back in
They're both
Nashville,
Bills.
we need to know what the motivation was.
Yeah, well, we know. The media doesn't. The
Exactly.
media acts as though they don't. And by the way, both the left and the right-wing media, they were claiming, and here's the thing, too, just to be clear, I get that I'm a hypocrite. I understand, because I used to say, you know what, I don't want these issues to be politicized. Guess what? That's not me anymore. It's not me anymore. Before the bodies even assume, it's not a luxury that we have.
Right.
Do you guys feel the same way? You can comment below. Hit like if you think it's important to just push back right away, fight like hell immediately. I used to say, let's wait. And we should wait for the facts.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to wait and allow them to use the graves of children or adults in order to try and push an agenda. It's no longer an option. They want you to think that everyone in this room is responsible for the division in America. No, it's them. What they want to do is divide America and have no response. And we're not going to play that game anymore. Back then with Nashville, both the left and the right-wing media, they were claiming that releasing the manifesto or even talking about it, even mentioning his name, would spur copycat killers.
This manifesto lets other people read it, and then somehow copycats become involved.
And the main thing you were talking about is this called mass shooting contagion. And it's when the releases of manifestos then contribute to the other manifestos. Some people even copy and paste the manifestos into it. And it's a copycat.
You get people who are doing copycat things. They see all the attention these things get in the media, and they're mentally unbalanced, and they go about this business.
Possible motive. There is a manifesto. Now, I'm sure there'll be all sorts of debate whether this manifesto should be made public. I would hope not. I don't think we want to be incentivising any more behaviour like this. We saw with the Christchurch shooting, that manifesto not be published, and I think that is a sound move.
Okay, so that was, they didn't even want to discuss it, which brings us to now in Jacksonville, though it hasn't officially been released. Mayor Loose Lips Sink Ships here, Donna Deegan in Jacksonville, laid out pretty much the entire the entire manifesto of the shooter. I just said Shudo like Japanese. That's what it's a Japanese fighting organization. Shudo. Laid out the shooter's manifesto in a press conference, like to the letter.
It's too often the same folks. And this type of hate, this type of, you see the swastikas on the gun. This, as you know, was the anniversary of when we had the shooting at the landing. And I believe that was also indicated in the manifesto that he was aware of that.
She looks, if Marjorie Taylor Greene were a raisin.
A little dried up.
And by the way, what is it with these shooters in whiteout on guns? I have been to many gun shows, many gun ranges. I have never once seen someone with a swastika through, a Sharpie or whiteout on their firearm.
They're not gun culture people.
No.
It seems a little weird. But where's the fear of copycats now? Where's the fear of copycat white supremacists? Because apparently, according to Joe Biden, that's the largest threat to the United States right now. The domestic threat is white supremacy. And so why? I'm confused. Can we just pick a lane? One way or the other. Either we never release the manifestos or comment on them, which is what's happening right now, or we always do.
I think now we always will.
I think
I used to not want to because of copycats, but at this point, I think it's important for you to know where the violence is stemming from where. I think that's important because we're at a point now where you deserve to have all the information at your fingertips to keep yourself safe. What, did they just hand you something important? Or what?
Well, they showed the gun at the press conference too. With obviously that with the swastikas and stuff on there. Yeah,
that is the laziest swastika I've ever seen.
They're not even good.
Yeah. I mean, I just, look, we don't have enough information, but this is the problem. When you only provide information for some shootings and not for others, that's how you breed conspiracy theorists, because they're going, we're definitely not being given the whole truth. Why? Because you refuse to tell us the truth about Nashville. Also, this could maybe be sort of an admission to the fact that transgender individuals, of course, suffering from higher rates of mental instability, are more likely to be influenced to be a copycat, whereas white supremacy is intensely unpopular. This brings us back to then with Nashville. The media, by the way, censored coverage of the shooter across the board that defied their narrative. So here's CBS executives, right? They barred the use of the word transgender. So the shooter's gender identity has not been confirmed by CBS News, although it was confirmed by the rest of Earth. As such, we should avoid any mention of it as it has no known relevance to the crime, except for the fact that the person said, I'm committing this crime. People, of course, suffering from higher rates of mental instability are more likely to be influenced to be a copycat, whereas white supremacy is intensely unpopular. This brings us back to then with Nashville. The media, by the way, censored coverage of the shooter across the board that defied their narrative. So here's CBS executives, right? They barred the use of the word transgender. So the shooter's gender identity has not been confirmed by CBS News, although it was confirmed by the rest of Earth. As such, we should avoid any mention of it as it has no known relevance to the crime, except for the fact that the person said, I'm committing this crime because I'm a chick who wants to be a guy. Wait, hold on a second. Why are you committing this crime? Because I'm transgender and I want cis scum to die. I don't know. We need to call in Columbo. Could be pulling the old blatant confession trick.
It will send the data.
Of course, another person was dead. I'm talking about everything that they wrote, which we went through their social. It was not hard to find. It says, should that change, we can and will revisit. Well, CBS, when did you revisit? The wake of the shooting, people were reporting on the Trans Day of Vengeance, right? That was something that was going on, that was planned. They were also banned from social media, just to be clear, in case you've forgotten this. Trans Day of Vengeance was a day that was planned on April 1st, I believe, that year, which would have been right. When did the shooting occur in Nashville? I know it occurred in March.
In March, yes. So it would have been right after that shooting.
And we had been following a lot of these groups, by the way. We have investigative journalists. Now we have an entire wing. Please do consider supporting Mug Club, lighthousecredit.com/Mug Club. That's the only way we can actually expand our investigative journalism. And there were a lot of people calling for, you can bring that up there, Toolman. There were a lot of people who were calling for violence. Just to be clear, there were a lot of people calling for violence for the Trans Day of Vengeance, and one person went out and committed it. Now, I think that's relevant because I don't believe that there was a call for violence on a day at Dollar General against black people. Tragic crime, but again, isolated incident is very different from mobilizing, galvanizing a group of people under the banner of evil. This brings us to now Jacksonville. Again, because there's Nashville and Jacksonville. Big tech, they can't shut up. They can't shut up about the shooter's race and or sex gender.
In terms of what is driving this just epidemic, we have to talk about the hate and how words matter when it comes to that.
Law enforcement officials say the shooter is a white male in his 20s who was motivated by hate.
This is one of the two weapons that was in possession of the white gunman in Jacksonville, Florida on Saturday when he shot and killed 3 black people at a Dollar General store.
White male, white gunman, white man, Caucasian man. When we go back to Nashville, and here's the thing, white man, look, doesn't really narrow things down. That's a lot of people. That's, one would argue, the largest demographic in this country. Insane female-to-male transgender individual hell-bent on shooting innocent people. Hey, you know what? That clues us in a little bit better, especially if it coincides with a planned Trans Day of Vengeance.
Yes, I see the connection now that you're making. By the way, you know what they're not really talking a whole lot about? This shooter, the white supremacist, because that's exactly what he was. He was a white supremacist. He's an idiot.
You're talking about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville,
Of course.
yeah,
Everything we know says this person's a piece. I'm glad that he is no longer wasting oxygen on Earth.
Absolutely. Also had incredibly bad mental health challenges. Had actually been, I think, not committed necessarily. I can't remember what it was. Evaluated, maybe the right term, before for mental health issues. So it's not just because what they want to do is they want to focus on the one thing that they think will get people to get, oh, I can't believe it. White people are coming after black people. I knew it every single time, right? They don't want to go, hey, this mental health thing that we've been championing.
I will be really surprised if I don't. And know the CCNA.
Josh Firestein is going to be, where are you going to be on September 23rd? Roslyn, Washington.
Yeah, the Dollar General in Roslyn Theater in Roslyn, Washington, September 23rd. It's a cool little theater. It's intimate. We'll get intimate. We'll have some fun. There's mountain folk up
Also, they
there.
don't have a Dollar General. It's a Dollar Tree. So you're golden.
Yeah.
And we're going to continue the show here for another full hour. If you have not joined up, again, what do you get when you get Mug Club? You get this. You get another full hour of the show. You get Nick DiPaolo Monday through Thursday. You get Alex Jones on Friday. You get a Friday show. You're about to get the Hodge Twins. You're about to get Brian Callen. You support the investigative journalism unit and other super videos. LoudOutWithCreditor.com/Mug Club. If you're watching on Rumble right now, just click that button. We'll be taking your chat. Just click it, and you join up. And we're about to play They Don't Make Them Like They Used To. YouTube, piss off, Rumble, thank you.
No, but Rumble has got a really awesome booth here. You can see over my shoulder. They've got the debate prep going on right now. It's going to be a really cool event tomorrow. It's kind of a fun setup out here, but I got to be honest, there's not many more years you're going to get that kind of a formal debate appearance, because Rumble and streamers and creators are absolutely changing the way that these things are going to be consumed and the questions that'll be asked. Like, you won't have to worry about Ron DeSantis or Chris Christie or anybody wanting to do your show the next week. As a creator, you can just ask the real question that you want the answer to. So I'm excited to be here, and I'll try not to be too formal.
Have you run into Chris Christie? I mean, I know you couldn't miss, but have you spent time with him?
I did frequent several donut shops. There have not been any sightings of the former New Jersey governor yet.
Well,
I am holding out hope.
Okay.
Hey, you guys are wearing the same.
Look in the back room. He's eating the raw dough.
It's, I don't know, it's not cookie dough, Chris Christie. It's not safe. That's how you get salmonella.
We're just being, nobody. No, I can't imagine any person was out there going, "Gosh, you know what we need for 24."
Yeah,
Christie.
exactly.
Yeah.
We need him like we need Nikki Haley.
Yeah, I know. Well, hey, come on now.
Many like that.
2 boobs are better than 0.
That's true.
Fair. But he's got to as well.
So defeated. Like, that's true.
You got me there. I got
guess
no energy. I feel like a cancer patient. Go ahead.
Well, don't worry. We have some bits about cancer here later today.
I know. I heard you talking about it.
I'm not tipping your hand and letting people know that you did get the COVID there last week.
I did get the COVID, yes, because I travel. I'm out there.
Yeah, now it's spreading again, and so we'll be looking at lockdowns, of course, as we head into
you don't
primaries
have to
and
lock
election.
down. We all know that's never going to happen again. It could be a whole new strain. It could be killing babies and women. We're not putting a mask on.
Well, you'll have half the country, or maybe 30% who will, and then the other portion of the country go, no, we're not doing that
Yeah,
again.
we call those shitheads.
Yes, pretty much. These are technical terms you need not
Democrats.
concern yourself with. All right, Gerald, if you let us know, we'll check back in with you a little bit later.
Sure.
My lips are blue.
I'm here.
What's going on? I don't know.
I like how Gerald said you can see they're preparing behind us. I see 2 trees.
Yeah, exactly.
What are they in the basement putting up traffic cones? What are they doing?
I don't believe those are arborists.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
So one of the first, this has been making the rounds here. Okay. Now, I know that what you're thinking before I mention it, but culturally there's some relevance. Yes, Logan Paul is an idiot to begin with.
Yes.
And so is this guy, Dylan Dennis. So they're set to do this fight in October. Okay, there's this celebrity boxing stuff that's been going on. To be clear, it's kind of a new trend. Fine. I don't care where you line up on that. But Dylan Dennis has been trolling this guy, Logan Paul's fiance. Now, here's the thing. Her name is Nina Agdal. This has been going back and forth. I'm curious as to where you guys line up. If people think, oh, you're bringing someone's family, I guess fiance, not technically family, into it. But it says more about modern relationships and dating. If you have children right now, they should block their ears. And not because of something that's being said about her, but what she says about herself. So 3, 2. It's not a trigger warning. It's just an age-appropriate warning because she speaks like a dirty pirate whore.
I know where I line up, right behind.
Yeah, I knew exactly where Nick was.
Good night, everybody.
Here's some videos that were shared on Twitter from this woman, the fiance, and it's become a big topic.
Only thing better than dessert is sex. This would make me eggs and bacon, a lot of bacon and sausage.
Oh,
then
goodness.
We would go to
She meant wiener when she said
and then
sausage
he
there.
would cook me dinner again, like a good steak with a good sauce and some potatoes, maybe
I'm
some
gonna give you a
green
good sausage
beans.
there.
And then after
I think that's the
that,
implication.
you know what happens.
You talk about your daddy issues?
Hello. I don't really think penises are that pretty, so I prefer you to hide it inside casually. I sucked a dick in a football stadium full of people once.
Who hasn't?
Are there any foods that make either of you gag?
My gag
at the reaction
reflex
here.
is pretty strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to say, it will take a lot.
Okay.
So, look, this is one of those things where now Dylan Dennis has come in and he's been bringing up, he's fighting this guy Logan Paul, and he's brought up the fact that she's been with pretty much every man, since the history of the... Yeah, going back to Australopithecus.
Seriously.
And people saying, hey, this is off limits. Well, let me ask you, again, comment below, do you think it's off limits when she has put herself out there as a public figure, and her calling card has been, I'm a model who has sex with lots of guys? Here is kind of the twist. Is this same person, Agdal, she withheld sex, and I don't know if it's for moral reasons, from this guy, Logan Paul, for an extended period of time, and that's where kind of the ribbing seems to come in. But this is one of those issues where it just doesn't really make sense, and clearly she's with Logan Paul because she wants to be famous. I think people need to have an accurate assessment of what the relationship is. Like when you see a guy who's 85, he's shriveled up. I was like Sterling. Was it Donald Sterling? Sterling, the guy who got in trouble with his broad, who he said something racist. The Clippers.
Oh, the Clippers.
Was it Donald Sterling?
Sterling.
Donald Sterling. He was like, you can do whatever, just don't upload it on social media. And then she released that recording. Like, she's not with you because you're a Dapper Dan. It's pretty obvious. So here she is now talking with Logan Paul about not sleeping with him.
You not having sex with me for the duration of time that you did was very important.
You thought something was wrong with me.
I'll be honest, I thought I did.
You talked to Mike about it.
I said this girl's perfect as far as I can tell. There's one unexplored venture, and I have reason to believe that there's probably something wrong with it, because if it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Wait, it's too good to be true to be with a woman who slept with everyone but yourself? That's living the dream. How is that too good to be true?
Well, if she's banging like DiCaprio and stuff, you know, she's not a pig.
Well,
so
she was until
care.
she hit 21. Then he kicked her to the curb.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm just saying.
This is professional wrestling, but in boxing.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yes, it is. She's
Right. I'm going to talk about his wife because she's a whore. You call my wife a whore? How dare you?
Well, it's not his wife, it's his fiance, and she's not a whore with him.
Is she withholding because of the fight? You know how they do that?
Yeah, I don't think she's. I don't
like
think she's
the
weird as
Raging
bird.
Bull?
I don't wanna. I'll weaken your legs, Logan.
Yeah, that's
This snatch weakens legs.
that's what I'm talking about.
You want to be a tiger.
I thought that's where they were going to go with that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's that thoughtful. Look, everyone has their preferences, and we can't fully, we can't judge.
Whores running around doing their little behind shake for the menfolk.
I kind of like her idea.
But this is one of those things where, look, this goes back to the sexual empowerment of women, where women were told that they were just as sexually predatorial as men. It's just not true. That's not accurate. And now women are confused in a lot of ways. And by the way, men aren't necessarily happy. This is not new. Men don't want to marry a woman who sleeps with everybody. Sure, they like breasts. Sure, they like naked ladies, but that doesn't mean that you mean anything to them. And I get it. People think it's going a little too far with Dylan, and he's, a scumbag, but it's a scumbag attacking a scumbag over a woman being a floozy.
Should I know this Dylan guy? Is he famous?
He won. I think he won Worlds at Jiu-Jitsu once, and then kind of disappeared. He's really, really good at remaining relevant while doing nothing.
Oh, so I'll see him on Celebrity Chef next week.
Yes, exactly.
But he wasn't being mean about it. He was just putting. I liked how he did it. He put a clip of her saying dirty stuff, and he just put interesting.
Yeah. Well, then he put up all of these pictures with her and like the entire, Raiders offensive line or whatever it is that she's done.
I was up all night.
But I will say this, like you see a lot of guys too, and this is one thing where guys get it confused. You'll get the guys who will say like, oh, they're traditional males, or sort of the manosphere, but then they go, well, it's really hard to find a good woman these days who's traditional, but then they root around looking for women like that. What do you expect when you're finding someone who's posting their breasts on Instagram? Like, they'll say these things, but then they put themselves in a box where they can only find these women. This is not going to work for relationships. This is not going to be a good future here for people in the United States. Women aren't happy, men aren't happy, and you know what? It starts with maybe being a respectable man and not being, a lying whore.
Yeah. The feminists ruined it.
Yeah. To be clear, I don't know if she's a liar.
It's great theater.
Yeah. It is, but it is something like this is an example. Think about this for young women where it's like, I mean, where else did he go? Kamala Harris, right? She's the most powerful woman, I guess. Really?
Liar whore, and you know it.
She became famous by sleeping with anyone who could give her a job.
Well, isn't that the trend of our great think of every TV show? How many shows? What's Kardashians? Didn't that kick off with a naked video?
Yeah,
that's the new
Hey, that's the new pilot.
You go out and show a sex tape, and we'll get you.
That's equivalent of writing a script.
Yeah, exactly.
He has a spec script.
Yeah,
he's blowing some famous guy like end to end.
Here's the show idea. We'll buy it. This is brilliant. Campaign.
I have a development deal from Warner Brothers. Really, it looks like a webcam and a ring light. I don't think that's...
Exactly.
It's experimental. It's not guaranteed to air. All right. That brings us, by the way, to something else while we're discussing geopolitics. Over 1,000 people are still missing, of course. Tragic thoughts and prayers. And I mean, I can't imagine. The death toll rate is over 114, I think, now in Maui.
And
I think I have that
still
about
1,000 missing?
Still 1,000 people missing.
Have they checked the beaches?
Yeah. Well, you would think. It would be the first place I would look. But sometimes it's not the most obvious place.
That was... I can't believe... You couldn't do more damage dropping a nuclear bomb. That was horrendous.
Yeah. It is. It's the deadliest wildfire in modern history, as far as I know, but I'm not a wildfire aficionado. You can correct me. So former Vice President Joe Biden finally visited after coming back from vacation while the fires were raging, and this brings us to This Week in Biden.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. I don't want to compare difficulties, but we have a little sense, Jill and I, what it's like to lose a home. To make a long story short, I almost lost my wife, my 67 Corvette, and my cat. We were insured. We did not have any problem, but being out of our home for a better part of a year was difficult. You guys catch the boots out here? That's some hot ground, man. If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
That's some hot ground, man.
He was just new boot goofing.
Do you remember when George W. Bush got in trouble for doing a flyby in his helicopter with Katrina? Can you imagine if he's... Ground's hot. George Bush does not care about black people. Yes, I do. I'm just saying it's hot ground.
I mean, it was way hotter like 2 weeks ago, but...
Yeah. What's this?
I mean, I lost my convertible.
Yeah.
And my cat.
Yeah.
It's like a Norm Macdonald thing.
I almost lost my convertible, he said. It's not even...
I almost lost my convertible.
I was last year. I thought I didn't have... I used to have a cat. And now I don't have a cat anymore, but it came back, and now I got a cat again. So, I have a cat, is what I'm trying to say. And this guy's... people think he's going to win? I mean, of course, it
he's
depends.
Not going to be the nominee.
No way.
Oh, you really don't? You think it's going to be Gavin Newsom?
He's not going to be the nominee.
Who is?
I don't know, but it's not that schmuck. I'm telling you, it's not going to be him. I will put my life on.
Careful, Nick.
I really
don't put your life on.
I'm 61. I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm catching COVID every 3 weeks, like I'm blowing pangolins. What are they? Pangolins?
Pangolins? What are
I
you
just
talking?
combined a penguin with
the Chinese
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either.
It was a late night. You have to say something there, Jim?
No, I was just saying my favorite part of that video was watching the Hawaiians behind him. The one guy at the ukulele really looked like he wanted to just smash him over the head. When he's forced up there. He knows his family's going to give him hell when it's over.
Yeah.
The guy was my favorite guy, just standing in the background.
That's the guy who won American Idol, isn't
Yeah.
Big Samoan kid.
Hits him somewhere over the rainbow. All right. Hey, by the way, if that wasn't disrespectful enough, here he is. He could be looking at his phone, but let's go with he was falling asleep.
Never met before.
Oh, God.
We are a community that relies on family, on ohana, whether by blood or by friendship.
Leader of the free world.
He's trying to figure out how it's
burned out. My daughter's home.
Were you about to say something there, Lane, earlier? I thought, no. He's just here making sure we have the air support. Hey, look, say something there.
My daughter's home. On ohana, whether by blood or by friendship.
Leader of the free world.
He's trying to figure out how it's
burned out. My daughter's home.
Were you about to say something there, Lane, earlier? I thought, no. He's just here making sure we have the air support. Hey, look, not a fan. Let's go back to Gerald here really quickly at the Rumble headquarters there, the booth that we have for the debate stream tomorrow, which is going to be more lively than today. What do you have there, Gerald?
So I think what he was doing, Stephen, was praying. So every time he goes to follow, say, hey, man. Right?
Yeah.
That's a good cover for it. I like Nick's point, though. I don't know if he's going to be the candidate either, right? So
come on.
No way.
I really, listen, nobody's excited about him, just like so many of the other candidates that are here outside of the top guys like Vivek and some of the other guys. DeSantis obviously make kind of a big impression on people, but nobody wants Joe Biden to run for president, especially not going and saying stupid stuff. By the way, I love their response when he was driving in. It was literally F you. They were saying he's here finally after so many days. F you. Like, nobody likes this guy. Hawaii's Democrats.
But no one liked him when he ran before, for crying out. There's nothing new. Why would they all of a sudden...
Look, first of all...
there is something new.
Oh, sorry.
What do you think? What? New strain of COVID?
No, there is a new strain of COVID coming. Alex
Tell me
is right
about it.
again. Good Lord. No, but I think the thing that's new is that they've seen him for 4 years and they've seen how terrible he is at the job. And there's no way he's going to make it another 4, 5, 6 years into this. And I think they're looking around going, okay, how do we get out of this deal? Who else is there that can run? I really, really do. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. I just think that that's what they're trying to do right now with everything they have in them. Gavin Newsom can't come soon enough for them.
That and he didn't win last time.
Well, there is that.
Well, that's their point.
There is that.
These are minor details that need to be
No, you're right,
ironed
though.
out.
How dare you question that?
You know what, though? I want to toss the comment below. Hit the like button, by the way, if you're watching on. And if you're watching on YouTube, head on over to Rumble and watch it there. That's what we'll be doing the stream tomorrow on Rumble.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's not going to be Biden, Newsom? I just don't think they can do that change right now. That 180.
He's not gonna. He's declining so fast. He's not gonna. I'm telling you.
I mean, I feel like people are forgetting how inept he was in the last election.
He's a sneeze away from shitting his pants on national TV.
He's
I'm
already
telling
done
you.
that.
I guarantee he's done that.
Yeah, without a doubt
for
he's
sure.
done it.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he's going to win.
do you?
I think he's got. I think he's got it hands down.
Can they write
That's
it
how.
twice
That's
in a row?
how. That's how demonic they are. They're like, listen, let the polls come in. We're not even going to debate. We're not even going to say anything. We're just going to announce we won again, and watch how docile.
Even if that happens, I still say.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I don't know.
And we'll go. I can't believe it.
You know what? I don't have a strong enough opinion on this where I still would think it's Biden if I had to bet. But I understand your point. I'm curious to see what people say there in the comments. Genuinely, I don't know if it's a 50-50 split or if there's 20% of the people out there who think it's going to be Newsom. I mean, I've heard this floated. I know that Patrick Bet-David has talked about it. That's what he believes. I don't know, though. I just think that would be really tough. That would be tough to do and not be seen as an admission of weakness for the party going into a national election.
Can Matthew McConaughey play that character for that long?
Well, the thing is
exactly right.
If I do sneeze, I'll shit my pants. But all I see in the middle of the road are dead armadillos. What?
Who knows? It's a Cadillac commercial. Who cares?
It's Lincoln. Get it right.
Lincoln.
Get your
Lincoln
subpar
Cadillac used to be
American.
the same thing. Come on.
Either way, they can go in a straight line and rattle. All right, Gerald, we'll check back in with you unless there's something that I'm missing. Let's go on to America versus Europe. Or as I say, America versus lesser than. So you've probably heard this take right now. It's been coming from younger generations. As someone who was raised in Canada, I just think people don't realize they're so and I know every generation says this, they're so unappreciative of what they have in the United States. Where when they say, hey, why can't we be more like Europe? Young people saying they're going to move to Europe. Now, I think we're better than Europe. That's why we left. But I was raised in Canada where there was this jealousy complex of the United States, and people would always act as though Americans had it wrong. And a big argument they would use is when you travel abroad, they don't like Americans. Well, no one likes the number one draft pick that got away, right? Of course they're going to be angry and jealous. So let's watch a quick, just so you can see this quick reel, so you don't take my word for it. Believe your lying eyes, lying ears. Of course, all references after this, we're going to do a claim and truth, a fact check. References available at louderwithcutter.com.
A lot of people beforehand used to think like the US was like very cool and this really lovely place to go to, but I feel like everyone just thinks it's dangerous and that they don't care about their citizens. There's all these shootings going on, like their healthcare is horrible, their schools.
Tell us about your stabbings.
Yes.
Comme une grande puissance mondiale. Et je les vois comme des capitalistes. En fait, si t'as de l'argent, tu vis bien, mais si t'as pas d'argent, y a personne pour t'aider.
Go home and shave.
Yes, and in Germany, you feel like German people have a positive view of Americans? Or
not really.
No, okay, so more negative.
Well, you know who has a negative view of Germany historically?
Yeah,
the world.
That's funny.
What are they known for? Scatterological.
Yeah. The world wars under your belt. That's right. All of them. The ones that we've had, that was you. So let's go through this. Let's go through the claims and the truth. And these are just sort of sometimes colloquialisms or sort of stereotypes. The first claim they make is that Americans are stupid. All right.
I actually agree.
That's a very generalized claim, but here's the truth. And you can measure this. This can be quantified.
Just go to the airport and look around. They're right.
Well, that is, I really do hope.
Especially in New York and L.A.
Yeah. Well, if you go by TSA, you're going to think this is a nation of fat, dumb. You're going to think it's idiocracy. I do get that. We're not sending our brightest to TSA. My point is, if I arrive at the international, whatever it is, TSA here, what's the international arrivals? I have no idea. I don't know what it's called. The point is, it's rough. Here's the truth. America, okay, the United States of America, no one else even compares to the contributions that we've made to the world. right, at large. But even if you look at what we have today, the top scientists, the United States has 617 out of the top 1,000, right? UK is second place with 95. We have more than 6 times the top scientists. And the next closest, the UK. We have more than all of the EU combined. You want to look at universities if you want to measure it through intelligentsia. 19 out of the top 25 universities are in the United States. We have the most.
I will say this. That's because the reason why we have so many scientists or whatever is because majority of them are not American. I don't think they're American citizens. I think the majority of them they come here from foreign countries to get educated here in our system. Just because it's supposed to be like the best and they have a better chance of getting hired. Because I'm telling you right now, I barely saw that many Americans in STEM. In my computer science courses, in grad school, yeah, but mostly, yeah. When it came to, I'll just say it was majority white men and Asians. And I mean Asians, I'm also including India as well.
Nobel Prize winners. We're ranked number 1 with 400 Nobel laureates. UK number 2 with 138. That's less than half if you're not a mathematician yourself. Germany number 3 with 111. We have the most college grads. That's not even close. We have a higher percentage of the population with 2 or 4 year degrees, vocational programs, than any EU country. And not to mention how many innovations we've got. The United States has 5.9 million patent grants that have been issued between 1980 to 2021. That's more than the top 10 EU nations combined. And I don't know if you know this. I don't know if any of you are history buffs. But throughout our very short history, where we left the world's greatest superpower one century to become the only world superpower the next century, we've come up with more than a few convenient knickknacks.
Mm-hmm. I love this song.
Sorry, we'll do better.
Was that a traffic cone?
Yeah, I saw a traffic cone in there.
Hell yeah.
It's the little things.
That one jumped off.
It kind of amazes me that no one else even thought of it.
That's right.
Hey, what should we do? All these kids are getting hit. I don't know. Put a cone up?
I know. That one really jumped out at me.
It's kind of like when they came up with basketball. Was a guy's name like John Smith? Whitest. It was in Canada.
James Naismith.
James Naismith. That's right. And they were using peach baskets, and so someone would have to get up on a ladder and take the ball out of the basket. Yeah.
I always heard Springfield, Massachusetts.
Well, the guy was Canadian. I know that. Maybe he was in Massachusetts.
That's what happened.
And then they're like, this is really inconvenient. Let's cut a small hole in the basket so we can poke it out with a broom.
Yes.
And then finally, they created a chain system with a pulley. They're like, oh, we're going to put in a chain that we pull and it'll pop the ball out, until someone just said, why don't you just cut a hole in the basket big enough for the ball to go through?
I'd like it with a chain now in the NBA.
Yeah. At least to give them
pull that. That would be hilarious.
I don't even need to pull it. They're all like 7'5". But it's just sometimes you feel like it's the obvious answer. And by the way, we have also the most millionaires in the United States by far, 4 times as many as second place. Right, when we're talking about China, which, by the way, they haven't necessarily come by that, honestly. 10 times as many as in the highest EU country, which is France, which surprised me. So this is one of those, Americans are idiots. Okay, but we're more educated. We do better as far as our income. And, of course, we also have more wealthy people than anywhere else in the world. And we have invented more than any society has, really, in the last, call it half a millennium.
Then again, Joe Biden's your president.
I know.
And we go along with lockdowns, and we still wear masks at airports, and we're the fattest human beings in the world. Education doesn't mean you're really that smart these days.
That's true. It makes you a Marxist. That used to be a positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now it's
say,
almost a negative.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, if you do go around Europe or anywhere outside, listen, if we're hanging out, and we ask, what do you think of Crowder? And 10 people go, he's a this, he's a that. There's something to be said if they're all saying the same thing. When you start it's something to be said when the world is starting to look at you as you're the dumbasses of the world, you're the fatzos of the world,
right?
And we don't really trust you anymore. It's not funny, but it's alarming to me.
I don't remember them being in love with us for the
Ever.
Like you said, when you're number one, they want to knock you off the
Yeah,
top.
I mean, even when the French sent their people during the Revolution, it was begrudgingly like, all right, we'll come over, we'll help.
Yes, it was a big
you're fat.
inconvenience.
I mean, it is a problem, though. It is a problem of overabundance. I'd rather us have the option to be fat than be starving. The problem is when you praise obesity, you end up with Lizzo, which, by the way, if she's so beautiful, I don't know why people get mad when we do the side-by-side pictures.
Yeah, she's ripped.
She's very brave. We do have a problem, definitely, in the United States of obesity. By the way, hit the Rumble button if you're watching Rumble. Smash that Rumble button. And I don't know if we've probably had the YouTube dump button at some point today.
A little bit.
I would have to go to a mall or an airport, spend a year in Europe looking around to see. Because when I'm at the airport, I go, now I'm seeing why they say that.
Yeah.
And every person, not just 5 pounds overweight, and they're in sweatpants.
I will tell you this: I sometimes go to a community pool. They have like slides and stuff for the little ones.
What are
and
you doing
every
over there?
single girl between the ages of 13 and 18
ass,
has been completely overweight. Now it's not the case with the young men.
We're
I've noticed
also the only country where the girls don't know if they're girls anymore. So
we're not the
just
only country.
another-
That's Europe too.
No, but we're definitely
Europe's
heavy
just as
pushers.
Pretty damn close. I feel like that's something
In
Kissinger
translation,
would say.
it's a
Yeah,
little different.
yeah. No, all the girls are overweight. I've noticed that, and then a lot of the young men aren't. You know why? Because guys are going to bust their friends' balls. Like, yeah, you fat son of a. What do you think? And no girl's going to want. You don't get to declare yourself beautiful as a guy. The girl's like, I'm hot. I don't give a. I don't care. I'm hot as shit. And
Were
the
you
boys are
hanging
like,
at a
"I know."
public pool in Detroit? What the hell kind of accent was that?
Why do you got to call me on it, Nick?
I don't know.
Making this moment more uncomfortable than it needs to be.
Comedy hole, and I jumped in it.
I think this show is one of those sinkholes today.
Is this thing alive? All right.
Here's another claim that they'll make, though, that they are absolutely wrong about, is that American healthcare sucks. And we've done many segments on this. The first undercover video I ever did was, Canadian healthcare, where I did it. I went undercover with, back then they didn't really have GoPros, so I'd have to put on people who like their own healthcare. First off, you're dealing with communist nations where I don't know if people are answering that polling data accurately. Second, people don't know any better. So they say, yeah, I used to think that Canadian healthcare wasn't all that bad until I buried my third or fourth relative for causes that would have been entirely survivable here in the United States. So that's their claim. American healthcare sucks. Let me rattle through this here. The truth, no, it's not even close. So your single biggest statistical indicator of whether you will survive a serious disease, if you had to pick one out of a hat, okay, what can I do to increase my living in the United States? Rich or poor, by the way. So breast cancer, prostate cancer, your rate of dying is more than twice that of the United States if you live in the UK or Germany. Double. Now, a big reason breast cancer is a huge indicator is because, it's very survivable now, but it's very fast moving. So the quality of care and being able to get it quickly determines whether you live or die. There are more Europeans right now who are waiting a month to see a specialist in the United States. U.S. is 27%, France 36%, Sweden 52%, Norway 61%. They're waiting more than a month to see a specialist. We rank first in medical science technology. 8 of the top 10 medical universities are in the United States. And one other thing that people don't understand, one thing when they say, hey, socialized healthcare is great, and it's true. By the way, they have cheaper drugs in Canada, they have cheaper drugs in Europe because we subsidize them. We front the costs, we pay the bill, we, here in the United States, right, all medical innovation comes out of the United States here. And then these people, by the way, don't have to defend their own borders. Hey, Canada, you love your socialized healthcare? Okay, one thing, let's change it. Protect your own country. Go. Enjoy your social programs. A propeller plane with a shotgun, it doesn't constitute an air force. Here's another claim that they make. That the European lifestyle is superior. Now we're getting into more cultural. Well, that's just dumb. This is one thing. Have you guys noticed they talk about how Europe is like an art culture, it's a leisure culture, and it's true that we work too much in the United States. There's been no great art to come out of Europe in the last 150, 200 years. You would think for a country that subsidizes it, they'd have all the greatest art in the world. In any medium, whether it's film, whether it's paint. Why are so many of the great artists disproportionately American?
I know. John Wayne Gacy. This guy could paint.
Well, the world was his canvas.
Yes, it was.
Some would say.
We did have Bob Ross, right?
We did have Bob Ross.
Yes, we did.
Bob Ross, big guy.
Wasn't he like a sniper in Vietnam, Bob Ross?
No, he wasn't
No.
a sniper, but
yeah,
that's where he started painting in the military when he was bored at night and stuff. Everybody, that rumor comes up about everybody.
I know.
John Denver killed more people.
Yeah.
in
Said it was,
Vietnam.
they said about Mr.
Gong
Rogers.
Show guy.
Mr. Rogers was another one.
Gong Show guy.
He's interesting.
Chuck Barrett?
He's an interesting
something there.
Yeah, no, that way he's a legit. We'll get into that later.
Yeah, on Mug Club.
This guy's the best.
So here's the, we subsidize all of Europe, the United States, right? That's the truth, right? We for example, if we didn't subsidize all of Europe on healthcare, but we also do it directly as it relates to defending their nations. So the U.S. half of NATO GDP, by the way, is contributed to by the United States, right? Well, sorry, I should say half is supposed to be the United States, but we actually pay well over 70% of the combined defense expenditures.
Wow.
Think about that for a second. You have other NATO nations. Donald Trump was the first person to ever say anything about this. They don't even meet the 2% GDP spending mark. And you know who stands to gain the least from NATO? Us. We're not even on the continent. I know what you're saying, but I'm saying, we do have some ability to protect ourselves a little bit more. I would say that, for example, people in the EU benefit more from the United States contribution than we do from Britain, than we do from any other nations in NATO. So you have the United States. We contribute 3.52% of GDP to NATO. The EU average is not even 2, it's 1.75%. The EU's richest country, Germany, 1.5%. 1.5% is what they contribute. Well, yeah, of course you can have a bunch of free shit. You don't pay for your own defense, and you don't even pay for the nations surrounding you who agreed to collectively pay for each other's defense. Also, it's why socialism doesn't. We can't even do it with NATO. We can't even collectively foot the bill for the security after the world almost ended. Ukraine, by the way, I don't agree with this. $135 billion for the United States. EU, $86 billion. That's all of them combined. When you're talking about these things, well, I just don't. Again, we're fat. I get it.
Well, we have to relax after supporting the rest of the world.
Yes.
Right?
Outside of that, outside of being fat, anything? Where does Europe get it right? Why would you move to Europe?
Topless beaches.
Well, that's true, but you can get that.
That's a good point.
Right? Jimmy's been over there.
Beaches.
You can get it in Florida.
Brazil.
You can, but over there, you know what I'm saying, there's actual, and I'm saying real tits.
They're not as obese.
Right.
And this is something else that's important to Europe. They save all this money. Where are they spending it? Okay, so Europe, they spend a third less, by the way, in research and development than the United States and Japan. What they do is they end up taking American innovation for pennies on the dollar. It's not even close. And by the way, they're way poorer, the Europeans, than Americans, just to be clear. The average European citizen, our wages continue to grow while European wages shrinking. And they were growing even faster under Donald Trump as president. The average EU country, far more poor than every single United States state, with the exception of Mississippi and Idaho.
I know, Stephen, but 3-hour lunches.
Yes,
That's what
exactly.
I was going to say. With wine, a couple cocktails, and then they go, should we go back?
Maybe. Back to work.
Do you want to? No, I don't want to. Well, then let's not. Let's just go home.
Let's just go home, make some bread.
And by the way, do you know what their solution is? You know what their solution is in Europe? You're like, well, man, we're poor. Yeah. They want to increase American tourism. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. On the Mediterranean island of Mallorca. How do you pronounce this here, Lane?
Mallorca.
Mallorca. Okay. I wanted to make sure I got. I was like, wait, mayor? I was thinking Sebastian Gorka. Businesses are lobbying for more flights to the United States to increase the number of free-spending American tourists, said Maria Frontier, president of the Mallorca Chamber of Commerce's Tourism Commission. And at the same time, they're demanding that more Americans have visas. So they want to increase tourism to help the quality of life for their citizens because they're poor. But at the same time, they just can't help themselves from setting up more red tape to prevent that from happening. So let's do the math here. Europeans hate Americans, but they want more American.
Okay, what is the order of the
So we're footing the bill, right? Is that pretty much, do I have that right? Is that American dollars?
Yeah.
Is it euros?
Yen, perhaps?
Is it yen?
I don't know the conversion rate.
Europe sucks. That's the point.
Destination
Yep.
and so
Pull up the Phillips curve.
Go ahead and move. And by the way, they also have a demographic crisis right around the corner. You were talking about this, Ginger Snap, because you love Asian women.
I do.
Yeah.
True.
What's the demographic crisis you were talking about?
So everyone points to Japan and South Korea and China as these super aging societies, but actually Germany and Italy are two of the fastest aging societies. So basically within the next, generation, they're going to be making the retirees work into their 90s just to support the people at the bottom because there's no social safety nets that are going to exist. So they're screwed.
So these kids who move there now, it's almost like they have the worst timing.
well, yeah, let him go.
Yeah, it's like buying after the GameStop
Did
boom.
you say he loves aging or Asians?
Asians.
Asians.
He also loves aging. He
Because
Benjamin
you went
Button
right
role
into
plays.
aging.
Yeah,
I thought I missed her.
yeah. No, he exclusively likes Asian women.
Older ones, aging ones,
You like older Asian
All of
women?
them.
older aging agents.
You could probably get away with a 40-year-old Asian.
About
Look-
60. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you can get under the rate. Well, we have the same issue here, by the way, with Social Security. It's just that it's accelerated in Europe because of the population problem. But here, when you look at the retirees per average worker, it's insane that Social Security is referred to as anything other than a Ponzi scheme. Right. It's not possible to sustain. We just grab money from somewhere else. But you're welcome, baby boomers. We're footing the bill for the rest of you. And at some point, you just have to rip off that Band-Aid. You've traveled enough. Have you spent a lot of time in Europe, Nick?
Yes, Buffalo, Cleveland, and the not a lot of time, but I've been to Italy and yeah,
Anywhere else? Like, I've been to Italy.
through Germany to get to Afghanistan. I was in Frankfurt at the airport for an hour. Not a lot. No, not a lot of time.
You've traveled quite a bit,
Jimmy's
Jim, to
quite-
Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some areas I like.
Yeah.
I don't have a desire to live in any of them yet.
No. What about Tanzania?
I would live in Tanzania.
Yeah, because you want to be off the grid?
I want to be off the grid.
Yeah, there's something
I'd love
appealing
to
about
be
it.
out in the middle of nowhere, no lights, no sound. I would like a slice of pizza once in a while.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
Do they not have it there? I don't know about Tanzania. If they're not a big pizza place?
not a big pizza place.
No original Rays?
No, right? No, Joe's. What's that? I just already blew it.
Yeah.
Jersey
Jersey
Mike's.
Jersey Mike's. People here go nuts for Jersey Mike's. What is that?
Nuts. I don't get
The
it.
bread
It's
is
just a sandwich.
good. The bread, no, but the bread
bread.
is good. It's the bread. The rest of it's very mediocre.
Double Point Monday. It's a really big deal.
Double point. Is it a really big deal, though? Is it actually? It's just a sandwich. You guys keep going. Can you guys let me know what the Jersey Mike's fascination? I don't get it.
I just told you what it is.
It's the bread?
Absolutely.
Well, then move to Europe.
For the love of Christ, I didn't say I liked it. I'm just saying it's what people like about it. It's the bread.
Yes, you always have to be contrarian, Nick.
I'm just trying to keep this thing moving from breast cancer.
Hey, can we bring up actually the Fox News thing? Since we have time, the Fox News, unless Gerald wants to come back in, the DeSantis article.
No,
that
we're
talking
trying to get Alex up now.
Okay, but let's bring in if they can bring it up the Fox News article that they wrote this puff piece on DeSantis. We were talking about this morning, Ginger Snap, where it's like, oh, DeSantis surging ahead in Iowa. And they say, and DeSantis has a higher favorability amongst Republican voters than Donald Trump, 66 to 65. I'm going by rote here. I think I have that right. And they said there are more people who have Ron DeSantis as their first, second, or likely voting choice than any other candidate. Yeah, but hold on a second. Is he their first choice? It's not even close. What is he, 30 points behind?
Yeah,
this is
at
how
a
you know.
minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how you know it's propaganda with Fox News.
Exactly.
Like, just report it accurately. Tell me who's winning the poll.
They're going to the dark side.
Yeah.
Quick. They're very transparent about it.
He is the choice of more people. As far as if you include first, second, third, or dead last, more people pick Ron DeSantis. Well, who's first? That's Donald Trump by double digits, yeah.
I have the quote here if you want it.
Oh, yeah, let's bring up the quote.
So it says, DeSantis is also the first choice, second choice, or being actively considered by 61% of likely caucus goers, just slightly behind the 63% of respondents who said the same for Trump. No other candidate has broken out of single digits.
Oh, wow. Good for him. Good for him. And then how far is he behind there?
So the very next paragraph says, overall, Trump garnered 42% support as the top choice in the new poll, and leading DeSantis by 23 points, who only garnered 19%.
Okay, so I was off by 7, by 23 points. I've never heard that used as a metric. Ron DeSantis he's more so the choice, either first or second, or people would consider him. Boy, you have to do some mental gymnastics for that. And by the way, if you like this, I like this. I think he's a great governor.
I do too.
I think he probably would be a great president. Obviously, compared to this guy, I want to be clear. But it is remarkable when you look at how in the tank a place like Fox News is. Just don't lie about it. Just say you're Team DeSantis. Just be honest about it.
And they just said they're not going to have any Trump surrogates on us?
They won't have any Trump surrogates at the debate. And this is something else, too. You know, you think about it, Donald Trump with the debate. How could he possibly do a debate and it not be a liability considering the current indictment?
Right.
They would ask him about it.
That's all he'd get questioned on.
And if he would say that he couldn't answer, they would say, Donald Trump refuses to answer questions. Why even show up to the debate? It really is a no-win situation. I don't think there's a world in which he could do this debate and it not be used against him in court, or him follow the court orders right now and it not be used against him in the court of public opinion. You guys can comment, but it makes sense. Now, that being said, if he wasn't being indicted, do I think he would have showed up to the debate anyway? Probably not.
He could have just go, I can't answer because the investigation is going on as we speak. And
Yeah.
he could say, keep saying that like the prosecutors
Well,
say.
yes, but that's what they would ask him, right?
I
At the
know.
Debates, they would say, well,
and
what
he would
about
still
this-
win.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He would still win.
He's going to win the nomination.
He would still win. If he was up there going, I can't answer, I can't answer, I got.
Yeah. What about to say there, Jim?
All he has to do is any question, any debate, ask him any question. He's just going to go, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes.
Are we done yet?
Yeah.
Come on.
They'll say, what about Janet and Dead? He goes, you
You
know
win.
I can't talk about it. You know I can't talk about it, but of course you know I can't. That's why I asked the question. Well, look, I'm just... No, excuse me. You have to stop speaking. Shut your lips and listen. I'm 23 points ahead. That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. More points. How many? And then DeSantis would say, oh, well, yeah, oh, really? Yeah, how many points are you ahead, DeSantis? Not counting the 23 you're behind. He'll just make it about the polls, and then it becomes this momentum. And, of course, it shouldn't only be about the polls, but I don't see how he could possibly do this debate.
Polls don't reflect what people are thinking. It shapes what they're thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. That's on my headstone.
You and Frank Luntz.
What a handsome guy he is.
Well, he pulls off the Jerry Seinfeld sneakers really well with his suits. Do we have Alex Jones? Do we have him here ready to go? Okay,
yeah, we're working on
Well,
it.
let me lead into this segment before we bring in Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is now, again, right. So he called me last week, and he said, hey, they're going to go into new lockdowns. Starting, I believe he said October. I don't remember the exact timeline. But then he said he was going to keep a lid on it until he got, and then he spoke about it anyway. So look, love Alex Jones, impulse control, not chief amongst his strongest qualities. But here's the thing: he called me before this happened. Actually, now since he called me, I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday. Now we're seeing COVID restrictions being implemented across the board at a lot of places. So it turns out he's at least partially right. Only time will tell if he's fully right. Here we have, I believe this is a clip from NBC.
COVID is making a comeback this summer, so many of us would like to leave it in the past, but cases are once again on the rise. So when will new booster shots roll out?
Someone wrote that lead in and he was happy with it. COVID is making a comeback this summer, just when you thought it was safe to go back to the voting booth. Everything he says, someone wrote it, was like, that's great. Let's use this.
Yeah.
Who's buying this? Who's still going?
A lot of people.
Can't we just leave them behind at this point?
You'd like to.
They're victims of war. It's nothing we could do. They're casualties.
Send them to Europe.
Send them to Europe.
Yeah. Except Sweden, because they won't feel safe there.
There's no way they're going to pull this off.
You don't
There's
think
no
they
way.
will? I don't know. I think they
no
could.
way.
No, there'll be actual. You thought it got ugly the first time.
Oh.
Now that we know it's a fucking lie, you want to see some fights on planes and stuff?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but if you want to just go to Spirit.
That's true.
They have like full-time TMZ reporters for World Star on Spirit. Isn't it?
They do.
This is some good video.
It really is. It is a lot of fun, yeah. So Lionsgate, mask mandate now. And of course, the first people to do it are what? Hollywood and higher
I
education.
was just going to say.
Yeah.
That's always been the history of California, by the way. They grabbed on hold to that new age psychology in the 50s.
Yeah.
And I call it West Coast stupid.
Yes.
That's what I call it. We have a segment on my show, West Coast fucking stupid. I don't know what it is. Why are they closer to the communism? Explain the fucking history and why they're so stupid and cowed into stuff.
You have a concentration of communists in the entertainment industry, and then of course in higher education as well. A lot of universities there are in California, and of course you have the entire entertainment industry and a lot of media there.
Yeah.
And there was a proactive concentration. McCarthy wasn't wrong about everything.
No,
there was a red scare in
that.
the industry for sure. He just got a little overzealous.
I kind of liked it.
And they're all in the colors of blue.
That's right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Rutgers.
Wait, what are you saying?
I'm starting to see where Rutgers and Georgetown are going to start this new mask mandate. They all are, by coincidence, bluey states.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the logo, the color blue.
No.
I was like, is this an Illuminati thing?
Very bluey states.
Blue.
Very blue. Very blue.
So August 20th, you have Morris Brown College now mask mandates.
not Morris Brown.
Not Morris Brown. What will we do?
I got them against Ohio State third week. They're plus 79.
And they're bringing back social distancing, too. Not just the mask mandates, but social. Like, that is so severe. Rutgers, Georgetown, like you were talking about, they're going to continue with mask mandates. In addition, by the way, to a vaccine mandate. By the way, the same people who go around and bitch, my body, my choice. The same dumbass students.
People are dropping dead.
You
Every
conspiracy
morning.
theorist, you can't prove
I know.
it's from that. How dare you?
I know. And that's what they say.
Misinformation.
Yes.
And you just go to the insurance companies, the actuaries have figures go, we've never seen a spike like this.
Yeah.
Starting in 2021, it goes, "Ning."
Yeah.
But the last 3 weeks, I've read about like a young female college athlete dropping dead. It was a basketball.
Point in time. No, you're absolutely right, though. But with the vaccine, here's the thing. If we want to talk about the science, for example, we got suspended. You're allowed to talk about this now. By the way, you're welcome. Mug Club. You can join up louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club. You're now allowed to question election results. You're now allowed to discuss the mRNA vaccine. Why? Because we were suspended countless times for doing so, and they can't ban all of you. If you want to follow the science, isn't it interesting, for example, when we quoted the CDC, that far more infants, far more toddlers die annually from the flu than COVID? Now, that's not to say that COVID is not deadly for older people, obese people, the immunocompromised. I understand that. No one is saying that it's not real. No one is saying that those people aren't more at risk. But wouldn't it be interesting to study the virus and say, why is it that younger people, what is it about their immune system specifically, where they are not as affected by this, whereas they are by the common flu that comes around every single year? By that same token, wouldn't it be interesting to say, well, hold on a second, why is it that the mRNA injection doesn't affect older people who are more affected by the virus, it seems, as substantially as younger, healthy males? Why are they the ones more likely to encounter complications? With any other drug, you would look at these side effects and the demographics who experience them more, and you would make that information publicly available. If you want to follow the science, these patterns are interesting. I don't know why they wouldn't be to epidemiologists, to biologists, but instead you are precluded from researching the science. Old people get sick and die more. Young people don't. Young people, young healthy males, for some reason have more complications with the vaccine. Old people don't. That's interesting. Why don't we know?
They follow the science until they hit something that doesn't go with their narrative.
Yeah, Wuhan
That's
lab.
where the science stops.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, it's just a fat Asian guy eating a bat. Sorry, why did I say Asian? Chinese. That was racist in its own. It's only the Chinese who eat bats.
Aren't they Asian?
What? Hey, it's okay.
Very disappointing.
We're all adults here.
It's going to be fine.
I'm disappointed in myself. Do we have Alex Jones here on the call? All right. So now we're going to bring him on. You know him. You love him. He's the OG. Let's go to Alex Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, can you hear me? Can you see me, sir?
Loud and clear.
All right. And the show, of course, is Alex Jones 2.0, Fridays at 12 p.m. Eastern on Mug Club. Now, you called me last week, Alex. I was telling him about this, about the new lockdowns going into effect. And then I said, well, look, do we need to keep this under our hat for a little bit? And you said, well, maybe we will. And then you blew the lid off of it anyway, which I'm grateful for because now people are aware. But ever since you've done that, we now see these happening with studios and with higher education. Tell people what it is here, your inside source, or I guess your inside information. What is being planned as far as lockdowns and when?
What's the difference between...
Well, I like your audience.
Okay. What's the difference between...
They just don't care. You know, $170 million to Ukraine, $700 to people in Maui, Hawaii. So I get this call, and I'd actually gotten it on Tuesday evening, but I had so many messages I wasn't listening to it until Thursday in my office. And I know this person for 20 years, and then they're high up in the transportation system in the TSA. It's actually the agency above them. And so I called them up, and they said, hey, I'm in town. Let's go meet. So I went and met them, and they said, listen, they called in the managers. This is going to happen middle of September. They're going to try to make all the TSA workers in airports wear them. Then by mid-October, Biden's going to try to bring back masks in the airports and on planes.
Well, what's the difference?
And I said, well, that's insanely unpopular. What's their excuse? And they said, well, this new variant out of Canada that they say is so bad and hospital numbers are up. So you're going to see a rollout sometime in September of all this, and that's what we've been told. So then I got on the phone, called a few other feds I know. One of them answered. They're with the Border Patrol. They said, yeah, we've been told COVID restrictions are coming back next month as well, that they'll be phased in. So then I went to a computer and typed in, lo and behold, hospitals in New York were already saying, put the mask back on starting next week. I saw reports of colleges already doing it. So
yeah,
I go on my show Friday. I talk about it at 11 a.m. Central. And then by 5 o'clock that night on the nightly news everywhere, all the stations rolled out. COVID's back. Restrictions may be needed again. The BBC, the London Guardian, the Globe and Mail, and all the public. PPE, the preparedness items, record levels of that now being purchased for September and October by the Biden administration. And I've got it just pouring in where they're actually trying this. Also, the Journal of JAMA came out and said that they're going back to mask and to social distancing and the hospitals being overwhelmed and all the same crap.
Hey, Alex,
so
can I ask you, though?
Definitely.
Can I ask you something? Who benefits from this if it happens this September and October, right? It would seem that it would behoove them to try and place this if what you're discussing here, if we're discussing something surreptitious or something nefarious, I guess I should say, it would seem that they would want to plan this for the general election. Why do you think they would be doing this so soon?
Again, Stephen, I find this hard to believe. I'm not saying it's even going to happen. I didn't think they'd launch their fear campaign this quick, which really added a lot of validity to what we broke. I mean, it's gotten tens of millions of views on Twitter, you name it alone. This is a big story because people are obviously, as your crew is saying, are rejecting this. But remember what they did last time. They start the lockdowns about a third of the way into 2020. They create the fear, and then they say, okay, we've got the vaccine. They now say they've got a vaccine ready in mid-September. That was announced on Saturday, magically, just when the TSA was told the mask go back on. So they've got a new variant booster that they say everyone needs to take. And there'll be a new variant booster every year. That was announced by the CDC, by the FDA, by all the different talking heads on the Sunday news shows. So who stands to gain? Well, last time they used it to disrupt the 2020 election. Obviously, I mean they used it to disrupt into 2022.
Yeah,
and they've just done this basically over and over again. So it'll take them time. I don't think they'll ever get back to complete control, but in the blue cities and in the swing states and the blue states, they're going to be able to bring back the mail-in ballots, which again is now only a year out or so. And so they know exactly what they're doing. This has perfect timing. And I wanted to bring this out, have a big news coverage of it, and then get governors and legislatures and members of Congress to say, no, not this time, instead of us just receiving the incremental, only 14 days to slow the spread, saying, no, not so fast. I didn't know that 5 hours, 6 hours after I broke it, they would launch their propaganda campaign. So that was perfect because everybody's saying, is Jones right about this? He's been right about a lot. And then, boom, they launched exactly what I was warning a little earlier than I was told.
I'm kind of surprised. I got to say, though, Alex, you are off the break. I'm kind of surprised that any of the feds would talk to you about this, though, at this point. Like, it would say, is this because there are people who you think still actually care in the federal about our state of freedom? Are these the people who you talk with? Because I'd imagine they would immediately go, well, Alex Jones is obviously going to be incredibly upset with the idea of lockdowns.
Well, I've known this transportation official for 22 years. I'm not going to get into how I know them, but they once lived in Austin. They don't now. And so I've known them. I've known their family. I've been to dinner with them probably 20 times. So, I mean, I know this person. I know they're not a BSer.
Good.
And they're, a degreed, smart person that's given me information before. And then I know the Border Patrol. I mean, I've had meetings with, I'm not going to get too specific here. I've had meetings. And by the way, you guys know Enlow, love my head security guy. You can ask him. He's been in the meetings with me. And senior federal judges, senior federal agents. So we've had meetings in this office on Zoom with senior feds quite a few times, giving us information on the border, where the smuggling centers are. We've been down there. We've shown the human smuggling.
Yeah.
We've shown the children. We go down there and fly members of Congress around in helicopters. I was involved in a group doing that just yesterday outside Houston, where there's a 200,000 person city they're building for the illegal aliens, and we're going to break all that video tomorrow on my show at 11 a.m. Central. We're going to have
and people can watch that at madmaxworld.tv.
We're going to have Steve Bannon. Yeah, and it's not even a plug for the show. What I'm saying is that I have so many federal whistleblowers, I can't even talk to them all, and they're always begging me to cover something, begging me to do something. So most of the feds are good people. They're just compartmentalized. I mean, these federal judges have told me that they'll have a convicted pedophile, convicted 3 or 4 times, caught working in South Texas, driving a school bus for disabled children, and molesting them again. And then Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, has the power over judges and federal magistrates to not let them indict.
The process is used to receive. What process is used to receive transmitted data and convert it into readable messages? If you have access control. That's only access method. Okay. What is that to IP packet force transmit? Oh, it is. Texting layer 2. Yes.
I'm concerned about it because, like you said, then all of a sudden it went mainstream, and they're going, "Oh yeah, we're gonna sort of gradually bring in these lockdowns and mask mandates." So it's almost like whistleblowers are not necessarily needed because they don't even seem concerned because so many of them operate with complete impunity. But I know you'll be talking about that on your show tomorrow, madmaxworld.tv. People can watch you today, and of course Fridays at 12 p.m. Eastern. It is incredible to see you call another shot like Babe Ruth and point, and people go, that's not going to happen. And then 2 days later, it's almost like you were an oracle. Alex, thanks for taking the time, brother.
Hey, guys, thank you so much. It's great to be working with you. We did a 2.5-hour special deep dive on Bill Gates and the globalists and their plan to turn off the resources and take control of our lives. This is the guy that wants to run your life. Everybody that's a Mug Club member needs to go in there and watch that. We're going to have another special show that we're going to shoot on Thursday. That's going to be another deep dive, and then we're going to start doing a lot of on-the-ground reporting like we've done in the past, but we're going to be uploading that as well. And so a lot coming to Mug Club, and it's great to be working with you guys, and thank you so much for your hard work.
Hey, thanks. We appreciate you doing that work on the ground. That has been Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what we ended up talking about after the...
That guy's amazing. It's who needs the Simpsons?
He's Alex Jones for a reason.
He's Simpsons on steroids.
All of a sudden, we're talking about javelins and tanks and pedophiles released in East Texas.
I was thinking the same thing as you, though. I'm going, why would the feds talk to the...
Yeah, why would they talk to Alex Jones?
How do you...
You know it's getting out. Yeah, I know.
Huh? How do you... It's amazing. And he's right. I mean, like you said, he says the stuff, and then a month later or a week later...
Yeah, and he's always been that way.
He's been right about it.
It's always been that way.
To the point where I'm going, I can't. Well, I like the fact that they say the government's pointing out we're only we're just 2 weeks we're going to have
2 weeks.
They're cutting and pasting from the propaganda we used 3 years ago. They're so transparent.
They're not concerned.
How do you? First of all, every September, everyone gets sick.
I know
every time you go to school, back to college, back to school, everyone gets sick in September. That's number one. But how do you predict pandemic? Didn't we? This is where I get confused. I get really pissed. So when Fauci's on trial and they're asking him all the questions and we went through this, was that in Congress or whatever? What happens when they're caught with their pants down lying? Where is all this?
They get a raise.
Nothing.
Yeah, they get a raise, they get a promotion, or they get to step, or they get their own custom tops card.
It's mind-boggling.
But you know what? We can actually let's talk. That's a good question. Let's talk about it more. We're also going to be doing life advice if you're not watching on mugclub.com/mugclub. I have a hiccup that I'm trying to swallow. Nick DiPaolo, September 15th at Rob's Comedy Playhouse, Buffalo, New York, and Jim Brewer, September 16th in Sarasota, Florida. Art Ovation. You can go to jimbrewer.com. Life advice right here, and tomorrow. 8:30 Eastern. It's going to be the mega. That's why the studio is kind of in disarray. We're setting everything up for the live stream tomorrow with live fact check, the drinking games. There's a lot going on. Nick DiPaolo will be with us. Thank you very much, YouTube. Rumble, piss off. No, wait, sorry, the opposite.
Network protocol. Network protocol functions.
I want to be deadly serious here. I've not been this excited ever! Oh, yeah, Mud Club, baby! Wow! Know that you're part of history. Bucking the system. Everybody needs to tell your friends, your family, your neighbors, hey, you want a second American Revolution? You don't like what's happening? Well, this is the group, this is the organization that is the best there is. And hey, you tune into my show, you're going to get hardcore analysis and over-the-horizon information on what the globalists are planning next. That's all I do is study it. It's hardcore because our business is prosperity and freedom and justice and Americana 1776 worldwide. I've been shadowed. I've been called a liar. I've been silenced on virtually every platform created by man. My life has been threatened repeatedly. They've tried to destroy me, but I've survived. That's why I decided to join Mug Club. Be part of this revolutionary act. You want resistance? You want somebody to stand up? You want somebody to fight? Go now to the Mug Club. Take action because the globalists want war. They want to destroy us. Well, guess what? We didn't start this fight. We don't want it. But if you want to fight, you better believe you've got one! Alex Jones, everybody.
Remember, none of this is possible without you. Join the fight and sign up for Mug Club today at louderwithkreider.com/Mug Club. Gain access to an unrivaled catalog of unapologetic and entertaining creators, including the Hodge Twins, Nick DiPaolo, Brian Callen, and of course, Alex Jones. All that and everything you see today is entirely funded by viewers like you. For $89 annually, join the fight at louderwithkreider.com/Mug Club today. You know, you missed the sip because third chair won't shut the hell up. Sorry, oh my gosh.
I'm so excited.
Don't give him that hard of a time. I haven't introduced him yet. You're still talking. Still with the talking. Sorry.
You won't shut up.
May I do the sipping, please?
Please.
No, great. Just got third-degree burns because I rushed it. It's a great start. Hey, that's because we have a very, very busy week next week, just so you know. First off, we have Alex Jones' show launched this week. So I'm saying the next 7 days.
Very busy.
This Friday, boom. Also, our show Friday, if you are not a member of Mug Club. So we're doing 5 shows a week. You got Alex Jones, you got Nick DiPaolo, 4 days a week. Feel better, Nick. He's been a little bit under the weather. Then, on Monday, we are going to be releasing the first Black and White and the Gray issues. It's pretty simple. On the street, talk with black guys. That's it. As a white guy, why? You'll be shocked as to how much common ground you find as a white, Christian, conservative with the average black American who has lived what the left calls the so-called black experience, right? I don't know if Van Jones is right now or Joy Reid, but it was a great experience, and next one we'll be doing in a barbershop. I think we're missing each other. We need to keep speaking with each other. Then, Gerald is going to Milwaukee. We're doing a live debate stream on Wednesday night, live. Tune in for that, and we will have the candidates. We'll have a Mug Club booth down there in Milwaukee. So a lot of stuff going on next week. This week, I'm angry because apparently now you've lost the words.
I'm like, what the? Okay, so they were just asking this 3 times. So it's broadcast again, and yeah. And organizations in this too. And keys used for end-to-end delivery of data. Oh my god, dumbass. It says logical address. Fuck. Not physical. Okay, let's try this again. Multicast is one too many. One to all. See, that's not
Negro? Allowed still?
That's not what I wrote.
How about don't talk before the introduction? Is that allowed?
Sorry.
Again.
I'm like a racehorse.
All right. So we'll be talking about that. Maui, you've been lied to. 3 key facts. It gets to be white noise. I understand it. We're distilling it down to 3 key facts you need to know. Climate change is not chief amongst them.
Nope.
It's not amongst them at all. Those facts will be stunned to find out that climate change is not amongst them. And we'll also be announcing some contest winners here on the show. Gerald A., number 2, CEO, how are you?
I am doing well. I love it when you're a little prickly.
Joe Lewis woke me up at 2:30 a.m., which, because, he doesn't bark.
Yeah.
He's not a barker. And his hair was up. His ears were up. And it sounded like there were people in the house. There's this weird area of my neighborhood where it echoes.
Right.
And they were doing like some work on the street and stuff like that. So I woke up. So I got about 2 hours of sleep. But I had to encourage him because I don't want to lose that.
Right. So the guy showed up on time. I pay them to wake you up in the middle of the night just to piss you off.
Well, I encourage him because I want him to mess someone up if they do.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I never want to lose that.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
Good boy, Joe Lewis.
Good boy, Joe Lewis. We'll bring him in on Mug Club. And then when you hear this, you know who it is. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Nothing like revealing the lead. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, August 24th through the 26th, he's going to be at Laugh Out Loud Comedy Club in San Antonio, and his show starts here September 1st on Mug Club, The Brian Callen Show. Mr. Brian Callen, how are you?
I'm just a man, my friend, wearing this blue, which I think tempers the hatred in my eyes, I hope.
Man, we're using that term loosely. Which?
Oh, come on now. By the way, I was in your house last night. I like to watch you sleep.
Oh, well, I know.
So, and I threw Joe Lewis a treat.
He loves you.
I know. You sleep deep.
You play dirty, Brian. You play dirty. That's not fair.
I do.
I know I need my sleep.
I like to pick locks and ninja creep.
Some people call it beauty sleep. I call it staving off death sleep. Just doing my best. I have all these things on my Instagram about reverse aging. I don't know if you know this. Bull crap. All right.
Doesn't work?
Nope.
No. So let's go right into it. Donald Trump, right? Some people call him former president. Some people refer to him as sitting president. I call him sitting president. Okay. So Donald Trump is going to be hosting a live stream on Monday regarding Georgia and the safest and most secure. Oh, that's right. YouTube now allows us we
can say that.
The biggest bullshit election of our time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. Mm-hmm.
So he is going to be doing a live stream on Monday. Now, he also responded in his latest indictment here to Georgia, and then he put something on Truth Social, which they're now accusing of being racist. Surprise. Mm-hmm. So let's first watch a clip of his press conference that took place, I believe, on Monday.
I challenge the election in Georgia, which I have every right to do, which I was right about, frankly. And they want to indict me because I challenge the election. Then they have this crap going on. I never even thought of this one. Trump didn't really believe he won the election. Let me tell you, people that know me say, that's one thing. I tell you, there was never a second of any day that I didn't believe that election was rigged.
Remember I told you nothing else matters? If he believed
it was a rigged election and
that there were
it was
shenanigans,
a
there's
stolen,
nothing illegal.
disgusting election. And this country should be ashamed. And they go after the people that want to prove that it was rigged and stolen, so it never happens. They go after them. They don't go after the people that rigged it, okay? And we'll see how it all turns out, you know?
Do you hear that? Hold on, faintly in the distance. It's the sound of DeSantis soiling his panties.
So low.
I love the way that he just one of these things I never even thought for any second.
Yeah. And then they go after the people. Can you believe it?
Well, it's important, though, because in the indictment, if they can prove that he said, I actually don't believe this, or if they can prove that he at any time said, Biden
absolutely
won the
can't.
election.
No, they can't.
If they do that, then he would be considered making false statements.
Right, exactly.
Interfering with an election, but they can't find that.
We talked about this on Monday. If he believed, as many of you, right? You can hit like if you're watching on YouTube or Rumble. I recommend you watch on Rumble. If you think that the election had some discrepancies, at least, if he thought that, then he was trying to preserve our republic. If he was lying and he didn't think that there was any foul play, then they would have a case. I can tell you, having been in communication with many people, I don't mean Donald Trump directly, but people who were looking into the election, every single one saw the discrepancies. Not a single one was lying. Now, people can be wrong. There's a huge difference between being wrong and lying. Being wrong is not a crime, and I don't believe that they were wrong. Now, look, just hear me out. Everyone who came forward with affidavits or evidence, they were largely dismissed. They didn't run the investigations properly. Just to be clear. So it's one of those things. You can't really prove that it's wrong because you don't want to prove that it's wrong. You just want to say it's wrong. And here's Donald Trump's statement on Truth Social. This is what brings us here to the racist, giant, loud whistle. A large, complex, detailed, but irrefutable report on the presidential election fraud, which took place in Georgia. My favorite, Georgia. It's on my mind, they say. I caught a midnight train to it, frankly. It's almost complete, will be presented by me at a major news conference at 11 a.m. on Monday of next week in Bedminster, New Jersey. Based on the results of this conclusive, all caps, report, all charges should be dropped against me and others. There will be a complete exoneration, folks. They never went after those that rigged the election. They only went after those that fought to find the riggers, and that is now where the
everything catches fire.
Riggers.
Yes, exactly.
So
burning crosses everywhere.
Oh, he said it.
The Independent said that Donald Trump called out for racist dog whistle in the apostrophe quotes that they use in rant against Georgia prosecutors.
Yeah.
Political analyst, whatever that means, Araya Kovler said, I don't know if Trump deliberately uses riggers as a dog whistle, but his supporters hear it either way. They're going after you. He's just in the way.
Yeah.
Then you have another author, Keith Boykin, saying that Donald Trump says he wants to find the riggers. Trump's choice of words is not an accident. After spending days making racist attacks against Fani Willis. What? Then there was a podcast that said Michael Cohen told us that Trump used the N-word. Great. Hey, look.
Except it was an R.
Hold on. You mean the lawyer, the disgraced lawyer that went to jail?
Yes.
That
yes.
guy?
He said that Donald Trump used the N-word. Now he has a new favorite word. Guess what it is? Riggers. Hey, anyone there who lives in the South, you ever heard of chiggers?
Oh my God.
Comment below. Remember the first time I had to go and ask for the chigger be gone, chigger off, whatever the hell it's called?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They get under your skin.
And it was an Asian pharmacist. And she was from New Jersey, so she was not familiar. And she popped up. Huh? It's like, no, it's a thing. It's a thing. So now is it anything that rhymes with a racial epithet? And then they say, Michael Cohen told us that he used the N-word, therefore he's a racist. But hold on a second. You made that up. That's what they do. They make it up and then try and sit you down in court and say, oh, did you say, this person says you used the N-word. Yeah, that's because that piece of shit said that.
And you believed it.
You must be confusing me with that piece of shit.
Negro.
Oh my gosh.
Riggers. So of course they've always accused him of racist dog whistles, right? Remember when they said that he nicknamed Letitia James Peekaboo? He said 6 theories as to why, and of course they were all about racism. Remember the Independent said that Mary Trump says she heard the president use the N-word and anti-Semitic slurs. As the White House claims she's lying.
Yeah. Mary Trump, who has come out and tried to slander him so many times. Yeah, I'm going to believe a word she says.
Yeah. By the way, record black vote. Yeah. Just to be clear. Change the electoral map. And you'll be surprised. Again, Black and White and the Gray Issues. It comes out Monday. You'll be surprised what the average black American thinks about Donald Trump. You'll be surprised what the average black American thinks about the state of this country and if they are proud to be a citizen of this country. Hint, they don't share a lot in common with white suburban women. Now, the term is riggers, to be clear. Mm-hmm. That's what people are upset about, saying that it's a racist dog whistle. And in the spirit of full disclosure, to be fair, there have been instances where that term has been used for a while, and contextually, it may have a point.